As a team, we're super excited to play.
So we can finally compete again and have some fun in this game.
We've been playing super well recently, and I'm only looking forward to it. We're gonna win it all, I'm sure of it.
The toughest opponent, I would say, is Firebearers, Alliance, and Gambit. Those three teams are really scary.
Maybe Alliance or Team Phantom.
I'm looking out for the unknown Russian teams. They are usually insanely good mechanically and spend a lot of time on Kovacs, so I'm afraid of the unknown Russian teams.
I would say it's Guards and Agwalix.
We really bring sort of a very level-headed, engaging, and quite funny at times communication to the Apex scene.
I think our team synergy in general is one of the best in the world.
Competitives have to fear us because we have a clutch king Herdeki, and no one can beat him in clutch moments.
We are a really confident team, and we always respect our calls. We're always ready for anything.
Other competitors should fear us because Yuki and Del are the best fighters in the game, undoubtedly, period. And I'm the best IGL in the world, for sure.
We are ready to crush the competition.
Keep your eyes on Na'Vi. We'll see you on the finish line.
Let's bring this home. Scars up.
Team Endeavor's gonna bring it. We're gonna win.
We're here at Lost Islands. We are ready to win. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to Blast Titans. This weekend is going to be all about naming the best Apex Legends talent across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. And I am so excited. These teams, they're going to be tried. They're going to be tested as they make their way through the rigors of World's Edge, through the unknowns of Olympus, and of course through the gauntlet that is Arenas. And to do all of this, we are bringing you a crack team that we have assembled through the entire esports realm. To start us off, you know them, you love them. You know them as Onset and Gaskin. Dan and Mark, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
I'm so excited. It feels like forever since we've had some Battle Royale action in our lives. Apex has kind of had a little bit of an off season, but this is officially the time to announce we are back. Apex Legends is going to kick off today. The EMEA region has been waiting. They've been sort of chomping at the bit to get back into competition. It's going to be an amazing weekend this weekend, not only this weekend, next weekend as well. It's going to be an incredible event. I just want to get into games. I'm not going to lie. It feels like it's been too long.
It has indeed. He is on it. I love it. And Gaskin, let's talk a little bit real quick about the fact that we do have 2 weekends. This one will look a lot and feel a little bit similar to the way we've done ALGS throughout. But next weekend is where things get really interesting.
Yeah, we've got some arena coming up a little bit later, but of course Battle Royale is where we're starting with. That's the tried and tested, that's what we know, that's what the players know, and that's how they'll separate themselves before we get into week 2. But we have some amazing teams competing. All the best EMEA teams are here today, so I'm so excited to get the competition underway.
Exactly. And I will tell you guys, those watching, honestly, we are so excited. It's crazy. You could have put us in front of these chairs 3 or 4 hours ago. We would have still maintained that excitement. The truth is, we are dusting things off, and we are so excited to be here. Should I say excited again? Probably not. Either way, let's talk about what this weekend today will look like. Of course, we're starting things off here on our day 1 for our weekend 1. And this is how we do stuff, guys. 40 teams we're going to start with. We got 3 days of Battle Royale. That's today, tomorrow, Sunday. So you have your entire weekend planned out. Don't even worry about it. And double elimination, Mark, I know you love the double elimination, and that's what is going to be a little bit different than the way that we have done things, certainly with tournaments in the past.
Oh, yes. Double elimination is one of my favorite formats in esports because it means that you're allowed a little mistake, right? You might have a couple of rounds that don't go your way. You might get hot dropped on, those kind of things. And all of a sudden you find yourself in 11th place. You haven't qualified from the initial lobby and you're like, okay, that's our tournament over. But double elimination lets you have another run to get into that grand final. That's what it's all about, making sure that the best teams get to that final 20 lobby.
Speaking of that final 20 lobby, let's take a look at what that happens to be. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, arenas. And if you haven't tried it, you get on it for sure. It's definitely one of those modes that's going to keep your blood pumping. We got 20 teams, as Mark mentioned, to be whittled down to. And that's when we come to our single elimination bracket. Matches are best of 3. And of course, semis become best of 5. It's knockout, it's finals, it's do or die. That is next weekend, so you want to make sure that you keep it here for sure. And of course, this weekend we talk about groups 1 and groups 2. And of course, today, group 1, we start out with Gaskin. I know we're going to real quick go into our group 1. Talk to me very quickly. What are you looking at? What got you excited about this? Quite frankly, pretty steady lobby.
It's hard not to get excited at this lobby. You have so many championship winners, so many tournament winners, so many people who could win this entire competition in this lobby. It is a terrifying one. It's stacked. I would say this probably is the group of death, but there are a few teams here or there that might be able to surprise us here in group 1.
Oh, I love surprises. Onset, speaking of surprises, Group 2 has a few themselves. I mean, at this point, we're going to see our Group 1 this morning, and then, of course, Group 2 a little bit later this afternoon.
We are indeed, and one team that I'm keeping my eye on is Fire Beavers, who really announced themselves the ALGS Championship of one of the teams to watch in Europe. Taskmaster is a machine. There's plenty of other adjectives you could throw his way as well. He is a special kind of player. But then you have teams like Team Godolphin, you have Maestro, you have Na'Vi in there, and of course you have Solo Q Goats. Who doesn't love Solo Q Goats after their performance recently as well? So we've got the best of the best, and that's all you could ever ask for in a tournament. It's going to be an amazing couple of days.
It will indeed. And as we mentioned, there are some brackets to keep in mind because this is going to be how this weekend will work. We have the Group 1, Group 2, you already saw those. That will whittle us down to 20 teams. Well, those 20 teams, we're going to go to an upper bracket, and that double elimination will allow us to go to 2 lower brackets. That will finally end in that grand final, which will be for all the marbles here, and that's going to be exciting. Certainly something to look forward to after 3 days of competition. And as we mentioned, you know, there's going to be some map changes. I mean, we'll get to those in a little bit, but certainly something that has to be taken into consideration, right, Onset?
Oh, 100%. It's going to be a real test for a lot of these players. You know, World's Edge has been our home, right, for competitive for a long time. We kind of flicked over to Kings Canyon. We had that in the beginning, but World's Edge is where everyone's felt comfortable. That's where we've had multiple competitions. But Olympus being thrown into things does change things up a little bit. It plays very differently to World's Edge. It allows for some crazy, crazy rotations. If you're playing Octane, you've got some jump pads and you've got a Trident with all 3 of you on there. So I'm excited to see how teams approach it, because we're certainly going to see a little bit of a shift in meta game to how it's approached to get the most points on the board.
100%. Well, let's talk about the schedule. We're going to take a look real quick. And here's the thing. We have put this through for our Group 1, Day 1. Remember, we've got Group 1 and then Group 2. all you got to do, all you got to remember, just keep it here all day. Just do it right now. But we are going to be starting those matches at 15 CEST. And then day 1, group 2. We're going to be kicking things off this afternoon. Check it out, 1840 match 1, and we'll see how things go. And as we mentioned there, Olympus coming in at map number 3 and 4. Gaskin, we talk about this, and we'll talk about the maps in more detail a little bit later. Of course, talking about the fact that our ops have put them in at number 3. That's got to mean something. It's got to be somewhat disruptive to some players who obviously have been on World's Edge through 6 maps recently.
It's a little bit sneaky, isn't it? Just chucking Olympus in there in map number 3. Usually we see teams warm in 1 and 2. They start to get used to the lobby, realize where everyone's dropping, and then map 3 they explode into action. But now you're going to get the chance to get really aggressive when it comes to map 3, because sometimes Olympus does encourage aggression. Those teams who have maybe the possibility of changing their composition quite easily to some form of more aggressive composition might actually enjoy the fact that Olympus is map number 3. So we'll see how it happens. We'll see how it affects things.
Yes, we will. Definitely and for sure. There is also, as you know, some points involved. Kill points, placement points. Let's take a look at how that breaks down. It's going to be pretty obvious, going to be pretty familiar to some of you who have continued watching ALGS or certainly Apex esports across the board. 12 points for first and 1 point for 11th through 15th. Onset, anything we should know about kills placements? It's pretty self-explanatory, certainly something to keep in mind when it comes to rat strats.
Oh, 100%. I think the most important thing is this is the scoring that we're used to, right? But when we have Olympus in the mix, I really feel like kill points is going to be vital across those 2 games that we do see. It allows for a lot of third parties, Olympus. It allows you to get around the map very quickly, as I say, and you can pick up a lot of KP. More difficult maybe to place with some of those end circles being in the open. So I feel like 3 and 4 are going to be really aggressive games, and to get a good amount of points on the board, kill points are going to be vital.
Yes, they are. Speaking of kill points, speaking of points in general, it all leads to one very impressive prize pool. 40,000 euros breaks down to this. If you're going home with 7,200 euros, first place, nothing to shake a stick at here, gang. Let's be clear, Gaskin. This is not a bad way to spend what we might even call an off season, certainly a summer camp here for Apex.
Yeah, a really nice introduction from Blast to here with Blast Titans, and I'm really excited to see how the players progress into this style of tournament as well. The fact that it isn't just going to be Battle Royale, we have arenas, we're going to have to see more practice coming out from teams. Olympus would have had to been practiced somewhat. I know that there were attempts to practice it from some pro players. Some pro players didn't really want to. You had the possibility of doing it in ranked for a short while though, so there will be some teams who are a little bit more familiar with Olympus than others.
Excellent. Well, one team that we are all familiar with, especially if you watched those championships earlier this summer, Scars Gaming. They are absolutely dominating. Onset, let's start with you. I mean, break down RPR, Mandy, and Taishin. This is a team not to be trifled with.
It is certainly not, and it's been a real return to form for them. By their own admission, before ALGS Championships, they were in bad form. They were really struggling as a lineup, and they just couldn't quite find that little bit of magic that had brought them so much success before. But they did what all good teams do, right? They've always stuck together. They're one of the longest lasting lineups that we have in Apex Legends, and they went back to what brought them success. They simplified things. They went for those quick rotations. Valkyrie was a huge addition to the lineup for them for their composition to get those quick rotations, and I think that they've really found that little secret sauce that brought them success once again. I'm looking forward to seeing them play today. I think it's going to be a real opportunity for them to back up what they've already done in ALGS Championships.
For sure. Well, speaking of teams that have a disruptive comp experience and history, Gaskin, let's talk Fire Beavers. That's one of the big storylines, certainly from the championships and their use of Loba. But now we'll find out what they're going to be like here during our competition.
Yeah, I did say earlier that teams that can change their composition and maybe go for something a little bit different may benefit with changes of map, but Loba really did change the game when it came to the ALGS finals. There was a lot of armors being dropped because of the amount of cryptos in the lobby, and it meant that Loba could just swoop them up, and it really disrupted the end game. People really struggled to try and compete with Fire Beavers, and they had so much success because of that. Whether they will continue that into this tournament remains to be seen, but it seems like they found a pretty nice recipe, so why go against it?
Why go against it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Solo Q Goats is our final team we're going to real quick take a look at, and they've certainly been on the minds and the mouths of our casters throughout the season, and they definitely are in some ways a fan favorite. Onset, can you talk to me a little bit about why we want to keep our eyes on these GOATSs?
I mean, fan favorites, huge personalities across the board, and these three came together as players who were playing ranked and kind of just going in solo queue, seeing how they got on and producing a lot of content. Shiv we know all about, and to be honest with you, it was one of those teams that sort of they came together just to see how they got on. They wanted to compete, and then they've just got better and better and better, and their performance in the LGS Championships was something that a lot of people will remember and surprised a lot of people with their placement as well. But the longer this lineup sticks together, the more success they have, the further they're going to go as a team. You get those little kinks ironed out in your gameplay, you start to really find your groove and competitive. And Solo Q Goats, how can you not like them? Just with the name, you know what I mean? Like, there's that kind of team. If you're watching for the first time, you want to kind of latch onto a team, Solo Q Goats is for you.
100%, and their merch, I'm sure, is also as epic. Hey, speaking of Solo Q Goats, let's take a quick look at the guy you just mentioned, Shiv. Certainly a game changer. We've got some stats here to take a look at. Gaskin, I mean, first of all, the number one thing for me, obviously, there's Bangalore right there on your screen.
Yeah, he's been playing Bangalore for the longest of times. It was just the character he chose, the legend he decided he was going to progress with, and he carried that from public games into ranked games and then into the most competitive lobbies and still found success. You can see there by the amount of damage he was able to do across 41 games. Shiv is a scary, scary beast on Bangalore, and we've seen other teams try and introduce Bangalore as well. The smoke's very important, can really kind of change the way you rotate, change the way you engage in certain fights. So I think Bangalore can be a very scary opposition, but we have always also seen Shiv switch off Bangalore sometimes in the nitty-gritty games, but I hope we see Bangalore a little bit more today.
I do too. Anytime we change up those team comps, the disruption is quite entertaining for us. I'm certain it will be entertaining for our players as well. Throwing those wrenches in. I love it. Hey, speaking of players, we've actually got some that are given their own introduction. Take a look at what Totem Esports had to say about today's competition.
We are hoping to beat either Gambit or Alliance because they're probably the best EU team right now.
Hello, my name is Jan Dubernank. I am more known as J7W.
My name is Nicolas Sajo. I go by Amas in game.
I'm Dennis Antonio, Sharp in game.
I was playing alone, looking for 2 players to join me.
Sharp and I were already playing together, then we were looking for one.
So we decided to team up and it worked pretty well, and that's how it began. Sharp is IGLing like rotations and more like macro stuff.
Savage is playing the Recon character to give us info.
I'm also IGLing, more late game.
While Amaz is playing Raid.
So he just goes on flanks and he tries to get openings for the team.
Both my teammates are really funny and chill people to play with.
Sharp is more of a calm player. He can stay like really calm in intense situations and take the good decisions. Amaz is more an aggro and more of an impulsive player. So sometimes his aggressions like bring a lot to the team. It's like high risk but high reward.
The team that we fear the most is probably Gambit. They're really good at fighting.
Any teams that I think are scary, probably Gambit, because they are like really aggro, especially Hackett. He does a lot of aggro TPs to take flanks and try to get picks.
So yeah, they're kind of a pain in the butt, let's say.
What I would like to show in this tournament is that we can place at least on the podium.
We have a good chance to win the tournament, because otherwise I wouldn't be here.
I love when we ask players the scary other team question. That is excellent, and certainly we'll be able to see those scary teams in Group 1 and Group 2 coming up. But first, we're going to talk a little bit about our map selection. We know you want to hear more about Olympus, and we'll be talking more about that right after this.
It's just too many good guns. People gonna flame me if they see Hemlock on F.
Hi, I'm Hackis from Alliance.
My name is Taishin.
And we're doing a tier list. The Peacekeeper is a pretty heavy shotgun. It is a little bit slow, but it packs a heavy punch.
This gun is pretty OP if you hit your shots. But if you don't, of course you die fast. I would rate this Peacekeeper gun to S tier.
I'll probably put the Peacekeeper in A tier.
I usually don't use Hemlock because I'm not used to 3 burst guns.
The Hemlock is a burst group weapon. It deals a lot of damage. I would put the gun in the B tier.
But I would rate this gun as a B tier.
Sentinel is basically like a mini Kraber.
Sentinel, that's my baby. I would rate that on S tier.
Using cells in competitive gameplay is not very good. C.
Literally, if I see that gun, I'm picking that gun up.
L-Star is a pretty obnoxious gun. It can blur a lot of vision.
That's a pretty good gun, but the recoil of the gun is pretty hard to control.
I think I'm gonna put L-Star at C.
I would rank that gun to C.
The Mozambique did get a recent buff, but you still would never use it in competitive setting.
F. Mozambique is a F tier. I don't like that gun.
I'll put this at the lowest tier.
Alternator is a pretty good gun.
The Alternator also got a recent buff. It deals a decent amount of damage, but the gun in general is just way too slow.
It has a slow fire rate, but if you can control it, it really beams.
I'll put this right above the beak.
I actually want to put that gun on B.
High risk, high reward gun.
Wingman. That's the gun I always use, and if I see it, I always pick it up.
Can do a lot of damage. It is pretty versatile. Put the Wingman in B tier.
Sentinel is my absolute bae, but the Wingman just hits different.
Deals a lot of damage. It's very consistent.
G7 Scout. It's a pretty good poke gun in competitive, especially in early fights.
Yeah, I think I want to put the Scout on A tier.
That gun should deserve a B tier.
It's kind of hard to hit long range.
I like Bojack. It fits my gameplay. It's a really good gun. I'm hitting all the shots with it, almost. I'm really confident with that gun.
Close range, you're probably not going to get a lot of shots in before the enemy kills you.
That goes on A tier.
I don't think it makes the list. So the Flatline is by far the best gun in the game at the moment.
Flatline is a hard gun to control, but if you do, you're just beaming that guy.
I am 100% putting this on S tier.
I'm gonna rank that gun on A tier.
Sentinel is Bay. Why is that not on a shirt of some kind? I would buy it tomorrow. But let's not talk about my wardrobe. More importantly, Onset, let's start with you. The map of the hour that we're going to talk about here has got to be Olympus, and we're talking about it for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, we're mixing things up today, right? We're keeping things fresh. We're a big shout out as well to Blast for throwing it into the rotation because it gives us something new to watch. We've watched World's Edge for a long time, and it is, like I mentioned previously, the home of competitive Apex. We know all about it, but this is going to pose some new challenges to players. There are not as many POIs to drop on. You're going to have to split a couple of those for the 20 teams to find themselves a home off drop, which might mean we'll see some early engagements. It might mean after those early engagements, you have to be very aware of a third party arriving, having heard that fight go down. Also, like I mentioned, you have some crazy rotations with the tridents available. Mix that with an Octane jump pad, and all of a sudden you're getting across half of Olympus in 0.5 of a second. So those kind of things are going to have to be taken into account, as well as the fact that some of the end circles can end in quite open areas. So we're not going to have multiple teams stacked up on each other like we do in Skyhook, for example, or in Fragment East, where we do see some end circles on World's Edge. So it's going to be a very different pace of game, I feel. We're not going to have as many teams alive at the end game, but we might have a few more engagements in the early game.
Excellent. Okay, Gaskin, let's go back to World's Edge. It's tried, it's true, we know it. But how are we feeling in terms of this competition coming off of Olympus right back into World's Edge?
I think the fact that Olympus is coming in map 3 and 4 just fits perfectly for World's Edge. It is a slower paced map. It does allow for everyone to kind of drop on their own. You don't see as many early engagements unless people are contesting their drop spots because that's just where they're used to going. So it means maps 1 and 2 will be a little bit more slow. People can kind of feel themselves out a little bit, get used to the rain, blah, blah, blah. Maps 3 and 4, suddenly, bam, Olympus comes in, high energy, lots of engagements, lots of fights. Everyone gets their points, and then maps 5 and 6, when everything gets a little bit more scary towards the end of the group, that's when you slow things down again. You start to play a little bit methodical. You start to think about where you're going to be positioning yourself, thinking about the end game. We're going to get stacked teams in those end games as well. We're going to have probably 15 odd teams when we get to some circles. So that is going to be very enjoyable to watch. I think this is going to be a fantastic day of Apex Legends, and I'm just excited to see who transitions best from World's Edge to Olympus and then back to World's Edge again.
100%. And actually, Gaston, I'm going to ask you one more question about World's Edge, which is a lot of us are obviously very used to it, but this is a lobby full of wildcard teams, full of invitees, full of those who have qualified. What does that mean off the drop for a map that, you know, so many know and love, but perhaps could be contested off the drop? Is that something we're looking forward to?
Yeah, a lot of these teams usually would practice and they kind of know where everyone else is going to be dropped, so they give each other the freedom and the space. It's almost the respect that they will loot up and fight later. But as you say, there's a few teams that might not have been involved in those scrims. They could ruin that in drop number 1 anyway. Certainly drop number 2, you might see people change, but again, they could change to the same POI. Yes, wildcards are wildcards for a reason. They're going to throw a spanner in the works. There are going to be some unhappy bunnies on the map if your fragment gets dropped on, for example, but we'll see what happens. Maybe they've done their research. Maybe they know which POIs are going to be free.
Absolutely. Unhappy bunnies. Well, let's take a look at some of those happy and unhappy bunnies here in group number 1 that we'll be looking at for this weekend of Battle Royale play on, of course, as we mentioned, World's Edge and Olympus. Okay, Onset, real quick, let's take a look. I mean, we've talked about group 1 already. This one seems to be a real heavy hitter in terms of names, and we've certainly heard in those team intros a lot of these names on their minds right now, especially those coming from the world of Gambit and Aqualix.
Yeah, I mean, one team I actually want to talk about from Group 1 is Alliance, and it's not maybe for the huge positive reactions we've given to the likes of Scars, the likes of Gambit. It's because Alliance had a very, very disappointing ALGS Championships, one of the biggest events we've ever had as far as prize pool is concerned. And this is a team who is so used to winning tournaments, to being top 2, top 3, and really, being the name on the tip of every other player and team's tongue as like, who do you not want to fight? Oh, it's going to be Alliance. We don't want to take those on in a 3v3. But their performance was so disappointing, and it really hurt them, I think, personally as well. They know that they weren't up to standard. They know that they let themselves down a little bit, and they're going to want to bounce back. That's the good thing about this team. They are 3 people who do not look adversity in the eyes and say, I'm good with this, I'm going to run the other way. They will take it head on, and I think this is a real opportunity ahead of the new season ALGS as well to bounce back for Alliance, just to remind everyone how good they are. They could dominate today. That's the kind of team they are. It wouldn't surprise me to see Alliance at the top of the groups after this is done.
100%. Well, let's talk about Alliance. They are going to be actually giving themselves a nice little intro here. Let's hear what they have to say about coming into this tournament today.
We are hungrier than ever. We are going to get that trophy. Hello, my name is Jon Håkansson, also known as Hackis in game.
Hello, my name is Simon Bellini, known as Wives, and I play for Team Alliance.
Hey, what is up? Is Kagwin, also known as IPN.
Our team got formed about a year and a half ago.
I was one of the core members back then, and then we had to do some changes to the roster, and we took in Hakis because he was a great in-game leader. Later, we discovered that we needed a third.
We were basically going through the trials and found the perfect fit.
Got scouted out and I picked me up from the trash can.
So we have the perfect mix of a team, and we've been playing together for a while.
We got 3 roles in our team, and that's in-game leader, support, and flex.
I'm the IGL captain and entry fragger.
He's a great leader, and he got a great voice for it.
He's also the playmaker. He can play any character, but he's mostly on Wraith.
I'm playing the support role. I give as much information to the team as possible.
He protects our back by shooting people away. He basically just deals a lot of damage and makes sure that people are afraid of us.
I play Flex, which basically means I can play absolutely any character. Most of the character that our captain, Hakis, wants us to play.
He does everything, both aggressive plays and defensive plays.
He's been top 10 on 4 different characters in every final of the major tournament so far, which is insane.
We're good listeners, we listen to each other. We want to, of course, be the best together.
We've always focused on ourselves, and as long as we do good, we don't care who's in front of us. We literally just focus on our game. As far as weaknesses, I don't think we have any.
The team that I'm thinking about has to be Scars, because they showed in the championship that they can really play the game.
What are the weaknesses? I would say the worst part about them is that they don't have any weakness.
So I'm kind of scared of them.
Our team is joining up in the Blast Titans to win. We are here to win. Anything else is a huge loss.
That, of course, Team Alliance bringing it in. You know what? I'm even going to going real quick to our next team introduction. One that we certainly have heard from the other teams is a team to watch. So let's hear what Gambit had to say about coming into this Blast Titans tournament today.
We really want top 1.
Gambit Apex Legends roster was formed a year ago.
Me and Leogri asked Hardeki if he wants to join us.
Now we again playing together. That's cool.
Everyone can offer their own version of the game, but most of the time we play our defaults.
Hardeki is in-game leader.
Arctic is our best support, who can offer ideas in the game.
And mostly making space for Hardeki moves, so he can do a lot of damage.
Teammates are insane.
The Strange are dead.
Hardeki is the clutch king.
Leogri a bit aggressive like me.
Tarty is very calm and stable player. I really love and respect both of them.
We don't fear any teams.
We just focus on our performance and don't pay attention on any other team.
There are always chances of winning Blast Titans.
We didn't play much last month, but we still have a good chance of winning Blast Titans.
I won't beat current champions Team Scars.
Dear fans, thank you for all of your support. We'll try our best to show some good games.
We love you. We're gonna do our best on this tournament, Blast Titans.
Thank you everyone for your support, we really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And there you have it. We've been through Alliance and Gambit. We've talked about the maps. Let's talk about which of these teams, our casters, our crew, our analysts here, which one of us we think is going to go ahead from this first group's stage. And let's take a look at those predictions. Of course, one thing you also will see is that Launders and Scrawny, who we haven't had on the show just yet, but they are joining us right after the break to go into our first game. Okay, on set, Gaskin, we have very little time. Gaskin, start with you. Explain yourself.
Flavor of the month, how could I not go with Winter Circuit champions? Of course, we've got Aqualix as well. I think they are deserving of a tournament win soon. And then, I mean, Gambit, just that self-explanatory. Hardeki does Hardeki things.
There it is. Okay, on set. You started off with Gambit, I see.
I'm going to copy and paste Dan's answer. Gambit at the top here. Hardeki just does Hardeki things. You can't count them out ever. Alliance, I kind of explained, they're going to have to bounce back, and I think they will bounce back. And then, hey, surprise, surprise, if you're going to pick someone to go through, it's your predictions, it's your name on the line. You pick the champions of the most recent tournament. So Scars are going to be my pick. That's my 3.
100%. And you know what? I see Scrawny. I see Launders. They are also on my Aqualux bandwagon, as is Gaskin. So a huge up to them. And of course, we'll be talking to them here very shortly. And if you have any desire, I don't know, at this point, it feels like they've got the exact same predictions. Which
they
we'll talk
copied each
to
other's
them.
homework, Kate. Look, we're going to point it out already. Like, they've copied each other's homework. It's fine.
Well, there you go there. Well, they have their chance to the exact same predictions. Which
They
we'll
copied
talk
each
to
other's
them.
homework, Kate. Look, we're going to point it out already. Like, they've copied each other's homework. It's fine.
Well, there you go there. Well, they have their chance to rebut that accusation because we are going into our game number 1 right after this break. Stick around. This is Blast Titans.
Good day, gamers. Welcome back to the official casting desk. I am Scrawny. This is Launders, and the two of us are here to take you guys through the very first day of the Blast Apex event. Blast dabbling all across the esports scene, and it seems that we've landed somewhere beautiful, Launders. World's Edge to begin the day, and Apex all weekend long.
Yes. What more can you ask for? Apex obviously has done a fantastic job with the esports in the last year, and we've got a collection of some of the best teams. We've got some great wildcard invites to compete, and we've also got Olympus to make things even a little bit more interesting, make it even harder to predict. But Scrawny, you had the same predictions as me. What made you steal my homework?
I don't like how that's been framed as if I had the same as you. I like to think of it as like you chose the same predictions as me.
It was telepathy at best. Okay, I didn't see what you predicted.
Okay. I think we're just on the same wavelength, right? That's the ultimate answer here. Scars is an easy pick for me. I think even though that them picking up the victory at ALGS may have been a bit surprising for some, I don't think that coming off of that, right? You don't win nearly $300,000 and not get a massive boost to confidence and potentially performance. So I think Scars is an easy pick, man. We've got to stick it with those guys. I like the narrative of this, Alliance needs to rebound, Alliance needs to bounce back, and I do believe that they should be represented in our predictions. So props to Onset for locking it down for them. But yeah, man, all in all, I like this. I like this prediction. Scars coming off of the big victory, Gambit with the hard decky, hard carry. That has to be I'd say my player to highlight. This is one of those players whose skill seems to supersede no matter the game he's playing, dude. You can watch his mechanical skill and it just shines through. So that was easy for me, man. And clearly, well, you've got the same train of thought.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I really like the more aggressive teams as well. So, Aqualix is someone who, I am the guy who picks Revenant. There's a team at this event called Buff Rev, and I've been thinking about that a lot, I would like to pose this question to you. Why shouldn't we give Revenant a jump pad? I need one good reason.
Why shouldn't we give him his own jump pad?
Yes.
Because he's got Octane, and that bromance is just a bit too close to the heart, dude. You can't mess with the synergy of it. You gotta leave it there.
Well, maybe it's a good thing that I'm not a dev, because
I think if we're gonna buff Revenant, then let's make him climb even higher.
Even higher? Yeah. 2
all
streamer buildings worth. Yeah. In one go. The cool part that was brought up on the desk earlier about the wildcard teams being sprinkled into these groups is that, of course, with World's Edge and people knowing what the natural drop zones are for each of the teams, having some of the wildcards come in, maybe being disruptive could make things interesting instead of having a situation where everybody picks their natural POI and they drop and then they loot up and then fight a little bit later on. We might have a situation where some of the better teams get dropped out early because of a specific strategy from a wildcard team who have come in and they don't want to settle for, no-name loot somewhere on the map and want to really, I'm hoping basically more than one team drops Fragment West. I think it's good that, at least for Aqualix, they don't have Endeavor here in their group, which I think are a team that would interfere with them more directly. But there's still hope with some of the wildcard teams.
Yep. I think if you're going to be a challenger, right? If you are a wildcard team, if this is your big shot to maybe make a name for yourself, then I personally would also second what you're saying here and want to see them really embrace that. If you're going to be the challenger, challenge them out the gates. Don't let other teams get comfortable. Especially, okay, so this was one of those talking points where it's like Olympus comes in on that third map just when people are finding their groove, just when people are finding their slot, and imagine you're a challenger. New kid on the block, you mess with those top tier teams, you screw over the big dogs out of the first 2 games, and then on round 3 you've got this natural upset in the fact that you switch over to Olympus. I don't know. I think that once you start messing with expectations, once you start screwing with people's known formula, that tends to be where you can see these surprising results, where you can get the upsets, where you can find the underdogs taking space for themselves. And if Olympus lends you to that narrative straight out the gate by nature of being something so new and being something so different, then why not shake it up right out the gate in those first 2 rounds as well. I'm hyped to get to Olympus because I think to myself, it's uncertainty. And normally that's where you can see lesser known teams and lesser skilled teams close gaps. We had this, small talking point prior to jumping closer to the game where it's like, not everybody's practicing Olympus. Not everybody's practicing arenas. And that is where you make your name for yourself. That is how you close the gap between you and the favorites. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, it's not a fake caster talking point when Scrawny starts gushing about Olympus. Scrawny, talk to us about your routine on Olympus and dropping. What's the best way to gain RP on Olympus?
Yeah, all right. How do I gain RP on Olympus? Dude, I'm a big solar array fan. Big fan of the solar array. Divided into 3 main buildings plus the center. The center's sniper loot, but it gives you a good vantage point. What they don't know, Mo, what they always forget is there's the underground of solar array. So like a true rat, I like to burrow underneath. I like to get down in the dirty, grab what I can, and then it's always about rotations. And that's what I'm hoping for this weekend, is to learn how to properly rotate out of solar array and just learn about all the rotations that these pro players are going to try to throw at one another, because I think there's so much that's unexpected. At least that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, and there's the map, because it's not played a ton, it's not optimized, to its maximum. A lot of people have talked about what some of the good rotations should be on Olympus, even though it's a brand new map. But until you get the very best teams playing for money, you're only going to have a certain amount of data. And there will be teams like Gambit or Aqualix or any of these more seasoned organizations, people who are competing for money consistently, who will innovate on the map and show us things that we didn't expect, or make a rotation that actually would seem like unlikely. It seems like a lot of the big wide rotations around the outside and landing around the outside of Olympus is what's popular right now. But again, there's so much room for innovation on a map that no one's played yet. So that's obviously one of the best things about playing something new.
Yeah, I mean, just fresh maps. This is why I'm excited for Blast to kind of come into this space. We have a partnership with Blastman. They love us, we love them, and Blast love to shake up the game. Blast love to do things different. So not only do we have this conjoined events between game modes, right, making the most of the arenas next weekend, but also forcing Olympus onto players who may otherwise be a bit hesitant. I understand this idea that the pro players want to formulate and maximize their knowledge on World's Edge and play to what they know. I love shaking it up. I love seeing people uncomfortable, because again, that's where underdogs close the gap. That's where we get, I think, what could be closer, intense moments. And more importantly than anything else, it's just a learning environment. That's the beauty of this. It's a learning environment halfway through each day, halfway through each group. Those 2 Olympus maps to the 4 games of World's Edge. That is where we're beginning, of course, World's Edge for the first 2 rounds. And we're actually jumping into the server very shortly.
Oh yeah, let's definitely get into this. This is looked at as the stronger group. I think it was Onset brought up. This is the group of death. Looking at Group 1 with, between Gambit, Scars, Underrated, it's already 3 of the 4 top teams from the from ALGS Championships, and Alliance are a team who. And with the top 10 results at the ALGS Championship, there's going to be some variance there. Not necessarily the best team overall is going to win that one event specifically, but they'll end up somewhere in that range. And one of those teams that was just a little bit outside, but still a serious threat, is Alliance. So that's somebody who's going to be in this group, somebody who has something a little bit more to prove and aren't just coming off a fat payday and might just feel like they can chill out at all.
Yeah. See what they can do, and let's do it, baby. First game live. Blast Titans, baby. Let's get it. We've got a nice even spread straight out the gate. I don't see too many early conflicts, but at a moment's notice, you can see that contact happen. Maybe over towards Skyhook. I see 2 teams overlapping there, but that's about the closest bit of early contact.
Yes, we've got 1 drop in Trials and east and west side of Skyhook all looting up here, and everyone's spread out pretty evenly. We do have a southeast circle where this could end anywhere around where Gambit are. They're going to be licking their chops at the idea that they can kind of move and have the most pivot potential.
Suddenly the dome feels all the better. But Lava City is where we find our first fight. Flavor of the month with the high ground off of the buildings. Not everybody even looted up yet, right? We're still working with white shields. Bit of a push to the top ground, but that gets turned back. Nobody wants to go down early here. Not with the idea that the circle is on top of you.
Yeah, so already we've got some friction with Flavor of the Month naturally dropping here and expecting some space normally, but now we'll have some foes, and it is fair game to try and fight them. We're going to have a move out early. Yeah, Morning Stars are going to get out of the way.
Danger move.
Whoop. As Mask tries to dip back, that knowledge still offered over. They found a little bit more wiggle room here. There is distance being put between them and Flavor of the Month, just trying to maximize the loot chance. We see that little bit of a gap. So neither team looking for those early points, neither team looking for that early damage. But we do have actually Aqualix moving south already.
Yeah, they are very quick to rotate, and they had a lot of space in this position, so they're in quite a strong spot. Harvester has been evacuated as well, and we'll see what the rotation will look like for them coming into Harvester, how careful they'll be moving into this point of contact. But yeah, I think for Flavor of the Month, they're probably unhappy to have someone drop with them inside of Lava City, but now they've established a little bit of space.
Over towards the sorting factory. RPR gonna top off. Oh, Gambit and Scars. Gambit and Scars so close to one another already.
Yeah.
But Scars, seems like they're gonna ignore this fight a little bit. It's over on the top of the building that Gambit look to, again, evade. So, quick clash and a fallback. Plenty of room to hide inside of the main building as well.
Of course, the thing that can never be talked about too much is Hardeki, and the fact that even without Hardeki across the team, they just put up such high amounts of damage and kills between their teams, even at the ALGS, where, had, I think, a game with 17 kills in a single map. So they're super scary. I think they're the most referenced team, I would say, in interviews in terms of who people were afraid of the most. Maybe tied, maybe beaten a bit by Scars because they're super hot at the moment. But overall, Gambit have that fear aura.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Referenced as one of the beasts. Scars under the underground. Hanging onto the rail yard.
Man, things are really starting to consolidate in the bottom right-hand corner of this circle, right around Flavor of the Month, with Scars up close and Morningstar team directly on them, with Gambit moving into their position as well.
Yeah, Gambit, they've used this chance to just keep going, keep traveling south into the tunnels, and a potential for them to pop out beyond on Lava City. We'll see if they clash with Aqualix when the time comes. Also, Alliance taking their time with this west side of the map. Thermal station completely open, completely clear. No contest for them whatsoever. It's actually Otter, who I think has been a little bit slow to leave sorting facility. When you think about how quickly Gambit were able to disengage, Otter kind of bogged down in the mud ever so slightly. They're on the chase if they want to, but that's a dangerous game. Think about it, walking into the tunnels, knowing Gambit have been here. 19 squads left, only one eliminated out the gate. And they are going to follow in the tracks of Gambit here. Yep, 100% Otter making their move.
There is an extended energy magnet.
Good position. It looks like Alliance just sitting outside the circle, biding their time, and they were probably in the vision cone on their rotation in, but now have decided to dot back a bit. Everyone just trying to figure out where the tension is going to arise.
We can hear the shots, we can hear the danger, but not everybody's going to feel it. Pressure mounting slightly.
Mira, someone's out there.
Alliance still passive outside of the thermal station, but this zone now closing, and that's going to force them inwards. They've got two teams at the tree, one of which is Orglis. Matafe and Co. moving southwards towards the launch site. But we will have this fight. Alliance, they're going to get themselves into some contact, and I mean, if they fall early, oh, what a shame. This is a team that we've kind of touted as needing a rebound. not finding the results they'd hoped for.
And this is one of the Kovacs Russian teams of Magicians here, ready to stop them.
Valk rockets soar. Here it is, Alliance trying to find themselves the kill. Look at the high ground they'll have as the exit of the tunnel could give them the angle, but down go the Magicians, falling away, trying to find refuge. Gibraltar Dome just gives them that little bit of space. I think they could have taken way more damage had they not used that to just close the gap.
Yeah, this is, you know, very, very smart positioning. I mean, they got the edge of the circle. They have this, you know, ostensible high ground advantage for just a moment. They can really take their time with it, just be this intimidating presence from above, and have smartly, you know, bought enough time that it's going to be very hard to contest safely here for Magicians. But I think they're licking their chops a little bit at the idea of being able to grab a team and get some of the loot here.
Meanwhile, Kick on the doorstep of a trio. Take that Wraith portal back, needs the revive. Zone closing, not really giving Jakku much, I feel like, comfort here. He's pinned down that team of 3 he just poked at the base of their building. His teammate now up, of course. Kick back to all 3 alive and well. Next circle stays to the southeast side of this.
Oh yeah.
All the guys in Lava City feeling fine, but
yeah,
we've actually got Otter losing a player to the burn. Kana falling away with the Phoenix kit ready. He's lost another teammate, and so, oh, down he goes. Sweeney's able to clear them. That's Otter out of the first round.
Yes, that's out of the first round, and with the circle reinforcing the idea here in the bottom right. I mean, people were renting a spot. Now they can start to look to buy, maybe get a plot of land, set up shop, build a house, make it their home. Flavor of the month are actually rotating up and out and getting even more comfortable, and are going to be very happy. I mean, this is a place that they know the best.
Ooh, trying to work his way through the cliffs. As Jazz out. Underrated. Maybe even looking for a second squad wipe.
Yeah.
Right now they're a bit separated. Potential to recover the banner. They're going to keep up the pressure. K Sweeney looking for more. Let's see. He's 3 kills in, 600 damage to his name. Taking to the high ground, making the use of these Valkyrie rockets. Trying to put that space between him and his opponents, but now he's being engaged from behind, so his job gets all the more difficult. Still finds a little bit of refuge, sees an opponent on top of his teammate, and doesn't force him into the lava just yet, but the man's on the cusp of the burn.
Yeah, Sweeney, he's really just coming to the call of duty, understands the immediacy of the situation, made his presence known, but you can see why. He perches up here atop of this huge rock pillar and is able to fight. He's getting pressed from behind, and that's Hardeki to come in aggressively from behind and take him out of the round. He's got his shields up, but this is Gambit with an enormous kill, denying the save.
Big time. Hardeki so close to finding himself out of the equation, but with those shots coming through, he didn't actually get the heal off. Still gonna stay low, keep it crouched.
Yeah, there's 2 teams coming up behind Gambit, so they don't have that much time. But for the meantime, the circle hasn't closed fully.
Not entirely. It's going to be slow on the south side, so that gives a little bit more time to the players still inside of the dome.
This is, I feel like I wouldn't want to be Gambit here in this situation, you know, not without the knowledge that there are potentially 2 teams that could rotate directly into them. But they'll take refuge and might be able to avoid this, and in fact might set themselves up for a hot third party.
Orglis and Hungry. These guys having come all the way from the tree. Just sitting on the opposite side of launch site. They wait. They're fine. Not going to be pressured here. Not too much. Not too much going around them. So, you know, there's this duality of situations at the moment. Gambit feeling pressured from 3 directions. Meanwhile, other teams just keeping it cool. And Gambit, I mean, they've been in, I feel like, contact and a hot seat since the start of this at the sorting facility.
Oh, we've got a big rotation in from Alliance as a fight takes place.
Yeah, Alliance
forward here, getting scanned.
Oh, we got the caustic traps outside of the dome. We got the thermite on top of it. Soon that's going to fall in the cover. Oh, so temporary. All three players for New just trying to stick behind the rocks, trying to keep themselves good. Gambit very much under question. This doesn't seem like one of those fights Gambit are going to be able to get away from. We've seen them disengage and re-engage, and now they need to commit. Oh, we've got one player downed on each side, up close and personal. Crypto's gonna be taken out of this one. A 2v1 advantage over that last. Gonna go ahead and thirst, get those kills in, and can he manage? Hardeki back to his teammate's side with the revive. Now it's gonna fall onto Artico to just keep that pressure versus Denze. No revives offered over to their opponents in this moment.
Oh, they control the outside of the door as well. This is so beautiful, especially from Hardeki, that fast move to slide out and not just play around the truck, but instead commit fully. And that kind of confidence is, of course, what wins you games. Hardeki doing what he does.
Doing what he does. Locking it down. You know, Gambit, they established themselves inside of these tunnels early. They had poked out towards Dome. They had dived back in. And I would much rather be them. When you look at this circle, yeah, okay, it's on top of Lava City, but there's no way all those players survive. Orglis and Hungry trying to get Denze out of the game. Oh, he manages to fall back ever so slightly, but he's not alone back there. And down he goes.
Oof, that's a sad way to go out. It's very unfortunate, but odds were low at that point, especially with the amount of teams still alive in all threes. And Gambit has found a moment of respite. They can loot up. They've got a nice corner of the circle as well, and it's going to be a waiting game to see if they will actually end up getting flanked or not. I mean, it's still up in the air. They can hear the action just outside. And we can see Flavor of the Month have dropped out of Lava City a little bit, come up to the north, and have found a very good resting spot. It looks like they're going to be guaranteed, you know, one of these final circles here from their position. I think they're quite happy to be holding on, not having to waste any regen, and can bide their time as everybody else looks like they're about to fight it out.
Flavor of the Month still just sitting. Eventually they will be forced, Lava City being the next zone after this one. So as comfortable as they may be for the moment, this is temporary no matter what. But at least it's temporarily away from everything else. Scars, another team worth noting, of course, coming off of that hot win.
They've got some of that Gambit energy right now with, you know, getting flanked by 3 teams, but will they also survive?
They are in such a pressured spot.
My goodness.
They've got the cover, of course.
I mean, they could be a nightmare here, right? If they didn't exist, the rotation would be so much easier. But at this moment, they're really stopping a lot of people from making this progress into the inner circle like they'd like to. But we'll see if Scars hold their ground. RPR is a bit far out.
Hostile over there.
Australis, walls in abundance. That's basically just a numbers game, counting the amount of contact they can catch over towards Lava City. But Gambit still very much the ogres in this cave.
This is so smart. I mean, they've got their back against the ring. They've got an exit route. They've got 2 if Astralis leave this position. And they're not going to get fought from anyone else. They can try to posture up and scan from this position, but Gambit don't have an incentive to run them down in no rush.
I feel like if Gambit do come flying out from this cave, though, bit of an awkward spot from Astralis. Yeah, okay, they've got themselves tucked in. They've got themselves some rock cover as well if the walls begin to fall. But if you've got players on top of you, think back to the way Hardeki was just working it inside of the tunnels, playing close up on that car with his EVA 8. I feel like it's a matter of timing. If Gambit can get on top of Astralis before they have a chance to melt them from behind, then suddenly they're in this pressure cooker of a situation. And it doesn't make it any easier when you're getting this contact coming in from Lava City. Look how much of their attention is drawn to the opposite side when I feel like Gambit's really their biggest threat. And that scan from Gambit is just continuous information, letting them know that this threat's sitting here.
They're flying in. They've committed. They are in the center ring. Scars have made a final move and loosen up this defense of the outside circle. This has just made things a whole lot scarier for everybody else involved who are trying to find their final place in the round. Man, who would you not like to be in this position?
Kick, to be honest. Last team to the top north side of the circle. Everybody that was around them's kind of moved, but we get the double Valkyrie ult. Two teams trying to dive into the Lava City. They were using the cliffs as refuge for as long as they could. We've got some kills coming through. Alliance adding damage and frags to the scoreboard. But Astralis, they've gotten themselves out of that tough spot, so they dive away from the Gambit problem. Look to find a little bit of real estate. Of all the places for this first round to end, we're going to Lava City. The skyscrapers stacked high, floors upon floors. No joke. Alliance going to be throwing down the caustic traps, trying to secure the ground floor and lock down the elevator as well. I feel like Gambit just got a buff a bit when Astralis leave from that south side of the tunnels.
Yeah, they didn't have a really good option to come out and fight them. I think the Gambit knew they were in a power position there. And some final moves here as the circle fully closes up. Looks like there won't be a death outside the zone just yet.
Still 12 squads up. Kick dying to the ring. Didn't look like a comfortable position, and neither does this. Astralis just hiding in the narrowest of corners.
Yeah. This is like living outside of a car crash. You're just
hang on for dear life.
Flipped your SUV off the side of the road and decided to sleep in it.
Yeah, this is comfortable. I'm good. Now Gambit decide to finally come out from their tunnels. They push into the ground floor, remember, of Alliance's building. So we saw Alliance set up those caustic traps, and definitely well worth it. They just got the information that there is a team most certainly underneath them. Oh, now all of a sudden, Flavor of the Month, they're going to find the contact towards that far east side. That is versus Astralis, who are very much pinned into that cable car. We'll see if the kills come through before the circle forces one of them or both of them away. Oh, Flavor of the Month, sure enough, making the use of the grenades as the Arc Star down into the EVA 8. Gibby, the last guy up, trying to hide behind it, but oh, Flavor of the Month, they've lost. They tried to push into Astralis, and Sabron, with such little HP, no shields, gets that wipe away, keeps his team in the top 10.
Oh, nothing's got to feel worse than that. They were in such a comfortable position with such a good amount of real estate. Nobody taking a fight. They were in full pacifist mode, looking to bide their time. And then there come Astralis from the other side of the ring to ruin their day. But this is a big win for Astralis to be able to pull that out. They're going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, most certainly. Another skyward bound team. Just getting beamed out of the sky. That Scars falling downwards, just trying to dive inside of the buildings, get away from the players on top. And it looks good. Hardeki, he's gonna get a player off of Scars. So we've got the big hitters still very much in the game. Alliance to the top side, dropping the caustic ult, using the most of the utility, consistently trapping the top of this building, making it very uncomfortable for their opponents to try and get any feeling of safety. It is not there to be had. Zone closes out the skyscrapers. It's all being forced onto this more southward tower. Alliance still on the top side. Hacky's just trying to use that Valkyrie ability to get to the top. Gonna gun down Streamy. He's finished. Strokes out of the game. We've got Gambit adding kills to the leaderboard. Finally, this crunch begins to happen. And Gambit still with 3 players up. They're fine.
Man, they're just too hard to get rid of. I mean, these guys so confident with the way they move, and they are always taking a certain amount of information as well. They don't simply gamble and sit in a spot and wait and hope they get pushed. You know, Hardeki is willing to go out and get the full field of vision to guarantee that they're in a really strong spot, and they're always correct about it for that reason. So down to 4 squads. A lot of points have been dished out already. Of course, Flavor of the Month getting eliminated in top 11, I think. Only 1 point for them. And here's where kill points are a bonus, but that final placing could be worth a ton more.
Oh, hands down. Gambit, Alliance, Orglis, and Hungry. Matafe busts the shields on Hardeki, comes back at it. The Wraith Portal's gonna get him out of there. He finds a second player with his head turned. Matafe just committing to this gunfight, doing all the damage for his team, and he dives right back up to re-shield. Thinking about how much he took as opposed to how much he dealt, he just gave Gambit a tough hand to handle. And now they are stuck very much in a single cubby of this ground floor with the threat all around them. This could be the big commitment. Matafe just chipping away. Hardeki tries to find an exit out the back door, and sure enough, he seems fine to tango. Gibraltar to the left side of him.
Oh, we gotta keep an eye on
Orgulous
this.
and
They went
hungry.
through this full attack, yeah, but they came up, but they are always threatening this prong. They have the ability to drop down the elevator shaft as well, take the stairs. They got a crush on Gambit. Gambit don't like to be in a position like this, have often been the ones in the power position. So this is an opportunity for Orgulous. They just need to not be scared.
Here it is, the EVA commitment. This is the big one. Orgulous and Hungry, can they deal with Gambit? No siree. Broken shields on all three. Gambit looking to get hard partied, and sure enough, down they go in 4th position. Gambit out of the equation because Matafei was still upstairs. He was the one that initiated versus Gambit, and he's the one that managed to get away with his life. But Alliance see this as their chance, and they start pushing in. Matafei just looking to lock in that 2nd place if he can as the last man standing for Orgulous.
Oh, that's enormous. And a Gambit going out. We had 789 come through with the 3rd party. They're still up. It's already a big win for the wildcard teams here. And now the pressure's on as everything closes up.
Yeah, we've got Caustic Traps on the top side. Alliance still looking good. Hanging on with ease inside of the circle. IPN, he's got the safety of the 2nd floor. The zone is going to close, and there is no way that Alliance lose this.
The heal will come off. Oh no, the drop comes in.
Or 789. Ground floor combat actually pays off. To the top side, we had Matafei versus Alliance. Couple of players fighting on the roof, but it's the ground floor from 789. At 789, they're the team that came in and also dealt with Gambit next to Orgulous. So I would say 789 taking that last circle and definitely showing their impact both with kills and outliving the zone longer than anybody else.
I can't wait to find out how many kills they got with especially kills later on. But congratulations, one of the scary Kovac teams that have also come in as a wild card invite to now win the 1st round.
Damn, they do it. Gambit top 3, Alliance top 4. I mean, we had inversed. We had the expectations there, and the top dog's still in that top 5 spots. But 789 round win in round 1.
Oh, I keep falling down! Ah! I can't!
You're the enemy, dude.
Oh.
Don't pull me down, dude.
Oh. Oh. I kind of fell, I'm gonna lie.
Oh no, Shiv!
No, not like this.
Shiv.
No.
I'm far ahead of you right now, you know that, right?
Oh man. Yeah, I gotta make up a little bit here.
You see me?
Yeah, I gotta make up a little bit here.
Shiv, come on, don't be nervous.
No.
Oh no!
Oh no, here comes a climb! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, you put me down! Oh no! Oh no, I'm falling down!
Dude,
oh,
Shiv.
Oh!
I'm far ahead of you right now.
Oh, I keep falling down! Ah! I can't! Ah! I keep falling!
No shot, dude, come on.
Man, listen, okay, it was over from the beginning, you know, when the first fall, that one ended it for me, No! Oh, man. Alright, that's it, that's it, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I almost hit up, dude.
Oh my gosh. Bunker.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Oh, at 19 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god,
no.
Oh man, those absolutely are the best. So let's take a look. Gents, Gaskin, let's start with you here. We're looking at the final circle that showcased what 789 can do.
Yeah, and I thought that it was just going to be the Caustic Ultimate winning this for Alliance. IPM was there, he was waiting, he could see the ticks happening below him, but unfortunately, they weren't able to clutch it up, and it was because of the late res, it was because of the healing ability, and 789, they pulled it off, they did enough damage, and that's a real shame for Alliance. They probably thought they had it in the bag.
Yeah, I actually think our casters did as well. Everybody did, really. You know, you have that Caustic in the late game, and there's a reason. I mean, we look at those team comps. I'm looking at my list here, and 6 Caustics in this game, 10 Valks. This is definitely a late game, you know, choice for sure, and we saw that. However, Onset, I got to point out, 789 brought in the Loba. They were the one Loba in our group, I believe.
They did, and it's just what I always love about the EMEA region, right? From tournament to tournament, we never see consistency. We see little changes, little tests, little adaptations of compositions that really do change the way the game is played. I feel for Alliance, though, to be honest, because I think IPM was like 0.1 second away from getting that med kit off, which would have secured them the game. It didn't happen. 0.1 second, it might have well have been 3 minutes. It doesn't matter when it comes down to it, but I mean, Alliance had a great position for the majority of that game, but they were very unfortunate not to get that med kit off just a little bit earlier. But 789, what a return. You know, we've talked about these guys go all the way back to Poland. You remember LAN? Remember what that feels like? Well, they were the team that really popped off there, and it's good to see them back. It's good to see them competing, and good to see them winning games.
Absolutely, and Esdes too. It's my girl. I love her. She's great. So let's talk a little bit about some of the other teams here in our lobby, because Gaskin, let's start with you. Which team broke your heart, and which team just made your day here, starting us off in game number 1?
Scars broke my heart a little bit when they decided they were going to try and Valk ult into the air. They didn't really have positioning. They tried to go for some late game positioning, and they got absolutely belted out of the sky by the entire lobby. That is always the risk you run when you are running a Valkyrie and you try and go for that late game repositioning. Because there's so many talented individuals, they have the aim to take you out of the sky, and unfortunately, it just doesn't work out for you. And as soon as one goes down, the rest just get peppered. You might see one player survive, but unfortunately for Scars, it was not meant to be. They got absolutely beamed out of the sky like clay pigeons.
Like clay pigeons. Onset, question for you. We didn't see any big contests off the drop. Surprising? Not surprising? It's World's Edge after all, so I guess that's something.
It's true. I mean, a lot of these conversations will happen in the pre-game lobby as well. Like, people will say where they want to drop, and it's in no one's interest to hot drop with someone, to contest, because you come out, potentially, one of the 2 teams will come out with 0 points, and that's a game gone. We've only got 6 games to play, and, you know, if you want to put 10 points on the board per game, which usually puts you in a pretty good position to win groups, then having a 0-point game is just, it's not worth it. You'd rather give up a drop spot than, you know, contest and not have things go your way. But one team them in an early game fight where they took out New Esports, who were one of the teams who have been one of the most slay heavy teams, and it was a really good example here of how to play cover by multiple players on Gambit. But you see, they get the initial damage, they get the initial knock, and then Hardeki uses knockdown shields so well as, you know, the terrain around it. This is an enemy that is ducking behind right now, you know. He's using an enemy's knockdown shield to give him that temporary cover, to then get the shield swap, to then re-engage. All these tiny little pieces of in-game fighting that make him such a strong player and make Gambit such a strong unit as well. And we always harp on about how good Hardeki is, right? But Leogri and Artico allow him to be Hardeki. They are such a solid foundation for them. And they also managed to team fight and win this fight as well. Unfortunately, there was a third party around the corner, which was 789 to come in and clean them up. But they just seem like one of the most difficult teams to fight in team fights. They always have each other's back. The baiting and switching is impeccable from them. And they just find cheeky little angles to get that extra little shot and the extra little bit of damage that usually sees them through.
Absolutely. Well, we've talked about teams, of course, these different players, but let's talk about our MVP of the match presented by Razer. Let's see who it is that we have gotten on our realm here. And that is the business. Gents, Gas, gonna start with you. Thoughts on this? That is a nice amount of damage, I'll tell you what.
I mean, 8 kills, you will take that every day of the week, and yeah, a considerable amount of damage, as well as that first place. I mean, if that's just one player with 8 kills, think about the amount of points that 789 have just achieved by winning this lobby. Gibraltar, of course, a popular pick. We've seen it throughout the past tournaments. He has been the most picked legend in the game, but it has gone down a little bit, down to 16. I think we had 19 Gibbies when ALGS was around. A few people experimenting with a few other legends, but Believer, I mean, I'm a big believer of Gibby players, those who are able to play those bubbles, utilize the shotguns, get in the face of their oppositions, because Gibby has a big hitbox. It's not easy to win those engagements. Yes, he has a shield, but you certainly are a target when you're on the map.
You are indeed, for sure. Well, next up, we are going to our, looks like we've got a nice little piece of content to take a look at here. Let's take a look at these results, in fact, and boys, that is a nice, healthy double digit. I am so excited that 789, I think, there's only one thing to say. They came out swinging. They came out swinging Poland style, I'll tell you what.
They really did. They really did. 25 points is an unbelievable amount of points to put on the board in your first game. You know, if you take that back to, if you put that in a match point format, for example, you're almost halfway there. You know what I mean? Well, you are halfway there. That's how impressive that is. August and Hungary as well. Matafe, wonderful to see him back competing as well. We've missed you, and it's great to see you put in a good performance as well on August and Hungary coming in just behind them. But you look at the top teams, you've got Alliance in there, you got Gambit, solid games from them. The only disappointments, really, I think, you look at Aqualix, you look at Flavor of the Month, not game number 1 they would have had, especially Flavor of the Month with the way the end circle was at Lava City. That's where they dropped. They were contested, though, on their drop, which might have changed things up a little bit for them. But Flavor of the Month will bounce back. It's actually kind of not too surprising. Sometimes they don't play at their best when they don't have a long way to go to zone. It's more when they have to make these crazy rotations that Flavor of the Month just kind of wipe through the lobby. They kind of batter down everyone in their way to zone. So Flavor of the Month will bounce back. They'll be fine. Scars Europe, not the best of games, but we did just see them get obliterated out of that Skyward dive. So it happens.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. I feel like Scars, Flavor of the Month, Aqualix, all of these are luring our entire lobby into a false sense of security, and they will strike at some point. We'll see what happens when they do. Any predictions coming up here going into our next game?
I'll let you go
Onset,
first.
start with you.
I'm going to let Dan go first. I'm going to let Dan go first. To give me something that's going to happen, and if it does, then I will give you this screwdriver, which is on my desk for no reason. Okay, here we go. That's the
screwdriver
prize.
as well. I've been eyeing it up for years.
Yeah.
But I think that we're going to see Flavor of the Month and Morningstars probably drop in Lava City again. They didn't really finish the fight. They both kind of stayed away from one another. It meant they didn't get a complete loot set. It meant that they both placed relatively badly. Morningstars came better off than Flavor of the Month, but that's because Flavor of the Month got a little bit aggressive. They wanted to push. They wanted to win an engagement so they could get some armor, get some loot. It didn't work out for them, and that'll be a lesson for them for sure. This was their engagement. They said, look, we have to do something. We're on whites, we're on blues, and look how close they came. Noth, if he had hit one more shot with that Eva rate, Sabram would have gone down. They would have taken down Astralis, and they maybe could have actually got that loot that they so desperately needed and could have pushed on to a top 10 placement. Alas, it wasn't meant to be. Maybe they'll be a little bit more aggressive on Morningstars here in game number 2.
100%.
I'm now going to... Can I do my
I was going to say, sorry, go for it.
I want to see Alliance win the next game. I think they will. I love their composition, and this is something that I've looked at as a composition for a while that I haven't seen in competitive Apex. We've always seen that, so I can call it slot 1 of 3, right? Is usually a Wraith or an Octane. It's a rotation-based character, get in and out. They've done away with that. They are playing Valkyrie, which is now their rotation-based character. They're playing Caustic, and they're playing Gibraltar. Normally we see one of the two being played, right? But having both of them, if you can get to endgame, you are in a great position. And with Valkyrie being able to, fly you across the map with the Skyward dive, you can get to zone a lot quicker. So for them, I think this is a really strong comp and something that I would like to see moving forward in comp as well. I think it's something that's going to bring teams a lot of success.
Well, and I love that. That was exactly the question I was going for with this team composition coming into, because of course we had this first round, this first match. You dust off everything, you get yourself ready and warm and ready to go. Do you anticipate seeing any changes in these team comps going into a game number 2? I know that sounds a little early. That's what I'm thinking. Onset, what do you think?
usually around game 3 and 4, I would say we might see some adjustments. We might see a little bit of change coming in, but then we move over to Olympus. So it's just like maybe they're going to have a different comp for Olympus. But game 2, I don't think we'll see too much of a change. I think people are going to be wanting to be comfortable, wanting to find their groove a little bit. Sometimes game 1 doesn't go your way. You know, it happens in Apex Legends. It's Battle Royale. But I think we're going to see composition changes here on Olympus. And I think Valkyrie is going to be massive for teams to be able to rotate across the map, across those open fields without taking too much damage. So I think Valkyrie's really going to be strong. I know it's a strong pick. I didn't see the exact numbers. I think Dan totted them up, but it was one of the highest pick rates that we've seen. And when you see a new legend come into the meta like we did back in LGS Championships and have such an impact, and I think it's only going to have more of an impact as we move through.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, Valkyrie has got to be a headline, certainly, for this tournament. Well, guess what? We are going into a game number 2 with Launders and Scrawny. In order to do that, we're going to have to throw it back to them right now. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Co. Thank you, crew. We are back with map number 2, and it's still going to be World's Edge. Not expecting any changes. I'm down for that. I want to see more of what we just had, Launders. A crazy end circle. And I wasn't entirely certain, but I was like, yeah, Caustic on the second floor. Felt like that med kit 1 second away. We see
he was close. It was so close.
But 7-8-9 with a big victory, dude. 25 points out the gate, solidifying themselves at what feels like the top of the group. Only one game in.
You can do so much as a team who wins. Yeah.
What a sigh of relief they must have had in that moment.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see, and again, because of Wildcard storyline and everything like that. And then we haven't even got to Olympus yet, and there's already kind of an upset, I guess you could call it, inside of a win here, which is really cool to watch. That desk was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Onset and Dan, for some of those points that you brought up, talking about the idea behind Morningstar and Flavor of the Month dropping in the same area, but maybe having agreed to do it or not. We're not sure if they have before the game started, but now we get to see the development of this arc. You know, are they going to drop in Lava City again together? Are they going to shake hands, or are they going to finish the duel there and then? And what will happen now that they're dropping into the map one more time? That's the biggest question for me. But also, as Dan brought up about the rotation from Scars and using Valkyrie without like a safe place to take off from, and then getting blasted away. Was that the best idea?
No safe place to take off from, no safe place to land. Scars absolutely shredded. And I do like this idea of, like, you know, Flavor of the Month going for that earlier fight. I wonder to myself, like, you know, Astralis weren't there to take down at the start of the game, but they would have been so much better off if they've landed that last Eva shot, gotten the kill, grabbed the loot they so desperately still needed. I do feel like they were maybe kind of forced in their decision making because of that slower start. But we've got our beginning yet again. Round 2, day 1. And Flavor of the Month now uncontested over towards Lava City.
Yes, they do not have any opponents. And it looks like where are we seeing that Morning Stars have got off to? I didn't even notice. Wherever they are in a safe position. I think they're contesting. Oh, it looks like, no, in fact, they've actually dropped directly on top of Tyler and Co. I think there's going to be a duel taking place early on here. P2020s all around.
Succubus?
Oh my gosh, what a way to go out.
Oh no. Down goes Maz.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you want a place you can call home, but in this lobby, you've got to earn it.
Right? And even more so once we get to Olympus.
Yes, yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. We had that handshake agreement in the last drop with the Lava City, and they split the difference on the loot. But it looks like Flavor of the Month had the confidence advantage versus them, as they're trying something new this time. They didn't get away with their strategy the first time, and it's probably unlikely they're prepared to change it up. You know, they probably had in their minds they were going to establish this was an area they felt confident taking, but since they couldn't do that, going for an emergency drop in another place and not being totally prepared means that they were really, rolling the dice, and unfortunately they came up snake eyes this time.
A couple of duds. Not a squad wipe, but going to be a difficult game for Morning Stars now moving forward.
Oh, is it just Nitsa alive? Sorry, excuse me. I thought it was a total wipe by them. Okay.
One
so
man
still,
wonders.
Yeah, still some hope. There's always a little hope.
Flavor of the Month must be so much better off this time around.
Yeah, and also another great point that was brought up by Onset, that Flavor of the Month, maybe at their living their best life when they have to make a giant emergency rotate. And here's a position where we've got a northwestern zone, just kind of center north, I guess, and leaning up to the northwest, where Flavor of the Month will have to make a long rotation. And because they're always dropping in the bottom right corner of the map, they have to oftentimes make a big rotation. So this might be their forte, and it will allow them to potentially take fights, third party, collect loot along the way, maybe give them a better chance. And maybe it was the patience that killed them.
Right?
In that last drop.
This one being, maybe let's say,
I'd be the
closer
same way,
to their formula. Would you?
When I'm dropping with you, I'm always looking for the busiest buildings.
I like a business.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's a hard concentration in the northwest.
Yeah.
But everybody's still cutting out a piece of Skyhook as they can.
That is orange juice with the pulp.
Extra pulp.
Extra pulp. Do you like the pulp?
I do.
But
you know what's better than orange juice? It's grapefruit
Apple juice. Oh,
No.
grapefruit juice. Yeah. No, you're right. No, you're right. But grapefruit juice is actually second to cranberry juice. Oh, okay. Well, I really like cranberry juice.
Good for the system. Like a nice end zone in Skyhook. Yet again, just like last round, multiple floors, multiple buildings, multiple spots to hide, and really force it down to that final zone. So these guys should be getting comfortable. They've got their time to. I'm curious if any of these guys are going to go for, if they feel like they'll get in enough damage to commit to a fight. Got to keep our eyes open for that. But big enough town for everybody.
Yeah, and it's rare that that is the case. So this is quite nice, I think, for the whole squad. And now we've got Flavor of the Month, kind of actually just trying to jot by New Esports and might find a crack in the path to get through. And I'm not sure how much information is traded hands.
Yo, Aqualix is alone.
Teams.
Dell was alone in this building for a moment. His teammates are just next to him. But Orglis and Hungry just rushed this building like it was nobody's business. I thought maybe they'd catch that one player on his lonesome, but he does get away. Still, heart-pounding moment there for Dell as he had to escape.
Very comfortable spot here once again for Alliance, who Dan thought that they, or I think Onset believed that they would pick up a win this time around after coming in second, after coming so close to even winning the first game with their new comp that takes out their kind of entry info gatherer, very heavy focus on for getting the kills. We've got a position where we've got kind of a strong team fight comp that can work together on all three fronts.
Ooh. USG down. We've got kills early. First squad taken out. I say early. Just mean before this zone completely closes. Check out Alliance, very much working on the fringe, the most Western team of all. Oh, and working that knockdown shield so well. Jules is in the worst of spots, painted into the corner with damage in abundance, but look at the HP. I was gonna say 789, maybe getting away with that, but the Valkyrie falls, and that is our round one winners, taken out in 19th place.
Yes, outside the money too.
Oh, good thing they got so many points last round.
Yes. And hey, I mean, a win with that many kills and everything, I mean, that can make up for the fact that they're out, but it's not going to make it feel any better, I don't think, in the grand scheme. They've got a lot of work ahead of them.
Hold on.
Even just lasting to get the free points from a higher placing, obviously would have been nice for them. So they put a lot of legwork into getting into pole position. And I really like Alliance's position in this spot. They're going to run through a couple of extra buildings here through the back of the circle. And I feel like they're not going to have any enemies to try to stop them. I think they're going to carefully approach the area, be meticulous and make sure there's not any tricks. But I think they've made a very smart move here that's going to buy them a lot of time moving into the future of this round.
feel like Alliance and Gambit can kind of be compared and contrasted at the moment. Exactly what Alliance is doing on the west side, Gambit on the east, next to the epicenter. But Gambit, of course, going to be having more contact with Flavor of the Month just a little bit to their north.
Yeah.
Alliance will be entering Skyhook with safety, trying to join up with the collection of teams we've already got locking down their buildings. Gambit with a little bit of high ground here on the side of the mountain, though. This is going to be useful for them. Just make sure you keep an eye on that close contact. Make sure you don't get snuck up on. Make sure you keep that safety net between you and all the threats.
Gambit looking to be very active, and Flavor of the Month, Nomadic as well.
Oh, right ahead of them.
To the northern corner.
Yeah.
About to be interrupted by Scars. There's a high concentration of talent at this point of the circle, Connor.
Oh, man. I would not want to be entering Skyhook from the north
my
way.
God.
Not with Flavor of the Month already locked in. There's still that little bit of distance between them and Gambit.
Here's the duel coming down.
They're thinking to themselves, like, can they push through this? Kick.
Yeah.
Keeping eyes on it.
This is their entrance point. I mean, they're not looking for another way in. And they are about to get flanked here by Gambit. I'm not sure if they're fully aware of it. Actually, Gambit opting to go the other way around, yes.
Oh,
might free things up for them and enable a third party for Flavor of the Month if they time it well.
Bogey spotted.
Scars trying to keep their head on a swivel. They've got Flavor of the Month to the left. They've got Gambit down to the south.
Yeah.
Tough spot for Scars. We said last round how they weren't able to find themselves a safe place to take off or land. Just discomfort kind of being the flavor for Scars. But Taishin trying to just keep eyes open, trying to keep info updated. And they always do have an exit route, but I would say similarly to the last round when they took off with the Valk ult, they're going to have to make a ditch for Skyhook at some point, and that open ground could be the end of them. We have Emerly using their Valkyrie reposition onto the cable ropes, going to take to the tower in the middle of the open point, and that open ground could be the end of them. We have Emerly using their Valkyrie reposition onto the cable ropes, going to take to the tower in the middle of the open. Good way to keep your head down and your eyes up.
Yes, and then they'll take off by foot, it looks like. They found a safe way to use the Valkyrie without any opportunity to get shot out of the sky. They've actually opened up this rotation around the west side of the circle. If they recognize the opportunity, though they might be worried about someone lingering in Countdown potentially. But if they knew what we knew, they might be getting off in that direction. But it looks like they've caught the attention of a couple of other teams down here in the southeast.
Want to keep your guys' eye. Look at that Valk HP. Zanya, the definition of one shot.
That's the wipe.
789 out of it. Throwback to our current situation. Scars working a bit more south away from the tunnels. We've got Succubus trying to reposition inside of Skyhook. They do dive into the building. The question on their minds is it clear? Is this ours for the taking? And so far, they're good.
We want to relive that moment again?
We decided not to.
Okay. A heartbreaker.
Let them rest in peace.
This is kind of interesting. It feels like there are some scouting opportunities here for Scars as they're trying to survey their options, but right now they're poking at the bear. Flavor of the Month are the pain point for them to rotate in through the north, and RPR is here checking out to see if there's a way to just go directly into the circle. But I think establishing control in these areas, I mean, that's kind of what they're good at. Staying out in the open a little bit as long as they need to, put some pressure on their opponents, leave something open for their rotation inward. But at this point, it doesn't feel like they're that much in the power position. In fact, I'd probably rather be Flavor of the Month right now, though they do have some competition all around them. They don't have to move for the time being. See, that circle is now starting to tighten up fully.
Yeah, that's going to cut off the contact point between Flavor of the Month and Scars. Both teams were just kind of posturing on each other. I'm curious to see if they decide to just split the difference and go their separate ways. It seems like so. Scars disengaging from the tunnels, trying to close that distance closer towards Skyhook as Gambit continue to fight ever so slightly. They've got a couple of minutes still before the next zone pushes them into a decision.
Scars have made their move.
And there it is. Big play onto the top of Hardeki. He's swapping out
trying to finish off this Revenant ult. They're looking to get the better of him. Hardeki in a very difficult position. Players all around. He survives the Revenant ult.
No way.
He survives. We've got Flavor of the Month losing a player. Streamy getting Taylor. Underrated, disengaged. Letting Hardeki be.
Man, he was
Question
so
in my
tricky with
mind,
his
you know,
movement.
would that have been the same play if they get the down on Hardeki, or do you hard commit? You know, hard committing versus Gambit must be such a daunting decision.
Few teams still far back out here, but I think honestly some people may be pretending to fight. Who knows if they want to end their game in this position. And Gambit with the high ground are happy to take some pop shots. They are dealing out a ton of damage for free. Not any of their shields have been cracked in this position, and they can just have kind of free reign from range and capitalize on the fact that people are going to be trying to rotate out, and this is costing them a ton of resources at the very least.
It's delaying their entrance into the next zone, but they have nobody to their north. Gambit did a very good job just now of like flushing the pressure that was south of them, creating, I think, a nice safety net as they now look to work upwards, but that still leaves Flavor of the Month in the better position, maybe in a spot that Gambit wanted. Flavor of the Month decide to give that up, move closer to Skyhook, try to get their own hooks into a later zone. Gambit gonna take that place within the rocks, following in the footsteps of Flavor of the Month.
It's a Flavor of the Month sandwich right here, okay, and I think they're the salami. This is not going to be very comfortable for them with Gambit hot on their heels. Another position where they're not in the zone, and they don't have necessarily the best position to try to rotate from. Gambit are actually a little bit freed up to be able to poke in a couple of different spots, and Flavor of the Month have to hope that it's not going to be theirs.
Gambit, little northwards rotate. Hardeki doubling back to his teammate. This is underrated, under pressure, but all three players get their heels off. Oh my god, nowhere is safe. If you've gotten to a point where your position is hiding behind 3 shipping containers, you are not safe.
You're waiting for
and
the
they
next
know
drop,
it.
Yeah. Oof.
Gambit finds Sanctuary here behind the boulders. They see their rotate working more north. The question is the open gap going to cost them?
Man, the whole east side of the circle is just so fortified here by opponents. I mean, Flavor of the Month or Gambit, how do they find their way in? Aqualix here on the top side. Everybody's got a house. They've just basically been very comfortable. And Kick, they have just been winning the lottery. They haven't moved since the beginning of the game at the north end of the circle. They've literally probably got the least footsteps of anybody on the map at the moment, and are probably counting their blessings right now.
Scars looking to start chipping away. Every single building occupied towards this east side of the next circle. Few teams left with little real estate. Alliance actually one of them. They're towards the northwest zone, just keeping themselves on the perimeter as they have all of this second match. Gambit have found their entrance, but it's an entrance to the compound, not to the building itself. Aqualix taking the territory above them. Flavor of the Month in the secondary building, but with Flavor of the Month coming outside to fight, Gambit, they could catch them in the open. Aqualix could also take to a higher level and try to pound down into Flavor of the Month, or excuse me, Orgless and Hungry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, things are starting to get very, very scary here. Gambit have now started to press up around the outside of the top end of the circles. And we can see that might be the best way to get in, but they are still riding this wall and figuring out when their point of attack should take place as they get a barrage of missiles coming their way. It is a scary position, but not just for them. Because one of these teams know they're about to get pushed by one of the scariest teams on the map.
Yeah, they've got to make that ultimate decision, that moment to vault, climb over the wall, lower the bridge, and rush. And I don't think Aqualix are going to take too much of a risk and try to third-party that one. If they can get inside, if they can clean it up quickly. Flavor of the Month actually losing a player as they tried to take that main real estate.
Hardeki still just surviving outside of the walls. Again, this zone, because it's closing so slowly, because this north end of the circle is that reluctant, they really bought their own time for fights to go down elsewhere, and it's inside of the rope drop that we find Hardeki peacekeepering his way to a kill. Leogri also getting a down there. 16 teams left as Gambit find their opening. Matafe, he's lost his teammate, but he's still in the fight, and he's gonna peek over the top of it. Gotta be cautious. That Peacekeeper will take your limbs off. Ooh, and the jump shot from Hardeki, not giving Matafe the space to heal.
Yeah, I think this was kind of a rematch almost from this position where these two were really thorns in each other's sides in the last map, but...
Too funny. Gambit, they take the building away from Orglis.
Yeah.
Matafe and Co. immediately jump outside of the wall. They've just swapped spots. Gambit's commitment well-timed. Now they use their eyes to deny this close. Kick in a desperate situation. Scars, ground floor, a little bit of contact. Gibby's shield getting in the way of things. A disengagement to keep the shields up. Close out of the game.
Yeah, Taishin with that final blow. Now they'll be able to loot up. They've got a decent position here, but yeah, there's so much action going on. It's not going to end inside of the dome. They've got inside of Skyhook. They've got to make their way out eventually, but you know, you kind of don't want to be the first team or the last team out potentially, right? You don't want to give up a good spot, but the issue is this final zone is going to be quite brutal for the amount of teams left over.
Got Aqualix on top of the building and the building next door. Playing the top of their towers as Gambit lock into the middle of it.
And Kick finally have to move. Will it be a situation like with Flavor of the Month where they got a free pass to the end zone but then weren't ready for that first fight? Are they feeling a little bit under-warmed up? One of them ends up getting dropped and potentially could get knocked out. They've got Cyback and Jakku out. Orglis have been putting in work, and it looks like they'll be able to survive a little bit longer, though player from Succubus ends up getting taken down. That's Crypt.
Succubus still inside of this fight. It's giving up the main building. Trying to fight your way inwards, mirroring one another, taking the rope. Oh, Tyler gonna dodge, but he dives right into another team. A full 3-stack on the mid floor, and still he's able to add a little bit to this. Herald trying to lock it down, but there they go. Oh my god, the kill feed's so full. It all comes down to this like penultimate building at the moment. The building that Gambit were able to secure away from Orglis. They took it by force. And they've got threats all around them. Would you want to push a building that has Aqualix on top of it and Gambit inside? Absolutely not.
But do you want to stand out in the rain with no umbrella? You know, this is the scary decision that they have to make, and this is where you see the more confident teams make that decision at the exact right time. And you've got to make your own path at the same time, and we'll see if they do decide to open the door, if they want to stay here and wait to see what the circle will do for them, or if the fight takes place while they're outside. It's unclear how many people are confident in knowing exactly where they are right now.
Yep.
See what goes down, but this apartment is busy.
Jazaz going for the climb. Underrated, trying to make the move.
Yeah, they've got
Gambit out.
Push, and they push them out, and they're just going balls to the wall to get this kill, and they're feeling comfortable to do so. The thermite grenade ends up pushing them out of their bubble. Very uncomfortable position.
Gambit done.
Oh, they've been wiped as well.
Yes, sir. At the baseline, that mid floor, they had no other exit. They had to leave. Aqualix able to maximize the rooftops as long as they can. Hanging on, hanging on. Scars, I think, a somewhat decent position, but here's the Octane jump pad. A quick move from Underrated trying to get to the opposite side. They look to make the most of it, and it ends up costing them. We've got Underrated just relying on Jazaz now. He's out of this, and Scars continuing to add points to the tally. Scars looking to use the knockdown shields. What is this? On top of one another. Aqualix now, they've got this open ground. They're dropping their caustic tanks, and as these players close in on them, they are looking to take match 2 with ease. the rooftops above Gambit turned into the second round win.
A perfect final engagement there, not letting their opponents loot up or be able to chill, rotate into the zone, just coming in exactly as they come out, one at a time, in a position where they actually all needed to fight at once. That was a perfect amount of pressure from one of the more aggressive teams in the lobby of Aqualix. Congratulations. And I have no idea how much work Aqualix did leading up to that final team wipe. So we'll see how many kills they got, if they caught up to 7, 8, 9. But that was a hell of a competitive game. And there were some real Hail Marys coming into those last few circles. But my goodness, was it really exciting.
I feel like, you know, at the end, Aqualix, they didn't pull the trigger versus Gambit, but they're definitely one of the reasons that they died. Holding that top of the building, not allowing for Gambit to go up, but rather down and out and around the building, where they got into that giant mashup of teams. Tough one for Gambit there, but Aqualix just calculated and easy. You know, once the Octane jump pad commits to that fight to the other side of the zone, they knew everybody was in this concentrated corner. I think they played that third party perfectly, and we'll see what our analysts think about it in just a moment.
Well, that is our game number 2 in the books. Onset, let's talk about this real quick. This is the final circle here that Aqualix showcased us their talent.
Yeah, I mean, classic Apex Legends coming in from Aqualix. We know they love to rotate early. They love to get God spot, and that's what won them that game. They were in that building, or on top of that building, for pretty much the majority of the game. They had great vision on things with the crypto pick as well, with Nasky running that, so they would have been able to see where every single team was positioned around them, but it was all about positioning for them. They were the team that managed to take the roof last. They had the high ground, and when you have that zone in Skyhook, which finishes in that pit, if you can be on that high ground last and everyone else has to funnel down beneath you, they're doing all the damage. All you have to do is move in late exactly like they did throughout a couple of barrels just to give themselves a little bit of distance and a little bit of a smelly gas to play in themselves to make sure they didn't get pushed. But it was a simple finish for them, but all about positioning, all about God spot, and a great example of it from Aqualix.
For sure. Now, Gaskin, one of the teams we were definitely following through the entire match has got to be Gambit, and one play in particular had Hardeki, had us going, how did he just do that? Can you talk me through a little bit of Hardeki's gameplay and really how it is that Gambit, perhaps with this positioning with Aqualix, did not find themselves as a winner chicken dinner here?
I mean, if I could replicate what Hardeki does in-game, then I probably wouldn't be here. I'd probably be playing instead. But the fact he was able to hold off an entire team Revenant pushing him is something that just demonstrates why he is such an important part of this team. When you see a Revenant team just hovering towards you, flying through the air, you have one of two decisions. You either have to back up and just retreat, or you have to face. He decided, you know what, I'm going to face an entire team. He gets some shots with his teammates to take the first, gets the second and thinks, all right, maybe I'm good. Goes for the shield, gets pushed by a third, and still sends the third player back with help from his teammate. And then we also saw him getting an entry frag here as well. Without Hardeki, this Gambit team would struggle, but at the same time, they're so important, his two teammates, because the three, they're just such a core now. They live and breathe one another. They know how they're going to work. They know who's going to be where, and the support that they provide to one another as well is second to none.
For sure, and I will say that little switcheroo they had from the positioning side with Orglis and Hungary was such an important one. Certainly could have helped them out as well. Let's talk a little team comps here, because you can't not mention it. Onset, you did earlier. Can you tell me anybody? I don't think we had any changes. I can't confirm that, though. Did you see anything outside of the Revenant that really impacted gameplay to this level?
I mean, it's interesting we talk about Revenant, right? Because we just saw what Hardeki and Gambit managed to do to hold off the original push that came in from Underrated. However, it was Underrated who had the last laugh, because they were the team who pushed in. They used the totem. They wiped Gambit. They kind of ruined their game, to be honest with you. They had to take that fight, Underrated here, just to be able to get into this building. But Revenant is so difficult to deal with, especially in endgame, because you know that you're going to... One team is going to be taken down at the hands of a Revenant team just because they basically have to fight a team twice. And there's other teams in the vicinity who are going to come in third party, and even though Underrated managed to get the wipe, they're forcing things. You know, they have to force things with the Revenant, and it just kind of ruined Gambit's game, who were the unfortunate recipients of it. But it shows kind of the highs and lows of Revenant. Revenant can be brilliant for being an instigator in a team fight and giving you the advantage, but at the same time, you kind of don't have some of the abilities that the other legends do have towards the end game, which can be more useful in my opinion. So Underrated kind of, you know, they might have lost the original battle, but they certainly won the war versus Gambit.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did indeed. And of course, we've got a number of teams fielding here. Is there any team that you're looking at and going, you know, we've been focused on Gambit, we've been focused on Underrated, Orglis and Hungary had a moment. Anybody else you want to mention before we head into our next matches here?
There were several teams that really showed up and some individual demonstration as well. There was a point where Tyler went absolutely nuts. I heard Launders just going off as well when it happened. And the fact that you can have these individuals just popping off at the right time, and it was Tyler for Succubus, it's very important. You need to have someone who can do this kind of damage, that can be able to kind of win these clutch situations, because without that, you are going to struggle. And just look at the sheer amount of damage he does. Either it gets whipped out, he's got 2 or 3, and New Esports get absolutely decimated.
It's a tough one to watch that, isn't it, if you're new esports, because you're kind of chilling, you're looking over the balcony, you're surveying all the areas, you're looking out onto the horizon, you're thinking everything's looking good, and then you have a player just flying at you and just absolutely beaming you. And I think Tyler's one of those stars we started to talk about a lot more over recent weeks and recent months that is going to be a standout player moving forward in the Apex Legends competitive scene. So keep your eyes on him. He's an amazing player, and that's just an example of some of the stuff he can do.
For sure. Well, we got another standout that we want to showcase here with our MVP of the match presented by Razor. And it's from a team you might have heard of. It's Magicians. That is exactly the person we're looking at here. Gaskin, thoughts on, I mean, listen, 6 kills is nothing to shake a stick at. Obviously, that damage is pretty good too. You know, showcasing what Valk can do here in this late game.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise really that we had a Valkyrie team just being able to get to this kind of position where they got into second place, and of course they only lost out to Aqualix in the end because Aqualix had that god spot, but Magicians will be more than happy with that. They got plenty of points and it's the kills they were able to rack up at the same time. Maliwan is one of those players that if you put him on any legend, he's going to be successful, but he seems to have found a nice home here on Valkyrie, can call the rotations and whatnot. They were able to get into these late game scenarios, and then the damage he outputs is just everything you need to round out a top player.
100%. Well, you know, at this point, let's see, I was going to transition over into our next map here, but because I know that's such a big story. I'm sorry, I'm chomping at the bit to talk Olympus. Like, let's just be clear.
I can tell. You're excited, Kate. I get it. I'm nervous. I've got trepidation in my veins as well. I don't know what's going on right now, but it's going to be a lot of fun now, Olympus. I think a lot of players are going to be sat in this lobby and taking a very deep breath, thinking, okay, we've just played a couple of games that made us feel comfortable. Now we've got to move on to Olympus.
Yes, we are. But first, let's take a look at these results, of course. Listen, double-digit kills is nothing to be worried about. I will say we've got Magicians at number 1. Is that possible? Is that something?
Sure. Yeah, point.
Did that? Sure. Placement points.
Yeah, they came in second place with placement points, but obviously racking up a lot of kills is going to be huge for them. Aqualix took home first place, but the points alongside them obviously didn't hurt. And Scars was a really good performance as well. We saw them at the end manage to almost hold off the push from Magicians, which would have been crazy. But I think the standout for me in this one is 789, the highs and the lows of Battle Royales, right? Game 1, huge amount of points, 25 I think it was in total. Game 2, forget about that one. Move on to Olympus.
Wow, yeah, Gaskin, that is, I mean, to be honest with you, that is really impressive. Well, let's take a look at the leaderboards here. 789, though, that first game, so pivotal, Gaskin, absolutely pivotal. They are still number 1.
Yeah, and as a reminder, it's about just getting through this group. It's finishing in the top 10 after 6 matches, so the fact they were able to accumulate 25 points in match number 1 is going to be massive, just to kind of put them on a pedestal above everyone else for quite a considerable amount of time. They could have 2 or 3 bad games, and they'd probably still be within that top 10 after such a mammoth game 1. So they'll be all right, but 789 might be a little bit concerned after being wiped so quickly in game number 2, but Magician's doing very well to catch them up. We need to start be thinking about now the teams who haven't been able to achieve points, those at the bottom who have only got a few points. We turn to Olympus for them to get a little bit more aggressive now and try and third party a bit more and find some more kills, try to find some more points.
Absolutely, and that is a great transition, I believe, into what I've been very excited about for certain. And certainly those who are watching, I'm sure, are excited as well. Olympus being a completely different way of really taking care of business, if you will. This is the, I love these map flyovers. They're so pretty, and yet this map can be so brutal on set. And you've mentioned it before, but let's talk about it again. And really what you're expecting here in terms of this aggressive play, what you're expecting from the first drop, like just tease us a little.
I will tease you quite happily, everyone at home. It's going to be interesting to watch. I think the fact that Valkyrie has been added into the legend pool will actually change how Olympus plays a little bit in competitive, because previously you had a lot of rotations that had to be made using the Trident, which would leave you vulnerable to shots being fired and, you know, dropping shields. And you have to move across quite a lot of open space a lot of times with your rotations on Olympus. There's not as many crazy changes in elevations. There's not as many built-up buildings as you see with the likes of Skyhook and Lava City, like we've seen in our first 2 circles today. So Valkyrie's going to change that, because you eliminate some of those fear factors, right? Those danger areas by using her Skyward Dive to traverse a lot of the map. So I'm actually interested to see how these next couple of games do play. I think Valkyrie teams are going to have a lot of success, and I wonder if it's going to go from what we've previously seen when we've seen some kind of teasers where we've had mix-up of pro players playing with each other on this map, where you get to an end zone and it's not 17, 18 teams, it's more like 14, 13 teams, because we've had so many early battles. With Valkyrie, you have the ability to avoid that. So I'm interested to see if there's going to be more teams actually playing Valk, and we're going to have more teams stacked up in our endgame.
Well, you know what? We are being told that we have got to head to our casters right now, because it is that time. Game number 3, also known as our first on Olympus. So, Launders, Scrawny, take it away.
Will do, Kate. Thank you very much. And here we are, folks. We've got it. Olympus coming up. Whether you want to see it, whether you don't want to see it, it's what's coming your way. Whether you want to play it as a professional or not, whether you've practiced it or not, round 3 goes down on Olympus. And I think 7, 8, 9 are going to be one of those teams that's really happy and very hopeful to make this map work for them. Because to see them soaring above everybody else after that first round, to now be met with people nipping at their heels, the Magicians, so many points, actually offsetting the fact that they came in second by the sheer amount of impact and kills they added to the tally. But it's time. Let's get it. Olympus coming in hot.
Yeah, there are some of the expected teams, I guess, to not have made it as many points as they needed to, but oh my god, already there's an engagement. Again, it is a map where there are going to be a lot more early engagements, which can make things more interesting. Very fun to spectate.
Oh my god, talk about early damage. Woohoo! L-Star. Zanya, good for the 1. No shields on the Loba. 7, 8, 9. Not like this. Not again. Oh, the repeater. He's got to use the repeater. The damage is there, but he's one shot. Estes, you down at 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's got to hurt. It's got to sting. Back-to-back early losses.
Damn. Yeah, outside of the money as well. No points whatsoever. They're going to be maybe happier about the fact they had such a good win to kick things off. But this one's going to sting as well. Not able to show themselves here on Olympus, but you got to make do with what you get on the map as it stands. There's so many points of contact where early duels will take place because of the limited amount of POIs. Almost everybody else is chilling for the meantime, but yeah, that's still got to sting. I think this map will be a lot about Flavor of the Month, who I think are sitting on 3 points so far after the first 2. They're going to be probably quite upset that they didn't collect more coming out of the first 2 matches and are way down there. Again, everyone just trying to achieve top 10, but some people have expectations for themselves that are probably a bit higher.
Yeah, most certainly. I feel like coming off of the back of ALGS as well.
Yeah.
Teams who wouldn't have placed as high in the money as they wanted. You know, you got to knock Scars down a peg or 2. But after that second round, I feel like we did see the guys who maybe underperformed or scored less points at the start of excuse me, at the start of round 1. Kind of, I would say like the creme de la creme, it rose, man. We saw the newcomers, the challengers, the qualified teams kind of fall into their expected spots. Guys like Scars doing much better in round 2 than round 1. Able to stabilize, able to equalize.
Now, there are a couple of spots on the map that are not quite as comfortable to begin in or have to rotate through, but I mean, ultimately, teams want the loot. And some of those spots are in labs, in estates, where there are a lot of potentials for flanks. But overall, there's a good amount of space here. We've already actually got a very, very hasty Valkyrie rotation out to the north side of the map. Coming back into the circle now, I think after seeing Alliance, Tyler FPS and co are going to start to come back down. Not exactly sure what they were going for there, but it looks like they were not welcome in the position they were trying to fight. Now Alliance ends up coming around to protect and gatekeep the inside of the circle with Flavor of the Month, looking on in towards their direction.
Ooh, replicate, and it will cost you. BJ, Sentinel up, trying to lead the shots. Looking to get in with a little bit of altercations here towards the Rift. Alliance, oh no. Potential here for Vaves to go down. They're trying to get away from this. Hacky's looking to hang on to some HP. The door closes just behind them, but all 3 players need shields. Their Gibraltar needs it all. Yeah. They're going to go ahead and dive out the back, try to keep eyes on what's happening around them, and sure enough, there is this reposition that could very well keep them in this pinned lower floor. They can't exit back the door they came through. They can't exit the opposite side. They are stuck. Alliance in a hard spot at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, because it is them, You know, they might be the ones who control the emotions of the situation. So we'll see. Rotation starts to come out a little bit.
They did get their shields in.
Q to deny the back. Yeah, they got the shields in. Pull the bullets out of their butt.
Charge rifle goes beyond. We've got this attempt at an exit. Alliance kind of being left in the dust here. But that may be okay for them.
Yeah.
They're not going to have a ton of resources to collect. They've already grabbed everything they could from this position, but it's not like they're taking damage as they continue to poke at the players above them. For me, it's Flavor of the Month that could end up being their demise. That's the team that's keeping them locked into this spot. But even
Very
Flavor
true,
of the
they
Month feel a little kind of awkward here with another team rounding their south.
Maybe they don't want to engage too much because they've got to hang on to, you know, potential necessary shield bats and make sure that they're able to fight in case there is another party. Flavor of the Month is that threat just looming right around the corner. Again, having some struggles. There are some teams coming in very late to these next circles, but they've got the space to do so. It really looks like the rotations will be quite easy, apart from the couple of teams here in the north side.
We jump into Gambit situation. Currently in the open, but uncontested. Ooh, they see a Valk ult go off.
Yeah,
tough
try
shot
to get
with the
anything
wingman.
off you can. Yeah, why not?
Gets the one bullet in. Hey, take what you can and go.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, that's some, you know, kind of nice about the wingman. It's so versatile in the sense that there's really, you know, up close or not, with the small timing windows that you get, you can guarantee like a certain amount of damage every single shot. It's higher than most guns, so nice to have a wingman, especially if you're only going to hit 1 of 5 bullets in a situation like that.
We've got a Trident with a caustic tank on top. Vehicular manslaughter, primed and ready.
Yeah, that's how I'm trying to be riding around in real life.
Yeah, well, what with the dome on top of it too? Look at this. Aqualix, man. Oh, no way. They jump into the Grow Towers. You know, I find this actually one of the most difficult components of Olympus. The fact that these towers rotate, anytime you're trying to check down beneath you, or anytime you've got to get to the edge to look away, it's so hard to focus on your aim because it's just ever so slightly, constantly moving, constantly having to track. It's ridiculous.
I actually always throw up. Yeah, I always throw up in real life, actually.
And just keep playing.
Yeah, but it's my fault. I shouldn't have rotated there in the first place, right?
Yeah, it's hard to fight off of. But seeing as they're playing a Pathfinder, notable. I do feel like you can move between the towers pretty easily. You can go from the towers to the ridge line just next to it. Oh.
Astralis to the stars, as they say. Astralis.
Yeah, taking off. Taking off and flying in. Trying to find a little bit of sanctuary in the gardens. Scanning as they can to figure out where or who may stop them. Oh, this is tough damage right on top. This is all occupied.
Bats go in. Arcstar to delay a little bit, but they find Sanctuary. They come in. It's a little hot, but they're safe.
Yeah, they're going to hang on for now. There's enough room for 2.
See how frisky they get. Look at these modern cigarette-shaped apartments that everybody's living in. They must be Europeans, Ronnie.
They must be, yeah. I feel like taking a quick trip to Denmark. I can't believe that Valk ult doesn't actually get punished more. So I thought when they were landing on that rooftop, they were done for, but they are able to just dive into the lower of the 2 houses.
Yeah.
They'll hang on. But, oof, found and eliminated. Underrated. Adding a squad wipe to the board as they take down Major.
And they take to the tops of the roofs as well. You know, happy to make their presence known, want to establish dominance here with the full vision over top of this little town, and I think they have every right to do so. Charge rifle in for a hot 8 damage. Great part about the charge rifle, you always get something. Even if it's only 8.
It's rewarding, even when it shouldn't be.
Yes.
So sick, though. Just the only hit scan gun in Apex, of course. Look at this. Oh my god, look at this pile of loot. These hoarders.
Oh, that's too good.
I love it. Use this time as you can. Pile up everything.
Oh, poor Pia. He's sitting here behind this blue container, ducking for cover. No way out, it seems.
Here we are now on board with the Magicians. Top scoring team of match number 2. Second place, but still top scoring. They're looking to hold down on the Rift. Control the teleporters.
Listen, let's move here.
Potential rotation being called. And yes, there is a lot of loitering outside of the teleporters. Strong spot here for Gambit.
Got an enemy out there. Ooh. Just playing for the contact. Every time we switch to Hardeki, I get a little more excited.
He's
This is one of these guys who's just so touted as being like mechanically, you know, if anybody's gonna pull off the impossible, that's who I want to watch. And Hardeki just, it seems like he's touted as that player time in and time out.
I feel like he's raised a generation of people who get eliminated in the first 10 seconds. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like I bet his, Hardeki fans, they are very low ranked. Not because they're not good, but because they have the worst possible, idol. They've just, they hot drop, but they watch Hardeki do it and he gets all the kills. And, okay, before we talk more about that, there's a little bit of action. Everybody crowded up at a corner as the bubble comes down.
Ooh, that art star.
An unwelcoming art star here just make things even more claustrophobic. And now the zone closing in. I am not jealous.
It looks like they're good. They're confident that they still have a little corner to sit inside of.
Close range.
Getting peppered from the Grow Towers. They'll hang on. But hang on to what? They're actually outside the zone. Gonna sit there, take some damage, but Kick is definitely gonna be a problem for them. Kick is the team that had already engaged them. It's not as though this is gonna be a surprise to Kick. Wow, they decide to head the opposite direction. So they don't want to deal with Kick, so much so that they're gonna take the long marathon run outside of the circle and back in from another direction. See if that pays off for them after, but back onto Magicians. This is Magicians and Gambit locking down each side of the TP. Nobody wants to go over that ridge line.
It's a really rough go of it for Kick. They had such good zones last game and only managed to pull out 8 points, which keeps it competitive, but they're still sitting up here, 10th to 15th place.
Listen, it's still better than, 7, 8, 9's 2 games combined at this point. So, points are points. Points are points. Maliwan. Ooh, gets one shot in off the wingman. Will eat a bit of a stun. His blue shield's down to a single cell, but he starts to replenish that as the bombs pop off. That was Gambit's chance to force their way over top of that ridge, right? I said nobody wanted to jump over, but they cut through like a hacksaw. Hardeki just laying in the heat here, trying to use the nades to the best of his advantage. He gets down. Hardeki is down for Gambit. Leokri also no shields for the moment, and this is not ideal. Gambit looking to be eliminated here as they get flanked by Flavor of the Month. This could be a huge third party versus the Magicians on top of it all. Oh, the Gibraltar tries to make a run. Flavor of the Month coming out big as they rotate in late.
Oh, the timing is just perfect for them to, have maybe one of their biggest perceived threats get taken down and then just come in and loot up. This is a very nice position for them. We've got Disbelief getting out of here with the recovery banners. This is a lot of carnage that has just gotten down. Meanwhile, Aqualix sitting atop this tower up on the 3rd floor. Vision all around them. Sitting pretty. Team that was touted as getting the God spot in the last map. And it is once again in a very decent spot.
Underrated, still holding the exact same building, that cesspit of loot underneath them. Oh. Eyes on it. Scar's still in it. This is a very isolated fight. Very much so. Energy Depot really between these two teams.
Scars may want to deal with this before they have to go, or else they're going to get pinched. So whether they want to fight or not, I feel like this one's going to have to come down to an engagement and a commitment.
Ooh,
Morning Stars versus Scars. Their shields are out. The zone favors Scars. They're just going to look to keep up the damage, and nobody even gets inside of the circle. Access denied. We've got Scars with a wipe and a good potential to keep this run going as top 10 looms near.
That's just perfect. The only thing they've done wrong so far is that hasty Valkyrie rotation in their first draw, but apart from that, they know how to control space and deny rotations, and they're very, very happy to set it on the open right like this. It is it is known that it is harder to hit shots, the same shot from within the zone as it is from outside. Knowing that you have to rotate and that looming over your head makes things all the more difficult, and Stars made sure to use that to their advantage. Oh, and I think our poor Jibby just went down outside the zone all alone with his teammates' recovery banners in there.
All right.
Sad squad wipe.
Yeah, that's Magicians out of this one. The only player to walk away from the Gambit engagement dies a lonely death. Kicks early real estate on one of these towers. Looking to pay off in dividends. We'll see. Jakku just laying down a little bit of damage. Jumping, hopping, skipping, shooting. Woo! But they shoot back.
Yep. Yeah. He had a shield to play with, swapping out of that. And the output is really good. I mean, it's just pure opportunity here with the scout. Beautiful stuff.
Sentinel on Pierre.
Yeah, clean shot.
I feel like Flavor of the Month trying to prime themselves for a good placement here. An 11th in round 1, a 14th in round 2. Only 1 kill to their entire team's name coming into this first game of Olympus. So that wipe versus the Magicians is huge already.
Got last round champs Aqualix though, here in a very strong spot to attack them. And at the very minimum, this is going to be a resource dump for Flavor of the Month to get into the circle, as is closing with Aqualix here. So they've got to hope they get forgotten about or someone draws attention. But Aqualix will actually make a move and get out of there. Flavor of the Month biding their time just enough, but Aqualix still right in the edge of the zone, ready to fight them as they come in. However, there are 2 teams looking for the crunch.
Yeah, most certainly. Big fight. That loot pile being challenged. The Dragon's Horde. Kick gonna be all right. Jakku's getting himself back up. Or rather, Limek. Oh, this is such an awkward spot. You feel under pressure. Teammate's gonna have to get the revive in. That's that Rebel jumping down into this. He's able to clear one of them. Explosions all around. Swinny just on the corner of it. Nice damage, even though he's getting rushed, but they're moved. Kick, taken out, sent packing. And now a potential for third parties big.
So close for that knock. Swinny was just too fast.
Underrated, able to recover from that as well. That's the big thing. Still stuck in this close quarters. We've got grenades and arc stars in abundance. It's Succubus just trying to click away at them. Once that shield drops, we're gonna have another array of grenades flying in. And look at that corner position, suddenly not so worth it.
People want the kills at this point.
It's not too big. That one hurts.
They don't want to leave any KP on the table with the opportunity to get this third party in. They've got so many grenades left over. And they don't want to just leave this position, wait for a later zone when it could be free frags to have.
So the fight at the Gardens starting to unwind a little bit. The intensity dial turned back. Flavor of the Month decided not to close the gap just as quickly as everybody else was leaving the Grow Towers. At one point they had that Octane bump pad, but didn't get a chance to use it. They'll hang on to the underbelly. Keeping an eye on that Wraith portal, trying to make sure they don't get screwed over by it. Off of the Gibraltar ultimate, they do take to the top side, then into the Octane jump pad. That is big movement from Flavor of the Month, but as they're flying through the skies, they take a bunch of damage. 19 Gibraltars in this game. And yeah, one of them coming in big, dropping that shield, trying to keep them alive, but Aqualix, that's their chance to strike. And down goes Flavor of the Month. Aqualix looking to shoot themselves, soar themselves to another strong finish, but they are being bombarded at the moment. No place is safe. They've got one guy making a sprint for it as this open ground is maraudered. Alliance down to 2 members as well. Make that only Vaves. He's removed. It's Alliance killed, and this feed is full. 5 squads left.
Oh my god, just pure punishment every single way. As people start to get evicted from their homes, pushed out into the fields, and then gunned down in plain sight. This is now a position where Scars have a huge amount of HP to work with. They might be in a fun position to try to continue to fight. We'll see what the rotation looks like. So they've got to get out of the water. They want to loot, but at the same time, they've got to take better cover. And could this be it? The game that Scars end up actually taking? This might be one of their best opportunities to do so. But at the moment, they don't have the most comfortable spot.
They do have a chance to grab a lot of loot, though, as if they needed anything else.
Yeah. And this huge amount of HP. Look at the damage output here by Taishin on the wingman.
Yep.
And they have the opportunity to play with the idea of rotating in one side or the other. They have the whole left side of the circle at the very least.
Yeah, they're certainly in the open. More concentrated are their opponents ahead. Just trying to deal with everything that they can. Trying to poke and prod and bother everybody that lies ahead, because they will be forced into this dog pile, and they want to make sure that they're the anchor that slams down and ends it. Underrated, still doing a great job of keeping their damage up. We've seen them in multiple fights now, but using the Revenant ult, we've got them keeping players at bay, and they have this nice little pit of cover to work with. They can head peek over the top, try to deal back with Scars, and this is it. Underrated versus Scars. Underrated, the only team of the 20 that didn't come in with a Gibraltar. They're not going to have that moving forward, so when they're forced out of this bunker, we'll see if that comes back to haunt them. Jazaz makes the push out the left side of Scars. They're flanked now under question. Minimal cover here for RPR. He's going to get that shield battery in as Taishin and Mandy both look to lay down lead. Keep these players at a distance. Keep these shields topped off. They're worried about this left side. They've seen these players push beyond it. It's Taishin underneath the bridge that could go unchecked, but on top of the bridge, that's a great play from Sweetie. Oh, the massive double shot. Huge down from Taishin. Man advantage over from Scars. Taken back. Mandy has no shields. Taishin has half health, and he's still putting out the damage, but underrated. Denied by Scars. They've won themselves the first round on Olympus.
Wow, from below the bridge as well. I mean, this is a spot where Valkyrie, absolutely necessary, but also very scary for him to be in that spot. If Taishin doesn't have his teammates taking attention away from him, there's no way he's able to boost up there. But what a clutch play to make in a moment like that, where you'd be worried. You know, you don't want to be the guy who gets killed trying to float up into the sky, you know, with your hands busy on the controls. But he was willing to take that risk, and that's why they didn't expect it. That was beautiful stuff.
Put himself on a silver platter to be just shut down. But I mean, how many times does he jump up, fall back, jump up, re-engage, come at it from different angles, and that damage output on the massive. Huge win for Scars. Very close one, though. I've got to say, underrated compared to Scars. Were in a far tougher position for the majority of that game, it felt like. And to get themselves into a second place, to get their name on so many different team fights, props for that. We'll throw this one away to a break and be back with the desk.
When it comes to managing the economy, I'm kind of at the approach that you need to win every round in arenas. So I pretty much spend all my economy every round. My role within my team is the IGL.
I'm the one getting info a lot and tell it to my teammates, so I'm the first guy.
I'm a very methodical player, but once we get the entry damage, I'm a very aggressive player. So we probably prefer close range mostly. Like, we don't really go for snipers at all. We mostly play like assault rifles or shotguns, and we force the close range fights where we feel like we're better than most teams.
My favorite category of weapons are like close range shotguns and SMGs and pistols. I'm usually the first guy in the fight and getting openers and stuff like that, so close range is best for me.
I definitely prefer assault rifles, even in arenas as well. I prefer the flatline mostly, and I usually only go for like level 1 to 2 flatline, and then having an evade by the side. It's my preferred choice for sure. In the opening round, I would purchase the flatline, since I feel like it's very strong for the first round, and it suits my playstyle more than say, the wingman, for example?
I usually just go for a wingman and upgrade the Mozambique ones. So that's usually my round one.
Personally, I don't feel like you can really get anything out of the last 50, so I usually just save them. I don't feel like buying a syringe is worth it, for instance.
I mean, it's just like extra 50 I have left, so why not?
The main reason I wouldn't go for something cheaper is because you only have such a low amount of economy in the first round. So I feel like focusing on your primary weapon is more important, since you start with a Mozambique or a P2020 anyways. And then you can always go for the materials like the shield batteries that are already in the match, instead of focusing on buying that in the first round.
I will say wingman is like one of the best weapons, so I usually use wingman every time. If I would have infinite money in arenas, I will buy a purple wingman and a purple bolt Eva, and then all the heals I can get.
I would have a fully kitted flatline and a fully kitted evade, and then maybe a couple shield batteries, frag grenades, arc stars.
I will buy all the batteries and shield cells and 3 arc stars and everything.
I'd probably buy all of them if money was no object. I'd probably have zipline and grapple, or like 5 jump pads, I guess, if it was no object.
Oh my goodness, Taisheen! My indeed. Onsen, I'm going to start with you, but then Gaskin, we are coming to you for these team comps because there is a lot to talk about.
I mean, okay, you almost got as many E's as I typed in the chat when I saw this play coming from Taisheen, because my God, what this man just did in these last moments, that final massive shot to just peel that player off of the edge of that pill was just absolutely ridiculous. Taisheen just went off and hit everything in those final moments, but that was carnage. That was a pretty good example in those last few moments of everything that encapsulated our first game of Olympus. It was unpredictable, it threw up some surprises, and underrated. What a game they had as well.
I was going to say, speaking of underrated, Gaskin, you got to talk to me about team comps, because that was such a line of dialogue, such a narrative for underrated, and potentially could have been, the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, underrated, the only team running Revenant still, and the only team not running a Gibraltar. We switched to 19 Gibraltars across the lobby. We saw 5 more Octanes than we did on World's Edge as well. Everyone wanting to opt for those bounce pads just so you can engage and try and third party. We saw Caustics kind of drop out a little bit. We also saw Wraith kind of drop favor for that Octane, of course. And aside from that, a couple of less Bloodhounds, 1 extra Valkyrie, which could have been the difference when you look at the end game as well with what Taisheen was doing. But everyone was just jumping at everything, getting involved in fights. This is what we knew Olympus would provide. Quick, fast-paced action when people just want kills, kills, kills.
Absolutely. I will say one thing that I very much appreciated from underrated, specifically K Sweeney. Let's talk weapons for a minute. He was really enjoying that charged rifle, and we saw on set so many arc stars, so many nades of all kinds. This seems like the arc star, the grenade map.
I mean, at the moment, it's just an anything map. Anyone who can take fights has got to get it done as quickly as possible, because you know that third party is lurking. And even just before this little clip we're watching, before we once again get the opportunity to relive a magic moment from the German Taisheen as he closed out the game. But I thought that Flavor of the Month had made an amazing rotation. Initially, they were below Aqualix, I believe it was, up on the Grey Towers. They threw a jump pad down. That got destroyed, so they were like, okay, plan 2, we're just going to have to get our sprinting boots on and just cross here, play low ground, move late. They made a great rotation where they managed to do that. They defensive bombardited the top of where they had to zip line up to clear it. They then used a jump pad as soon as they got down, and then they got the dome down. And they were like, oh my God, we've made this crazy rotation. Surely we're safe. Aqualix pop up behind them and clean them up. It's just one of those things that happens on Olympus. There's so little ground to play, and that was a real good example of it, that end zone. Barely any playable zones for teams to get into, to stack up upon each other, to call home. So you have all these engagements just happening around where that circle is going to end. You end up with sort of 2-3 teams alive at the end, and we ended up in a straight 3v3 between Underrated and Scars. And it was almost a surprise to me to see not see Underrated win, because they'd taken so many fights using that Revenant Totem in the build-up to it, that even though they only got second place, and I say only got second place because they were involved in that final battle, I'm pretty sure they're going to have a huge amount of points because they would just pop it up in the kill feed constantly.
100%. And let's talk about that first place team specifically. Our match MVP presented by Razor. You said it first. This is the first name that was off our lips in the chat and certainly here. His name is Taishin Gaskin. That's, excuse me, you're absolutely right. My bad. There's at least 17 E's on that name alone. But let's talk about this. 6 kills here. Still showcasing some Valk knowledge.
Taishish, maybe. Honestly, his decision-making in those final moments was insane. It's very brave to jump up with a Valkyrie like that because, as Scrawny and Launders were saying, you are a little bit vulnerable for a period where you haven't got the gun in your hands, but he took that risk, he engaged, he got the shots, he did enough damage in the first time he jumped up on that bridge, but he went back for more. He did not need to. He probably could have stayed down low, but he felt like he could do enough damage to win the fight by just continuously re-engaging. He almost called their bluff. They probably thought, you've already done it once, you don't need to do it again. And I was very impressed with the decision-making, and of course, it was a huge moment for Scars.
It was indeed. Onset, talk me through. I mean, oh, so here it is again. It's not a bad thing. I would love to see it over and over and over and over again.
I mean, it's massive. The fact that he managed to get the first knock in the battle was always huge in a 3v3, right? And then as his teammates are distracting, he managed to get the damage. These wingman shots are what made the difference, though. Just getting that break of the shield allows him to have the opportunity to win the game. If he doesn't hit that wingman shot, it's a completely different game. But then, having hit the wingman shot, he gets the shield crack, he does a little bit of health damage, and then just a head pokes out. And if you've got to hit a glory-filled shot to win a game, it's got to be a headshot with the Mastiff to finally take out that final player. It was perfect. It was a perfect example of how to use Valkyrie. It was a perfect example of how to bait and switch from his teammates as well that got the damage done. And most importantly, it was the best example you could possibly ask for of clutching up in the biggest of moments.
Well, let's see if that clutching up was going to translate to our results, because we've got some points ready to go. Take a gander here. Scar. Oh, wow. That is a 2 double-digit kill count. And you know what? Guys, like, let's be clear. It was 3v3 at the end in that final circle for a reason, Gaskin. For a reason. Woo!
I mean, Scars and Underrated have just obliterated the entire lobby. I mean, just fair enough, the flavor of the month to getting 5 kills, and Aqualix getting 5 kills because they were just all swept up by these two. They had fantastic positioning. They were dominating everyone who was arriving a little bit later. I mean, this is just, it's unheard of seeing 2 teams getting this amount of kills and really just slapping out the lobby. And have the positioning. It's perfect.
Well, let's take a look at that perfection in our leaderboards. Of course, this is our third map, our third match out of 6. So this is where things can really get interesting. 789 was dominating here, but guess what? They're back down to number 5 with some iffy last couple of matches. But Scars Europe, Underrated, Onset, Aqualux, Magicians, these all seem like they're right in the thick of things with Scars really pulling stuff out on top.
They are in the mix. I just want to throw a stat your way very quickly. You just take a second to think that there's 60 players in a lobby, right? You take away the 7 that is, the 6 that's on Scars Europe and Underrated, and you end up with 54. Well, they managed to kill 27 out of 54 players in that last game. That's how insane those 2 teams just popped off in that last game. I know Dan's impressed because me and numbers do not go hand in hand whatsoever. There was a real... I was so nervous. I almost forgot to take off the 6. It was a whole thing. But anyway, they killed over half the lobby. That's absolutely crazy. And you look at the leaderboards as well. The good news is, with a team and 2 teams popping off in the way that they just have, remember, this is a qualification. You've got to get into the top 10 to go through. Otherwise, you go down to the lower bracket. It means if you have one game here, if you're one of those teams who are chasing those top 10 spots, you can jump up the leaderboards a huge amount. So it's kind of good for the rest of the lobby that there's 2 teams dominating in the way that they have at the moment. It just means that the door is still open with 3 games to go.
Dan, last words before we head over to our casters and our second Olympus viewing of the day.
It just means that the door is still open with 3 games to go.
Dan, last words before we head over to our casters and our second Olympus viewing of the day.
Flavor of the month need to step things up. They were in my predictions, and I was trusting that they would be up there. They'd win me some points in the prediction race, but they are down in the bottom 10. Not only do they need to step it up for my predictions, but they need to step it up if they want to continue in this winners bracket, because otherwise they might be dropping to that lowers bracket.
And you heard it here first. Now over to Scrawny and Launders. Make sure that Flavor of the Month hears that, Yang. Have a good time here in game number 3. 4.
The only thing more disappointing than Flavor of the Month not getting the points that they're supposed to until this point was watching Dan Gaskin set up his backdrop for this event before it all began. I think that's the only thing that can beat that. But it is tough to watch. I mean, they're clawing by. Like, they're still in a position where they could have one big game and then make top 10. It's just more about like setting up expectations for past the group stage point for Flavor of the Month, we have such a high regard for them.
I think that, when you have 27 kills between Scars and Underrated, and the rest of the lobby has 26 kills, there's not quite any room for Flavor of the Month to do anything on Olympus. I mean, my expectations now for this second game of Olympus is like, yeah, of course, Scars and Underrated just going to slaughter everybody. It seems unfathomable that we're going to get a repeat of what just happened. And I think for some of the guys who are finding themselves falling down the leaderboard at the moment, that is hopefully not the case. Room for improvement for a lot of teams in this one. I think one of the turning points in that first game of Olympus for me, Mohan, was the Gambit versus Magicians teleporter fight, when Gambit came over the top and they ended up dying, of course, to Flavor of the Month just behind them.
They were a little bit underlooted, weren't they?
It was an all-in from both teams, right? Like Magicians, they had to survive the Gambit push. One player did. Gibraltar manages to escape. He couldn't go any further and get himself to a safer spot because we saw that Grow Towers were occupied from what felt like the start of the game. And then you've just got Flavor of the Month who've killed all of your teammates and are hunting you from not far back. So that to me was like that penultimate moment that sort of primed Scars. Remember, they were one of the teams that came in from that south side into the Gardens, and ultimately won the game from it, right? That wasn't an early location in Gardens that they locked down for the entirety of the round. It was something that they managed to pull off using that Gibraltar ultimate on the bottom of the ledge to clear anybody that was above them. They take the ropes up into an immediate, and I mean immediate, jump pad. It was smooth, man. It was smooth from Scars. Great positioning, great impact. Look at this. Like, just take this in for a moment. Look at the damage and the kills across Scars.
Amazing. Yeah, and this, Taishin with the 6 kills, the amount of damage there from Mandy, it's unreal. And I think, obviously, Taishin stole that one away from Underrated. The really cool part about Underrated is the fact that they didn't have a Gibraltar. And on this map, I mean, the main criticism and the thing people are focusing on a lot when it comes to this map from a high level is the idea that there's not a lot of cover sometimes in these, at any point in the map, at any point in the round. So a lot of times people feel like Gibraltar is necessary, but Underrated came through the top 2 finish, killed half the lobby, and didn't have one.
Yep. I will say that, like, I think had Underrated maybe been caught in some of the positions to the south side of Garden over towards Grow Towers when we saw teams falling off, that maybe that lack of Gibraltar could have come back to bite them. But because they were in Gardens the entire time and because the zone played to that, they didn't need Gibraltar cover when they had actual structures to hide inside and behind. I think that could have, if there's anything to criticize about Underrated not having the Gibraltars, it's like, I feel like that position, that map, that round worked for them. I'm curious to see if they keep Gibraltar out of their mix, and if they do, whether they get as smooth of a game.
Yeah, and we are seeing the Revenants are making it to the end, not necessarily winning, as was brought up by Onset, that Revenant can be very disruptive near the end, but won't necessarily help you clean up a game entirely. But you can find that balance, right? A very high finish plus a ton of kills, which Revenant is good at helping you get. Could mean way more than just getting one big win, but then not getting consistent high placings or lots of kills, lots of KP.
Yeah. I mean, hands down, we saw it with Magicians earning more points than the team that came in first in that second round on World's Edge because of the impact they had throughout it. But let's take a second, throw this away. We've got a Meet the Team with Kick.
My teammates believe in me and I believe in them, and that's what matters. Hello, I'm Evil Imactus, I'm Polish, and I'm playing with Geek.
My name is Dominik Szarabski, nickname Siebak.
My in-game nick is Yatsu, and I'm playing for Team Kick.
I joined Geek a few days ago. Jacko and Siebak already playing with each other.
We just started playing together.
We didn't get as much practice.
We wanna become a better team.
I'm the IGL for the team.
I'm co-EGL.
Jacko is our cold-blooded fragger.
Jacko is support.
If I need any help, I can always count on them.
T-Mac Trench is a good IGL.
Sjebak is this funny guy, likes to joke around, brings a lot of good energy to the team. Jaku is calm and he likes to walk his dog.
It's gonna be fun to watch us because we play aggressive.
I don't fear anyone in this tournament, but Fire Beavers are a scary team. I wouldn't like to face them.
Minimum placement is like top 3, it's nice, but of course win is the best.
We have high expectations, so of course we are going for that first place. I'd like to show the highest level of Apex to all of our fans. I know they're all watching and cheering for us right now. Thank you.
Only a few days of practice before having to play Olympus for the first time in competitive play. It doesn't seem ideal for Kick, but they found themselves on the, I'd say, better end of a couple of engagements so far today. Group 1, day 1, you know, it's early on and there's no elimination. So I feel like this is a team that can kind of start to get their groove as the days go on. And being in the winner's side of things may make it even easier. But speaking of Olympus, Mohan, we have one more map of Olympus and it's coming up now. I think I would rather see a different end circle just so that we can keep learning what's going on a map like this. You know, I want something completely different.
It's what you said that actually piqued my interest. The idea that, okay, we have Olympus, underrated, make top 2 as the only team to not include a Gibraltar. Is there a chance that they could have a repeat performance? And did it have to do with the buildings, or do they have a plan for if they end up in an open area? Are they going to stay hyper mobile and take a ton of fights and go for kills? Or what is the idea? And I think that's going to be the most interesting part for me, is see if they underrated what happens when they can't rely on the map.
I think there's this really cool combination between Gibraltar and the Trident vehicles as well. We saw it happen in order for a team to take control of the Grow Towers in that first map of Olympus, where you chuck your Gibby shield on top of it and you drive like a bat out of hell. You know, they don't have that necessarily if they find themselves in real open space, if they have to traverse the entire map and they decide to take a car for it. But Olympus so far, you know, I mean, I'm not as deeply rooted in World's Edge, so maybe it's, you know, maybe I'm looking at this with like with rose tinted glasses, but I didn't see any.
That
like,
wasn't a
massive...
Connorism, Connor. You got it right.
I got it right.
You got it right.
I didn't see...
A Connorism is when he almost gets the saying right. Like he'll say back against the ropes, or instead of back against the wall.
Oh, I did it. I did it in the last Olympics.
Head over toes, he said.
Head over toes, yeah. I said cesspit instead of cesspool. You know, that's an example. And that's coming in from Apex.
But you said it with so much confidence. I didn't doubt you.
That's,
wow,
that's my key, man. You just you know, fake it till you make it.
Right. Maybe that's what underrated are doing.
Yeah, I mean, no. They are absolutely making it. When it came down to that amount of kills, there's nothing fake about that. Remember, 27 frags for Scars and Underrated, 26 for the rest of the lobby. A ridiculous stat. And here we are back into the deployment. We've got them spreading across Olympus yet again. Circle towards the west side.
West side.
West side.
Yeah, west side. Okay, so already. Or sorry, did Circle end?
It was on top of Gardens last time.
Yeah, it was on top of Gardens. Yeah, so it's kind of similar in terms of landscape a little bit, but of course we've got very different cover in general. So we'll see how specifically it ends up in a field or not. Which of course this map is kind of a ring around this area in the middle of the map.
Peacekeeper here.
Where it gets kind of scary. So teams will start to loot up at the moment, and is there a position where anything is being very hotly contested? Again, there isn't enough room for everybody to loot comfortably on the map, but for the moment, it seems like people are making do.
Okay, my first impulse was just to make sure that 789 are not in a spot where they're going to die first team in again. And they're not.
Yeah.
They've got Elysium to themselves, Hydroponic occupied by Kick, who we just had a chance to meet with before this game went live. I double-checked the placements. Kick still unable to crack the top 10, a 13th, 11, and 11. But they've got
they had a couple of good starts.
Yeah, they had a chance.
They had a couple of good starts. They've got a pretty lucky zones, but they haven't been able to. And hey, maybe they're the team that you curse them with a good zone, and then they get a little lazy, or they aren't feeling as part of the. So, I mean, I think I'm that kind of guy. That's why I'm projecting here. But I feel like if you leave me alone for too long in a part of a map, then I start to get a little tired. I need to be consistently active, and of course, you've got to be looking for the evos and trying to knock people down at least somewhat. But they've been really fortunate. Multiple zones in a row, but there's already a duel.
Yeah, it's happening. It's 7-8-9 again. Think about the early exits from this round 1 first place team, back to back. It cost them, and if they die here and now, oh my! But they've got Q downs in already, and they clear the board. 7-8-9 survive their first engagement.
Yes, they've only got one player to recover, and they get the wipe. So I mean, the thing is, they get the KP with an early fight, and they get a little bit of loot. They establish in an area. I think a common way to view the game is like a nice early fight that you win with good establishing of an area, and then a dead middle game where you're not getting third party too much, or you're not looking for those engagements, and then a strong late game where you finish off and get a lot of kills in the end, or you get the final kills or whatever, is like the ideal way to play if possible. Looting the whole time and then ending up in a late placement that can work, but sometimes that can work against you where you don't get the kills you need. So maybe this will be a blessing in disguise for 7-8-9.
Well, there's a lot in disguise from 7-8-9 at the moment, because you've got Scars coming down from their north. You have Gambit, who took the labs portal all the way into this zone early, and we're looking to lock into that portal platform, which isn't ideal, seeing as if another team has the same idea, they teleport into you. So they dip and try to find a little bit of safety, but there's a lot of heavy hitters trying to carve out important pieces of this early zone. 7-8-9 going to find themselves in the mix. Now, the fact that 7-8-9 won that first early fight means they've got some good resources off of their loot boxes. I almost wonder if they have an advantage over these contenders, but we have Gambit losing Leogri for the time being. Hardeki had to use his ultimate to get the hell out of Dodge. That's a man down for Gambit.
Yeah, we saw, that's true. We saw New Esports collect a certain amount of points last game. I think managing to sneak into third with Crip staying alive up until that last engagement between Taishin and his opponents, who were basically just food for him. I mean, if he wasn't every bit as clutch as he was, they would have lost, right? Every moment there, I think Onset brought up, like,
Skynades
basically could have just died. But yes.
Otter throwing
Hellfire
explosives into the heavens.
Oh my gosh.
It's a Qualix up there, so, I mean, Otter, you can see their discomfort.
Yes.
Valkyrie will be able to climb.
I'm sharing their anxiety right now. This is a little bit much. They've got to try to deal with this threat, but it's not up to them to control this engagement. And oh man, the last thing you need at this point is another team fighting on you. Now a Qualix see an opportunity.
I love this.
Or excuse me, sorry, this is Dell around, yeah.
Trying to
they've just zoned him so hard.
That allows for Nasky to just try and lock the spot. They try to go for it. Charge rifle taking him down. Dell does get a oh yeah, take her out of the sky. The AA gun of a Qualix dealing with two players. Octane flying on his own. He's got to just make a dip.
That was the decision they...
Fire in the hole.
Oh man, that's tough. You know, that was a decision they didn't want to make. Obviously, like they would have just flown out of there earlier if they could have. So it was an emergency decision because Qualix did everything right in that spot, and there was no one to disrupt the engagement for them. And you can see him going straight up and like, man, this is just all in the same line. But now
7-8-9.
Yeah, we're moving ahead. 7-8-9. Putting the pressure on though, not the ones getting pressure put upon them.
Another fight they may need to commit to. But they're actually getting peppered back. They're far left. Woo, that is damage, man. You can't see it. You got gas, grenades, fire, flames, and now bullets in abundance.
Oh, they're going to hear this.
Claudion on the other side.
Scary spot.
Like
That's an unwelcoming dome that circled around the door. Got to appreciate 7-8-9 just willing to constantly fight no matter what.
Well, they've got this underbelly. Whoop. That's a team. They know that the danger is so close. Just keep popping off the defenses. Keep that threat high. Make your opponents think that they're under pressure when even 7-8-9 may not commit. Farming the Marvin for all he has to offer.
Poor starving Marvin.
Hey, man.
Everyone keeps taking his food.
If he's offering, you take what you can get.
And of of course, Loba coming into play for 789. One of the only issues, of course, if you're using this, any legend that isn't used very often is if you want to be targeted, then that's going to be a surefire sign for teams to come after you if you're in a winning position. But after a few games, 789 not doing too well. I think they're okay. They can pretty much try whatever they want. They probably are off some people's radars, but it looks like they're the ones who want the smoke anyway. And somehow, we've got Aqualix dropping a member, Dell going down, the man to flank in that last engagement. Woof. And all the while, 789 still pressing up to look for this fight. They want this bad.
So absolutely pinned into this one room. I mean, it's a matter of clearing this team before others get closer, because the longer you take, the more likely that third party has a chance to come in with it. And it's low HP for Zanya. He's only on health now. Gets it down as one of his teammates does get removed. Desu, too low to really offer too much. But that is a kill leader secured on the side of 789. Looking to really rebound from those previous 2 falling flat rounds. But they have to get out as quickly as they killed those players. I was talking about the third party, and sure enough, it does slip through.
Yeah, and now they're showing their abilities on 2 different maps here. Looking comfortable on Olympus. We'll have to see what the longevity of this team is. Of course, we've still got to get 2 players recovered, but a nice final finish in that last engagement.
This is a matter of legend selection, because the only player, the only person who can really get out of there that quickly is Valkyrie. Yeah. Huge vertical reposition, flies up the other side of the cliff, like not even a skill shot required with a Pathfinder hook. No. Activate the jets and survive. And so it's one player.
Yeah,
Alliance making their move.
This is where things are ending. They're already in the spot that they want to end up. 789 with the early fights. They stayed here. They've established, but now they're down to 1 player. News camping their banners, and a hasty rotation off of Valkyrie. And Hawkus going to take on that Bats and try to get comfortable.
Yeah, it's Succubus that are breathing down their necks, though. Marvin's going to take a shot in the middle of it all. Digital threat going to have a huge impact inside of the caustic traps, but they're going to clamber over top of them, try and climb inside the room. Crip will get 1 down, but Hacky is able to get him back with an Arc Star. Alliance trying to hang on, but down they go.
Ooh, that's a top 15. Not exactly a winning spot here for Alliance. A disappointing finish for them early on. Flavor of the month way outside the zone. So much action still taking place, though.
Scars in a weird one. We've got Gambit and Scars mixed up close. These guys have been close to one another for what feels like ages, but no massive commitment in terms of the fights. And remember, 3v3, Mandy's got that other angle trying to lock Valk in the corner.
They're neighbors that hate each other, throwing their dog poop over the fence every once in a while.
Yep, spreading dandelion seeds.
Oh man, that's the worst.
I think that's what homeowners do. I don't really know.
I don't know. I've never had a yard, so I just decided to agree with
I'd love some dandelions.
I actually wouldn't mind that either. Okay. Well, I guess there could be worse things. We've still got a player on Gambit on White Shields looking a little bit underfed. That was a problem for them in the past. They've taken this nomadic rotation outside and around, ditching their house, looking maybe for a chance to try to find an engagement, maybe not feeling as comfortable with the idea of sitting and waiting anymore. So Aqualix, beautiful wipe at Nasky, ends up getting taken out by Kick. Some much needed kills for Kick.
Still 1 player of 789. This is Gambit now incredibly wounded. Looks like Scar's got a good chunk of them, and the Gibraltar commitment, but Mandy denies that. Now it's the rest of Scars that have to come in and finish the job. Get Gambit out of here. Scars taking them out of the equation, reviving Gibraltar, and keeping their shields up on 2. So very easy recover here from Scars as they take down a big scalp.
I'd love to bring this to the desk afterwards and ask, is this a position where Gambit, were they too passive in their spot? Were they not playing their game, in a sense? Sitting on quite a low amount of loot in the past 2 rounds and then coming into the fights maybe a bit unprepared?
789 looking to lock this in. Remember, this is a revive. That's why 789 are so low on shields. They were down to 1 player, and they are back to a standing 3, but for how long? It's up close and personal. Desu gets taken down. Crypto with the punch. And they're gone. An attempt at a recovery, but not able to stick the landing. New esports with a single player left standing. Kashira has to heal himself before he goes for revives, but that's now underway.
Yeah, not too bad. Okay, 789, they go out. I'm not sure if they got a point. I guess it was in 12th, so maybe not. But they did a good amount of damage, KP-wise, to tack onto their early win. I think still disappointed considering how hot their start was. But it just never got easier for them. They were just constantly at war. Although I will say that they started a couple of those wars. Live by the sword, die by the sword, as they say.
Happens. Scars chucking in the ordnance. Coming to clear out this room full of empty armors. A swap to red. RPR gonna get that bat. But Taishin here also to loot. Seems like Scars have carved out a piece of this underbelly for themselves. No contest nearby. They're gonna have a chance to breathe after eliminating Gambit and thinking there was threats all around.
It's like there was a plane crash here and they're just opening up luggage to see what they can find.
Oh, nice Rolex.
Yeah, we have that.
Who else we got?
Presidential day date.
Looks like Orglis are sitting outside of the teleport, trying to deal with the zone dwellers.
The zone dwellers. We're naming everybody. We've got rats, zone dwellers.
If you're outside of the zone, you're getting a title.
No bush Wookiees in Apex, though, technically.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we get there.
Yeah. If anything, it would be on Olympus.
Yeah, right? I've never seen a game with more beautiful grass.
Oh.
Denze gets dropped.
3 to the head.
Another squad wipe here from Scars. That one looked all too easy. Kick, take to the skies, tried to come in and arrive, but all they're doing is feeding themselves
like a deer.
damage. Although the
They're
wingman
zigzagging
can't
like
land.
on National Geographic, and then oh my God, will they even touch the ground?
Nope.
Oh, these poor guys. I mean, they do, but not with life in their bodies.
No, that's a full stratosphere re-entry. They burnt up in the process.
And you got to say, the Valkyrie rotation, sometimes it's like a bad rotation because we can see the whole map, but sometimes, you know, it's a little bit unlucky. You never know where, you don't know where everybody is on the other side of the map. You've just got to hope and pray sometimes that
you try to find
there
that
isn't
sweet
anybody
spot.
waiting for you. Yeah, it's tough.
Thing is too, is like sometimes it is the better, even if it seems a bit desperate, it can be a better option than having to just run on foot.
Flavor of the month, first members inside of the zone, sitting pretty. Woo! I do find that adjustment. They got very lucky with the missile spread. Eating, I think, 0 damage. And now we'll have to retreat into their hobbit hole.
Burrow. A revive taking place. RPR sees that as an easy kill. Mandy gets it. That's Denze trying to get back into the equation. But
look at my battery collection. We are a bunch of nerds. Maybe one of us does have one.
I can't believe New pull off that revive for Denze. Probably because of the crypto, no doubt. And then they find themselves on that giant pile of loot. So that's the perfect place for him to get back into the game.
Hostile close.
Yeah, he's downed as he drops from the ship, but immediately back into the action as Scars continue to tear up this lobby.
Target spotted.
Obviously a terrifying threat. Just even knowing they're alive is nerve-wracking in and of itself. The Energizer Bunner here of RPR. And now it seems like the calm before the storm.
Yep. The winds of change blow, Launders.
This is another situation where, you know, the eastern part of the zone, you've got a little bit of cover, but the rest of it is quite open.
Orglis and Hungry take it to the skies.
This is one of those situations where it could be a bit risky, right? Everybody has a free moment to shoot at you, but...
Going right back down.
Yep.
Oh, they're going to be outside of the zone. So limited 30 seconds on top of these towers, but that will be enough to get heals in if they need it. Problem being that Scars to their left are just tidbitting away on damage, and Otter getting in versus Astralis, who's stuck at the base of these silos. That is an ending and a half for the Turkish
Otter have
team.
a chance.
Yeah, definitely. Assuming that Orglis don't take too much of their resources away from them.
Yeah,
they do have a nice little pocket of cover. Daunting task. They drop the Gibraltar ultimate on top of Scars, and then off the back of the Gibby ult, they go for the pad into the zone. They try to get the downs. It's close. Matape, good impact. Great impact, but it's not over just yet. Scars still stand until they fall. Orglis and Hungry starving for shields at the moment, as Otter, who were on the other side of those silos the entire time, looked to come clean up what was a 4-team fight. And it could be 5. It looks like we've got another arrival coming up the rope, coming up the ramp. Otter now recontemplating their options, not deciding to dive in on a dog pile that could have ended them. And I'm going to call that a good call. Things were looking way too hectic. We've got a single player stuck behind those boxes, but it looks like Otter won him.
Damn, it wasn't as sexy, of course, this move into the bubble to take over the spot where Scars just died, but they take Orglis out. They take Orglis out, and it is just a better move, right? They come in from the back, they flank the flankers, and that was such a beautiful play by Orglis to make that move into trade bubbles, right? It's come through the jump pad, get the high ground, heal up, and make this threat. But the whole while, Otter will absorb the information. They made that great flank around, and it was the easiest way to do it. They even had the Arc Stars to zone them, along with the Valkyrie Q to just put down the most amount of damage possible in a spot where there was no cover to fall back to.
Morning Stars currently ranked 17th in the group. Back-to-back games with 0 kills, but now finding themselves in the top 5 for only a little longer. Down they go at the hand of Game of Drones. If I'd like to be anybody, it's got to be Otter. This high ground advantage right now, they're having a field day, just chipping away at these commitment fights happening down beneath them. Oh, dude, this is a playground of carnage and ordnance. Bombs in abundance. But Clone's got to be careful that he doesn't lose his head. Tons of damage coming out from the estates. But that estates setup is about to be flushed into the open.
Fallen gods, because that's what they are. This couldn't be any better. I mean, there's no reason for anybody to try to fight them up here. They get a headshot or two, they might be able to bleed resources, but the more they do that, they open up to third parties, let people triangulate their locations. Meanwhile, it's absolutely Dunkirk down below for everybody else.
Right here.
They have to take the missiles, but they regain their shields just as quickly, so that stun ultimately not the most impactful. The thing with the Magicians right here is that they still have to deal with the player that's coming out of estates. The same little piece of cover they have is what their opponents beneath them hold on to. And Otter will have a field day picking apart both of those teams, the Magicians and the boys down on the right. This leaves Kick in a very interesting spot.
Yes, yes. Now, this is, of course, all to say that right now, this is a very comfortable spot for Otter, but they do need to make a quota of damage happen, I think, before they make a rotation come out, right? They've got to be able to get some stuff off because the game is not done quite yet.
Sure.
The zone is going to close in behind them. And people are tucked.
Contact.
Because of all these shots, Magicians are super aware of the fact that there's a team residing to their left. Oh, it's actually New Esports, excuse me, not Kick, that sits down to the left side comfortably. That stun comes through. It's just on Game of Drones to try to run in. Now that Game of Drones is gone, I feel like Magicians feel a little bit more comfortable in their spot. New Esports push, and they come outwards into Otter. This primes Magicians to look for another great ending on the side of the Gibraltar Shield. New Esports hang on. Denze, post-kill, still full health to deal with whatever may come this direction, but now that the Gibby Shield's gone, they're stuck in the open. They reposition slightly, and they have a chance to heal up before this 3v3, but they can't get into the Wraith portal. Post-kill so low, and the Magicians pull one out of the hat. They were stuck in the open with players all around them, and now nobody is left but them.
Oh man, no way they were able to capitalize in a moment like that. I mean, I haven't seen a position that strong that Otter had in such a long time. That was such a beautiful spot to be in. But of course, everybody's time is limited. No matter where you're standing, you are renting the spot. You are not owning it. And when things came down to it, the nitty gritty, they were all on the field and it was more level. Magicians were the ones to have the final say in the round. That was beautiful stuff by them.
Felt like New Esports had this ultimatum whether they go left to Magicians or right onto Otter.
Yeah.
They went for the Otter play and it ends up priming Magicians for that victory. So all three teams making it to the top 3, but Magicians out on top. We'll hand this to the break, have the desk after that, and see you guys soon for match 5.
Well, we said it would happen. Gaskin, let's start with you as we take a look at this absolutely brutal moment featuring Magicians, our winner from our game number 4.
Yeah, Magicians just biding their time perfectly. Sometimes you have to wait for the other two teams to engage in a fight, and as soon as they have, you just wait for a couple of knocks and you swoop on in to clear everything up. It was a very difficult final circle for several of those teams, especially when the high ground was just peppering all of them, but Magicians will be delighted to pick up the W.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure we'll talk more about them in a minute. But Onset, I want to talk real quick from the get-go. We saw 789. We saw that kill leader that they had for just a moment, then went into the rat. And now here we are. We've seen some of our biggest teams like Alliance fall early. Gambit's out. Talk to me a little bit about where we started here in Olympus and now where the Magicians found themselves in our final circle.
I mean, we saw a crazy game of third parties, essentially, and this is one thing that Olympus can throw up. You know, you have a lot of teams who here fighting, you can traverse across ground very quickly with an Octane jump pad or whatever it might be, and you see a lot of players fighting because there isn't a huge amount of playable area in that end zone that we saw, or around that end zone. So it's difficult for teams to coexist, essentially, and it means that one team will be forced to fight, and then the team who's arriving a little bit later will come in the third party. And we saw in that room, you had about 300 broken armor swaps on the floor, and that was just kind of the remnants of everything that had gone down. But one fight that really interests me is always when we see two of our biggest teams going up against each other in a straight 3v3, and we saw Gambit going up against Scars, and it was actually Scars who came out on top of that straight 3v3. And sometimes, you know, we talk about Gambit, an amazing team fighting team, quite rightly so, but we don't give enough credit sometimes, I think, to Scars and their team fighting ability and how deadly they are mechanically and in these kind of situations, because we're always talking about the good vibes, the good energy, the characters that are on this team, and how they're all best mates, they love each other in and out of game, but they're animals in the game. They are monsters in this game, and it was a great example when you have a straight 3v3 with a team like Gambit and you take them down and you only have one knock, that you are one of the most dominant teams, not only, you know, as far as character outside of the game, but also in it as well when you get into those kind of situations.
100%. Let's talk about, we're going to go back to Magicians here because they obviously have done an incredible job here in that last game. And one of the players that did a particularly incredible job is, of course, our MVP of the match presented by Razor. Let's take a look at some of those stats from our Magicians player who we've got right up here. And you know what? I asked about this and I'm so sorry. It's Ozus. So many Z's, so little time. Gaskin, you know, pulling in a Wraith, which is one of those legends that we don't see as much as we used to, certainly anymore. But coming in with 4 kills, not too shabby.
Yeah, Wraith can be very important still. We did see teams kind of move away from her as we transition from World's Edge into Olympus, but you can really engage in fights and do a lot of damage and then get out of those fights, survive, you can wrap. But Oz was sticking with the team, he was ensuring he was flanking at the right times, and it really worked out. 4 kills is good enough, the damage was adequate as well, and really was a vital part of the Magicians team in getting that victory in that particular game. And now they've got to try and transition that back onto World's Edge, because everyone's had their fun on Olympus, but we move over again and we don't allow anyone to stay in their comfort zone.
Not even a little bit. Actually, Gaskin, I'm going to stick with you. Let's talk a little bit more about team comps. You've been keeping track of everything here. We didn't see a lot of major changes in that last round. More importantly, I think we did see a lot of Valkyrie, and we've seen Valkyrie across the board today. But talk to me a little bit about Valkyrie's impact on this last game specifically.
Yeah, Valkyrie is very important. You can reposition, you can gain high ground, you can kind of overlook everyone on the map, and then you can engage in fights. And we saw Augulus and Hungry do that just here. They were just on the edge of the circle. They had to rotate in. They noticed a little bit of high ground that they could work with. They were only able to stay there for 30 seconds before they engaged in a fight. But there was just so much going on that you use these 30 seconds to heal up, and then you've got to pick your target successfully. August and Hungry, they dropped, they watched what happened, and then the third party began. And I'm so glad that we've got August and Hungry back in. We didn't see them feature in the ALGS finals in EMEA, and they are hungry. They're hungry for it, and you can see this by how aggressive they push. This is why Octane pads are so important on Olympus. You can get in and out of fights very quickly. They won the engagement, they got the KP, and yes, okay, they may not have got to the end game, but kills are very important in these fast-paced games.
Excellent. Okay, Onsen, I'm going to throw a wrench of a question into this little conversation we're having here, and that is to sort of look ahead to arenas. Olympus was a wrench, certainly, as a map to put in for 3 and 4 in between our tried and true World's Edge. What do you think in terms, how am I supposed to put this here? I'm trying to figure out a connection between the maps we've got for arenas and what the difference is that Olympus can play, and how close and aggro you really need to get in order to become that final circle team. Is that something you're seeing? And is this something, perhaps a sneak peek for arenas coming up next weekend?
Well, we certainly had a sneak peek in our first game at Olympus, because we finished over at Gardens, and that's one of the maps, well, one of the small parts of Olympus that's actually used as one of the arena maps. So if it comes down to Scars playing on that, they're going to feel very comfortable. Tashin's going to be sitting there going, all right, I'm good. Everything's cool.
Where's the bridge? Where's the bridge?
I've got some good memories right here, but it's difficult because the arenas maps are very different. You have the specific arenas maps that play a little bit different. They're very linear in the way that they force teams together. But then you do have the kind of the cutouts, if you like, of some of the maps that we we have seen more traditionally. Gardens is one of those areas that, like I mentioned, that will be played before. So teams who have fought around there that know it very well, that played a lot of Olympus, are going to have a lot of success for sure.
Lots of aggro, lots of teams going down. I'm very excited always, all the time. Let's take a look at the results here from our game number 4. Going into game number 5, coming out at 6. And of course, this is, you know, Gasket, this feels like a lot more even-keeled in terms of gameplay, in terms of points, in terms of placement here.
Yeah, we didn't have two teams just slapping the lobby around. Instead, it was all distributed somewhat evenly. We were able to see everyone grab kills here or there. Scar's still picking up 9 kills, despite the fact they only got 3 placement points. So that shows how well they were playing. Again, still struggling for a few teams that maybe we'd expect more. We finally see Flavor of the Month break into the top 10, but it's not really with how much points they would like to achieve, because they only got the 2 points, and that's not going to be enough to break them into the top 10 in the overall leaderboards. As you can see here, Flavor of the Month down in 16th spot, just with 2 games remaining.
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Onset, now we're going into, we've seen 2 World's Edge. We've seen 2 of our Olympus, and now final thoughts before we head into our next 2 and final World's Edge maps.
A little bit of pressure on the likes of Gambit and Flavor of the Month. They find themselves outside of the top 10. I'm sure both teams are probably happy they're moving back over, and they've got 2 more games on World's Edge to kind of put things right, if you like. But pressure certainly on their shoulders. The last thing you want to be doing is dropping down to a lower bracket and playing in elimination games this early. You want to get to that grand final. You want to feel very, very comfortable about doing it and playing in a way as well that's going to give you confidence moving towards it. So pressure on them for sure. 2 games to get it done. It wouldn't surprise me if they both put in banger games and all of a sudden they're up in 4th and 5th. So we'll have to see what happens, but I'm sure they're going to be a little bit nervous.
Sounds like a plan. Well, 2 people who aren't nervous. Let's go over to Launders and Scrawny for our game number 5. Here we go, boys.
I am a little bit nervous, okay, because Dan's predictions mean a lot to me, and you know, I feel like Flavor of the Month, they're not going to make it, and I wouldn't want Dan's reputation about his beloved Flavor of the Month.
So incredibly wrong. I'm not nervous for myself, but I am nervous for Gambit. Thanks, Launders. Appreciate you. Hey, you did it to me, I'll do it to you. You know what I mean? Goes around, comes around, baby.
You didn't call me out, but I called out.
Listen, I'm nervous for Gambit. That's what I was saying. I'm not nervous for myself. I'm nervous for Gambit. Definitely one of the teams that dropped off hardest with that transition to Olympus, from 4th and 6th in round 1 and round 2 to 17th and 14th in round 3 and round 4. And as Onset alluded to just at the end of that death segment, they have officially dropped out of the top 10 and are currently primed to go down to the lower bracket. Now, 2 more rounds of gameplay, and if anything, we know that their performance on World's Edge should be a buffer, should be a boost. But Flavor of the Month back towards Lava City, and yet again, at the start of this game, Mohan, the zone closes towards them, and they've got teams already on them.
Yeah, I mean, that's enormous. Like, they're going to feel good about it, but like Onset was saying, sometimes they thrive when they have to make long rotations, and the last time they were given a ton of space and they chilled, they were... They just kind of, I guess, hung themselves out to dry a little bit. Their decision-making was maybe not the best, and they rotated a little bit out of Lava City and then came back later on, but it did end up working out for them. And maybe if you ask them, they've got a different reason as to why. But for the meantime, yeah, we've got a position where their initial threats have decided to move their way out. They split the difference on Lava City, but this does leave Flavor of the Month in a weird spot, right? They're not going to have all of the loot that they wanted to. They didn't finish the duel. And they can't have a repeat of map 1.
Other than that, nothing too crazy. Sorting Factory belongs entirely to Gambit.
Well, we had, who was it that won the first? It was Alliance in the top 2 in game 1 with these very same circles.
Yes.
And was it Magicians who won the first game?
Close, brother. 7-8-9.
Oh, it was 7-8-9. Right. That's why we keep talking about 7-8-9. Right. They were riding high off that first game. That's right.
And how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah. No kidding. They've chugged along. Where are they in the standings? They've just they've got that they got a kills in that last game.
I was gonna say, yeah, they're hanging in. Last
Huge
game was
amount of
okay
points
for
in the
them.
First game. Yeah.
They are currently in 5th position.
Okay, yeah.
Middle of the pack for the top 10.
Yeah. I can't help but feel like the pressure is really, I mean, a lot of this is about flavor of the month. In the zone, down on points.
Morning Stars, I feel like they're stuck in a tough spot here. If they go towards Geyser, that's where they're going to have to deal with Aqualix. And then if you go down to Lava City, which is where they began, that's where Flavor of the Month had been looting and have now taken things over. But USG, who originally began towards Lava Dome, I believe, have moved north into Flavor of the Month, or at least into the caves next door. And we see a very similar rotation from Gambit as we did in map 1, where they went from the sorting facility into that cave. We saw that really nice clip coming from Hardeki, using the Eva up close and personal. And if they're able to sink their teeth into that position again, if they can become the troll caves early, then Gambit are looking to lock in a long game here in the 5th round. But Scars also trying to keep themselves mobile, trying to keep things on the move. Gonna go ahead and put out some damage now with the charge rifle. Broken Shields versus Herald. He's at 50 HP. 3 clean shots from Tai Shin.
Instant. He had these such small timing windows, and he's able to get most of the charges off, crack a shield. Scary, scary player, man, Tai Shin.
Meanwhile, Flavor of the Month, still uncomfortable. Kind of getting bogged down in the Lava City.
See if they feel some pressure to go to look for a fight or just chill out.
Yeah, I think seeing 2 teams off of that Bloodhound scan is going to be a little bit too daunting. But of the 2 teams they've seen, of course, they can hear these fights unfolding. USG able to wipe Underrated out of this one already.
That is a big dog out of play. Underrated going down. And to the victor goes the spoils on the roof of the loot. You've got Uprising, a team we haven't talked much about. In one of their stronger positions now.
They just eliminated the currently 3rd ranked team. So as much as it may suck to see Underrated go, at least
I think
they
they're
know
fairly
safe.
rated at this point.
Yeah, fairly rated.
They're gonna have to start change. They have to evolve their name maybe.
That fight cools off. Looks like Flavor of the Month doesn't want to get in on it. Doesn't want to fall to the same fate of Underrated.
Got Zania flush down the toilet bowl.
Fair comparison.
We call it the reverse alligator or the reverse python. You know how in Florida, like the pythons come out of the toilets?
And that's why I'll never go there.
Okay. On a list of reasons. The sinkholes. Hurricane.
Water's flying. Oh, it's a tough spot. Uprising. You know, they were just feeling this out with Flavor of the Month nearby, thinking maybe they could each find themselves a nice sanctuary. And now Otter throw themselves into that exact same mix. So a new ingredient for this prize dish. Lava City sought after by more than just these 3 teams. There will be more coming. They absolutely know it.
New esports, they've been persistent.
Currently ranked 7th, so most certainly looking to hang on to this. I don't think they are in the same boat as Underrated where they can afford an early exit. Still 19 squads in.
Target spotted.
Meanwhile, we've got Gambit just on reconnaissance.
Hostile spotted.
Outside the top 10, as was mentioned. And they've played it extremely cool. It honestly felt like they came to fight in the first 2 drops. Since then, I think they've been quite passive, and they've been getting caught out while quite passive, a little bit underlooted. Surely they're going to be thinking about their, this game a little bit differently. And they are in more of a hot zone, trying to gatekeep versus Alliance, but at the same time being threatened from both sides. Kick have one hell of a rotation into this zone.
Right? Yeah, it's a long haul. They're going to have to manage to get by 3 other teams. This is Underrated dying out in Lava City. The first death of match 5 at the hands of Uprising. Oh, hello. What is this?
19 squads to go. And will there be any more action?
Well, we've got some here for Astralis, stuck inside of the bombardment. They decide to make their dive back into the zone. And they're okay. They've gotten away from it. I believe that's them and Kick just trying to put a little bit of space between each other. Kick still living outside of the zone. Ooh,
yeah,
we
very
got a wipe.
slow, very uncomfortable, but yeah, they've got to stay alive. And there it is, an early fight, some KP here for Flavor of the Month to take out the team that took out Underrated.
Yes, they find Uprising. Not sure how that fight engaged, but the fact that they jumped in on it, doubled down upon it, made sure that they cleared a little bit of space for themselves inside Lava City before everybody else shows up. We take a look at Lava City, you can see FOTM kind of given a little bit more room to work with, but New Esports is also starting to close that gap, getting attacked from the back. That's Gambit on their heels. And Alliance look to upend what they can. Good cover here. This giant shell coming from the dome. Not something you have to worry about people climbing or clambering over. Alliance versus Gambit at the bottom of this zone, very much in their own little fight, in their own little world. I'd love to watch these 6 players lock horns.
Yeah, it feels like it's just a pressure cooker here, and Gambit, like, this is a position where they often have rotated into wards, and they know how to hold here. I think the last time around were more kind of inside of the tunnels, but now are in a position where they were fighting the last team that they played here, and Alliance and just biding their time. They still got a lot of time to wait. Of course, the circle is going to close very, very slow on this side, but it is in fact closing now, which will push the rest of the people in. It looks like Kick have found a way to finally get within the zone, but I don't think they have anybody. Sorry, I think they have it down.
This is Flavor of the Month.
Flavor of the Month
cleaning
winning
up.
their duel, yeah.
Yeah, taking out one challenger inside of the Lava City. Of course, there are more teams already in that engagement. I believe they were just Peppering versus New. So we've got Flavor of the Month versus New Esports. We've got Gambit versus Alliance. We've got Orglis even floating around here somewhere. We saw Matafe coming around the cliffside towards that cave. And yet no overcommitment. Still 16 squads left, so 2 of the 4 squads wiped out of Lava City, and it's not even the end circle yet.
Yeah, a salient point indeed. Really creates perspective for the situation. Man, Hawkus here is this the spot where
He's got a small piece. Yeah, he's gonna be okay.
So I guess, I mean, he can really hang out for a while, if he'd like to. This is going to be the plan of action.
Here comes the Valk move from 789. The Python.
The reverse Python.
Now we saw a very similar play from Scars at one point in our first round, something like this, trying to pop into Lava City off of a Valkyrie ult, but you're not sure which landing zone is clear for the taking. Zanya will find a bit of sanctuary amidst the rebar. Alliance still within the dome. Gambit on the other end. They continue to scan one another, confirming that they're still out here.
For some reason, I'm not that worried for Alliance in this position. The amount of space here, they got a very good cover. They don't have to worry about dying right now.
Yeah.
And yes, Gambit is right here. We've seen this position happen quite often. But honestly, when they come out to fight them, are Gambit in a really, really strong spot to fight against Alliance? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't actually have the high ground advantage from their spot. And maybe no third party happens, but I feel like if I'm Alliance here, I think it looks worse than it is potentially. I think it's still a little bit scary for Gambit maybe.
Yeah, I think as well, at least you're dealing with Gambit and Alliance, two teams that kind of know how to, like, quote unquote, play by the rules. They haven't overcommitted to one another. They are very much just, you know, drawing the line in the sand and accepting that nobody crosses this. I think it's worth remembering that Gambit last map on Olympus did lose in a 3 versus 3 versus Scars, one of these other teams similar to Alliance that we know have a decent matchup in mechanical skill. So Gambit coming off of the back of that loss, you'd hate to see it happen again at the hands of Alliance, at least if you're cheering for Gambit.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that that could be an interesting team fight once it does unfold.
They've really spread out to these positions that are just so intimidating, actually, now that we take a closer look. And maybe, you know, maybe it is Alliance feeling the heat. It's Gambit
I think
or
they're
not
a bit more
just.
swarmed.
Yeah, not just
The advantage
standard
there,
sitting
Launders,
outside.
is, you know, Gambit consistently Bloodhound scanning, and so able to make a cleaner decision because they have a clearer picture. I don't think Alliance have the same information, and so they're just kind of on the receiving end of this reposition. Hasn't cost them yet, but it could cost them once they move. In the meantime, Flavor of the Month still just being this nuisance on the rooftops of Lava City. The advantage of being here since the start of the game, they hold the high ground. They've amassed as many pieces of loot as they can at the top floor, and even if they lose their basements to the incoming teams, at least they can lock down what should be a position to guarantee top 10.
Well, it looks like their attention is being drawn out here, but it is just, Artie is just in a position to crack shields, output damage if possible. He's completely safe, doesn't even have to worry about the people below him. In fact, they already know he's up here. He's still in such a winning spot.
Mind you, Hardeki's getting a new shield battery in. Leogri also just got damaged, so as you're saying this, Artico does kind of get drawn back into this other fight. As much as he may want to pepper other teams, his teammates need a bit of help, a little assistance. The missiles begin to fall, and Alliance starting to now challenge outwards. They do have the Valkyrie ultimate if they have to get beyond Gambit at some point, but my question is, will they deal with Gambit first?
Well, the flank is coming in on Gambit. They have to deal with Alliance, but Alliance are sitting, waiting, and now Gambit are going to be the ones pushed forward as they get flanked from behind.
Woo. Same time though, Alliance, they're also taking damage from Lava City. I love that the guys in Lava City aren't just sitting back and over waiting, getting into the mix in the meantime. We've got Gambit now getting downed. Artico has hit the dirt.
Yep, and they get spread out.
It's just on Hardeki, I believe. Alliance looking for the kill versus Gambit. This would be another ending for Gambit outside of the top 10 if they get finished off.
No points.
Oh. That is a heartbreak, and Alliance are going to gobble it up, keeping hot on the heels of their opponents, using this position that they've been able to sit in safely for so long. Now they're on the hunt.
Now they're locking horns, and we'll see if Alliance do come out on top or not. They're getting dropped. Hawkins, the last one here alive, takes him down. They've got a drop. He's getting scanned. He'll get pushed back, unfortunately, just within the radius of that scan. Nobody coming up the ramp, though. They can chill and wait now. And they got that wipe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir. They took out the Magicians. They were scanned from beneath. You see Hawkins realizing he had to be the cover. He had to keep eyes on the tunnel. But that's not the only spot that we're going to see Alliance challenge from. We've got Astralis back beyond to where Alliance once was.
Yes, they're flanking hard.
Yeah. And they're engaging. They've caught them out into the open. Alliance caught sleeping. They were pushed out by the zone, and Astralis rotate up and in. Qualix in the meantime also finding some downs, so we've got fights all over the board as we are now in the top 10. Make that top 8. Alliance eliminated, and Astralis now your kill leaders. But Astralis, the same problem for them. They're going to be scanned by tunnels. They could be pushed by this team if they exit this way, but it looks like they're just going to hold off.
They both have options. We have another rotate option for both teams. They're within the zone, and there's so much fighting over at the buildings. I think, I wouldn't be surprised if they want a handshake and wait to see if anybody else gets eliminated. They could have a free pass towards the end game.
Game of Drones, your rank 6 team at the moment. We saw these guys in the top 4 at the end of Olympus. And they know that either Astralis leave, and think about this, if you're Astralis, do you think about pushing Lava City with FOTM sitting on top of those rooftops, or do you try to hammer home a 3v3 here inside the tunnels? It's not going to be easy rounding that corner. Awkward hitbox with like the metal posts and signs and gaps. I would much rather be Game of Drones. But the decision is still the Turks to make. Oh, and the Revenant ult. Maybe that's going to make the difference. This is it. They know they have to go all in.
Silence.
Can they even get down before dying? One doesn't. Sabran also turned back. Unsuccessful. Check out the HP still here for Game of Drones. A complete shutdown of the Revenant ult.
Ooh, that was their opportunity to use that.
So turned back. Unsuccessful. Check out the HP still here for Game of Drones. A complete shutdown of the Revenant ult.
Ooh, that was their opportunity to use that. They probably made a good decision here, but they could not win the duels. The defensive advantage sitting here behind the truck, sitting and waiting, outputting damage, and it's too much. They try to run him down. I think the attack made a lot of sense, but now the rotations, decisions have been made.
Yeah, if I had to bet on who's the next team out of this one, Astralis have to be towards the top of that list. I feel like the confidence of running down into the caverns was taken away from them because the Revenant ult was so unsuccessful. But ultimately, this could come back to work for them because now FOTM, their attention is turned between Game of Drones in the caverns and Astralis stuck behind that rock. The Gibraltar Shield's going to give Astralis a little bit more time, but ultimately that's limited time. They use their jump pad to try and exit, and FOTM turn their attention over towards the caves. Sure, the Wraith can use her TP to try to close this gap, but can the teammates enter it in time? They're going to extend into the open ever so slightly, and it's not just FOTM with damage output. Aqualix are getting into the mix. We've got teams in abundance, including Kick, in the mid-ground of this building.
The wipe happens, and we've got another stacked building here. So much talent between these three floors, and even a team on the roof, and it might be the hardest of them all. FOTM finally in a position, in a power position, in these late circles, with the best spot possible. Circles in their favor. They absolutely need this win to stay alive, or at least a high finish with a lot of kills. And they've done the first part, but it looks like they'll be offered up another opportunity, and they'll want to jump on this, especially with the ability to stare down directly into their opponents. Can't shield out of this one.
Oh my god, he gets the battery off and then drops the shield. Oh, what could have been a down for Pia instead is just going to rob him of all his attention. He's got to keep these guys focused.
This is interesting. I mean, there's obviously, you'd want to drop down into a spot like this, and they're just not aware exactly of where these threats are and how they can see basically everything. The pure advantage of being on the high ground. Yeah.
Ultimates will have to keep them tucked in the top of the staircase. We do get a drop, actually. Somebody jumps out of the middle. That's Cyback from Kick. He ejects out the window. We've got his last teammate, Jakku, going to the sky as Valkyrie. He's just going to try to survive in this chaos. We'll see if it ends up working. He took to the skies with 8 squads left, and now at least there's only 7. But if he lands on those rooftops, there are so many players in a better position than him. So he just decides to actually go out into the wilderness, and he finds cover behind that truck. Kick could definitely earn some late game points off of the back of this, but it's not just Kick using these late game Valkyries to try and maintain. And now Jakku's going to get jumped on. Shex lands upon him. 2 teammates. He fumbles his gun, but still gets the job done. Stroke goes down in the meantime. He's forced forward because of the circle, and that should be the end of him shortly enough. Still, Flavor of the Month hang on to the high ground. 6 squads remaining here as this circle begins to force people out of their buildings. And because Flavor of the Month maintain high ground, I think they maintain a game-winning position. We'll see. Scars still within the mix. Kills going both ways for them. Flavor of the Month seems so comfortable compared to everybody else. Even Claudion fanboys managing to keep themselves in top 5. We've got Wraith portals, caustic tanks, a closing circle, and nowhere to really run because Flavor of the Month have the prime real estate. But soon that will be flushed. Soon they'll be forced down. and they're just going to grab as many kills as they can in the process. Now that they finally do come downwards, everybody else is stuck inside. The Gibraltar shield's going to make things awkward. Flavor of the month looking to take the win, but Taylor, he's down on shields. It's just the 1v1. He's the kill leader now as well, but he stepped outside the zone, and Morning Stars win off that.
Oh, a heartbreaker for Taylor. He was putting out the damage, but dying outside the zone. And in Morning Stars, the team to contest them right off the drop in their spot, taking half of their loot and leaving, are the team to finish them in the end. And
Crazy.
It clearly isn't the team that is in the God spot that will always win at the end of the day. That last second rotation has to come in. They have to engage finally. It doesn't go their way, but they racked up a ton of points from up there. They got a second place finish. This helps out Morningstar. I mean, this was really helping out to even out the scoreboard now. Things get a lot more interesting.
Big one. And Gambit, not the most successful game, so I'm very curious when we come back from the break to see this ultimate leaderboard. We've got 1 round left for group number 1, a stacked group of death, and not that many spaces left in top 10.
I know K-Swinny would disagree with me, but I don't think that Rampart can be used for anything good.
He did die to zone, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm Nas.
Hi, I'm Noises.
And this is my tier list.
Thing is, she's really versatile in arenas and also in just normal Battle Royale.
I think Valk is A tier. She's very situational for where your drop spot is.
Put Valkyrie at a nice A tier at the moment.
I know a lot of people would disagree with me and say Bloodhound and so on is better, but I do think Pathfinder still has abilities to win fights.
He's so strong, but the problem is that he hasn't really had any recent success.
I place Pathfinder on A as well.
I'm going to put Pathfinder at a B tier right now, I think.
Lifeline's advantage basically comes from a point of being at a disadvantage.
In arenas, she really could become huge. She could become the next big legend, but I think as of right now in Battle Royale and across the game as a whole, her revive is super strong, but I would have to put her in a C tier.
I'd place Lifeline in D.
Oh, Crypto, okay.
I think Crypto is the best character by far.
Yeah, Crypto's going straight in the S tier. I don't care what anyone says. I love this legend.
I place Crypto in S tier.
But in Battle Royale, he is essential. He's such a strong legend.
His ultimate allows for very good rotations.
His stim did take a bit of a nerf recently. It takes a little bit more damage now, but you can do it instantaneously.
I think Octane is A tier.
And Octane sits comfortably in A tier for me. Rampart's a difficult one.
I think Rampart is completely useless.
Definitely put her in D tier right now.
I know a lot of people replace Wraith with Octane at the moment, but I still think Wraith has her moments.
I think she's so strong. She's still strong. She's kind of dominated the length of this game.
I would place Wraith on S tier.
Wraith's going in S tier for me. Caustic is a difficult one because he's kind of seesawed amongst different tiers.
I think Caustic is great if utilized in the right environment.
As of right now, the current state of the game, I'll put him comfortably in a B tier.
I place Caustic on A tier.
Watson, okay.
Watson offers nothing but a smaller hitbox.
She's had her ups and downs, but I think as of right now, the game is too fast-paced. It's too determined on quick executes and actions that I don't think that she's necessarily that viable anymore.
I place Watson in E tier.
Watson is going to go in C tier. The ability to press one key and find out where players are within 75 meters is just super strong.
But I think Pathfinder just does Bloodhound's role better. I place Bloodhound in B tier.
Bloodhound is definitely an A tier legend for me.
Right away, look at our final circle here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy final circle. Flavor of the Month who held down such a good position for so long. Got involved with Aqualix, who made a wonderful late portal to come behind and do so much damage. And it came down to just Taylor left on his own, doing so much in this, what seemed to be a 1v1, but then just stepped out. It was a tiptoe, it was a toenail. I'm not sure if there's anything small on your feet. One of those weird hairs that some people have, you know, that kind of dangled out into the zone that just did that little bit of extra damage. But it was an unfortunate way for the game to end, because it could have been one of those miracle plays that we talk about for a long time. But unfortunately for Flavor of the Month, they didn't get the win. But I think in the context of the group, it was a massive, massive performance for them.
100%. We're going to come back to you to talk a little bit more about World's Edge because, of course, we have transitioned back over to our tried and true to this rigorous World's Edge map. But Gaskin, let's talk team comps because, of course, you have to acknowledge that we've seen some various team comps throughout our competition, not just on Olympus but also World's Edge as well. Talk to me about Revenant, for instance.
Yeah, sometimes you see small changes as small as the little hairs on my toes. Thanks, Mark, for making me feel self-conscious. But yeah, we saw one more Revenant being added to the mix. Australis decided they were going to get a little bit more aggressive coming into this game. They picked up Revenant, and it really worked wonders for them. They were able to push more teams, pick up far much more KP. At this point, they were already into the top 10, and they had kills to go along with it. And it was the synergy they had with one another. They didn't even need the Revenant ultimate. They just continued to be aggressive, continued to push in on other teams, and pick up that KP that was so desperately needed, because more teams now are going to be looking to try and find points in situations where they probably wouldn't usually find them in World's Edge. Usually people are playing for that late game, but now people are so desperate for points. We're going to see a lot of changes in terms of how aggressive people are going to be playing.
100%. Now, it's got to be, as you mentioned, Onset, let's go back to this map where World's Edge now. We saw a fair bit of gatekeeping. Let's talk flavor of the month and how that really, this map change perhaps impacted their gameplay, of course, and really how they came into this match.
I mean, Flavor of the Month coming into this game were under pressure. They were outside of the top 10. They really struggled to get any kind of points on the board. And one thing they did really well is, A, they got a zone, which is absolutely massive for them over at Lava City. But if we take ourselves back to the first game of the day, then they had the same zone, and they really struggled. And they played it a little bit differently this time. They played deeper inside of Lava City. And even though they were once again contested off drop, they managed to hold that off. And then they did such a great job of controlling the high ground for the majority of the game and really holding off multiple teams. And it's even arguable that it's harder to do now in the built-up areas like Skyhook or like Lava City than it was previously, due to the fact that you have so many Valkyrie teams that are going to be using that Skyward Dive to redeploy onto height to take different angles. But they held off so many challenges, and you can just see the examples of it here. You know, Pierre just looking down on teams that are trying to make that late rotation, picking up kills along the way, and you can see that in his feed as well. You know, 3 kills to his name at this point with 8 squads still remaining. The difficulty sometimes, as we saw right in that end game, is if you are on the ultimate high ground, at some point you're going to have to drop, and then you get stunned on the way down. Other teams can make a rotation behind you, and that can make that last play for first place a little bit more difficult. But they almost got it done. They got that second place, but most importantly, it's points for them. That's what it's all about here. It's not match point. It's not about winning. It's about getting points into the top 10.
100%. And of course, that late game, it's all about that timing. It's so razor thin on the margin of error there for sure. Well, one of those teams that did an incredible job, obviously, is our team winner here for this match number 5. That's Morningstar. And that means it's time to also name our MVP of the match, presented by Razor. And that is no one other than Mask from Morningstar. Let's take a look at those stats here, Gaskin. Again, first of all, a Caustic player, so he has my heart already. But let's talk about kills and damage here.
Yeah, we switched back to 6 Caustics onto World's Edge. They dipped a little bit during Olympus, but of course they are back because they are so important in that final circle. If you've got your ultimate, it is going to be ticking away. It's going to be doing an incredible amount of damage and being very annoying, just really disorientating other people and other teams and making it hard for them to kind of get their bearings. And that's really what happened here for Morningstars. They were in that final circle. They were able to do the damage. Unfortunately, for the side of Flavor of the Month, they weren't able to pick up the final kills, but Morningstars will be more than happy. And I love that Scrawny and Londoners went back right to that first game where these two teams were splitting loot in Lava City, and they were able to have another fight again. And again, it's Morningstars who really came out with the last laugh.
Yes, they did. Let's take a look at that laugh in numbers with our results here. And again, this is game 5 of 6, Kang, for group number 1. Okay, so you know what? Let's see this here. Flavor of the Month, Onset. You know what? You named it, you nailed it, you talked about it, and here we are. Flavor of the Month coming in hot with a pretty high number of kills here.
Yeah, 9 kills for them, 18 points on the board. That's certainly going to shift them up the leaderboards towards that top 10, if not just dipping their toe in. And there's a lot of weird toe references going on. That wasn't deliberate, but they'll be, definitely looking to qualify from that performance if they manage to put another game together in our final game here on World's Edge. But I'm looking down at the other end. I'm looking at Gambit. I mean, it's crunch time is the least I can say about this next game for them. 1 kill. 2 points, not good enough from Gambit. And to be honest with you, so far from Gambit, they've had a few games where they have these high highs, they have these low lows, but there's certainly been more lows than highs, and they're really struggling at the moment to get towards that end game, which is somewhat of a surprise to me.
100%, yeah. I was going to say 100%. And as we take a look at our leaderboards here, you'll see, wow, a commanding lead. Scars Europe bringing in that same commanding lead they had during our EMEA ALGS championships. I would say even further here. But I'm with you on set. I mean, Gambit is one of those teams specifically from the champs. The heartbreaking thing as a fan is that you know they are so much better than what we have seen so far today. On set, your thoughts there?
It just shows the quality of the lobbies, though. This is, you know, there's 2 lobbies. It's not just like we've got 20 teams that are absolute monsters in one lobby. You know, you also look, who's in 11th place at the moment? Is the team that I pointed out that needed to have a bounce-back performance today after LGS champs. It's Alliance. So you've got Alliance and Gambit at the moment who are outside of that top 10 qualification spot. A reminder, it won't be the end of the tournament for them because we have the double elimination format, but they would have wanted a much better start than what they've had today. Still in striking distance, though. You've got to remember that there was a couple of games where a lot of points were taken away from the rest of the lobby by 2 teams. So there's still the opportunity to put in a decent performance here and qualify, but it's going to be at the expense of someone else. I mean, it's going to be a very exciting last game for sure.
Yep, it is indeed. And I know, Gaskin, you're going to be excited to see more Flavor of the Month. But as we go into our final game, here we go. Launders and Scrawny, take it away. Game number 6, Blast Titans.
Game number 6 and the last chance for some of these guys to crack back into that top 10. We're already well underway. And again, we've got Flavor of the Month and Morningstar looking to lock down. I'm sorry, is this a replay, Launders? Look at this. It's the exact same circle, the exact same spots. And last time they synergized. Both teams getting into the top 10 off of the back of that first and second placement. They could do it again.
Yes, but Morningstar last time, they glued it and then they left. You know, that's the weird part about this, right? Where they loot and then they leave. Like, how happy are they going to be to do it again? Do they feel like it can happen twice? You know, do they want to fight Flavor of the Month early? Because, I mean, even though they ended up winning, it did have a lot to do with the fact that, you know, Tyler backed up into his zone and that, or sorry, Taylor, excuse me. And if they hadn't, then they could have, then that could have gone the other way. And Flavor of the Month up until that point had a huge advantage. The height advantage, the top floor, you know. Is this a building they want to leave? And they're going to see the zone and think, like, you know, is this a spot that we want to try to contest before it's too late?
Curious, man. Curious situation. At least for Gambit's sake, as they are still, of course, at sorting facility, they don't have Alliance breathing down their neck off of the back of this one. That is one difference to start.
Yeah, that's very true.
How long were Gambit and Alliance like locked into that dome fight? War of attrition, nobody moving.
How cool was that, though? That whole engagement where Alliance were basically trapped and Gambit took insanely good positions around them, but then they blew it because Alliance found a wraparound the other side of this, you know, kind of like palatial cave or however you would describe it, you know, whatever these like giant structures around there. I don't know. I'm trying my best here, but you know, Alliance found a way out of a very difficult spot. And it's another situation where Gambit are in this spot where they know they're going to take a fight in the mid round, which is them, who they are. But then they're not winning it and getting to the end game. Like, that's the really crazy and kind of like hard to watch.
Oh, you rat!
I don't know why that's happening. Oh my God! They just didn't wait. They just went incognito.
They were sitting inside of each other, and only Tai Sheen is left. They metamorphosed into just one giant blob, and Scars came walking by. Absolutely fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. They've been seduced by the succubus.
They absolutely waited for that moment. That is unreal. What a catch. That is one of the, and if not the most important threat out of the round. Of course, Scars can hang their heads high. The 65 points, they're not getting knocked out of the top 10 at this point. Nope. But for the other teams in the lobby, you know, this is actually a beautiful thing to see. And it makes things a whole lot more competitive and scary for those bottom 5 teams in the top 10.
Could definitely serve as like a vacuum of power, draw somebody out of the top 10, bring some that it's just a huge threat that's been somewhat nullified. You know, it's not Scars entirely out. They do still have one player in, but man.
Yeah, but like, let's say it's unlikely. This makes it very scary for the bottom 5 teams in the top 10 because there's just more points to go around. You know, if you're in the top 5, top 7, you want Scars to win because you just want to keep your spot.
Also, no, not even like they would have been knocked out. Oh, hold on, hold on.
Ooh.
We've got FOTM with a man down.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's 2 players down. Flavor of the Month could also be biting the bullet. Eliminated in last place from second to dead last. That primes them. Think about the conversation we just had about the bottom 5 being open. Now you've got the guy in 9th place with nearly 0 points.
You have Alliance looking at the kill feed just out of the top 10 thinking, well, there's our chance.
Oh my.
Now they just have to let their fate be decided by the rest of the teams in the lobby.
Oh, dude, okay, I love this. I like this. Game 6, all of a sudden, all these storylines start coming together, and we've got 2 wild curveballs. Scars and FOTM taken down. Scars still back, of course. Not as eliminated, but surely knocked down a peg or 2.
Yeah.
Damn. This game's sick.
Interesting spot. Yeah, everybody's super comfortable within the zone in the area where they're hoping that everything will end. Some of these late rotations again. Kick had some trouble getting in without losing members, so they might want to go through with a different approach. They took a very long time coming out of Skyhook a game ago, and now we'll see if they have a different idea. They seem to play with without a lot of information very often. Uprising sitting on the bottom of the zone. I think one of the most important spots because they're going to be a team that's contested by Alliance, and they've all Game of Drones are here, dropping a player.
Sliding out. Not ideal. Oh man, they're getting dogpiled. But it is Hardeki in the caverns. We've seen Gambit do good things from here. He's going to go back in. Gets his shields back full up, jumps right out. That's going to be the end of one. Gambit getting themselves some KP. Remember, Gambit, they need a big game, right?
Oh, they need a KP. They need a top. Listen, they don't need to win the game, but they need a lot of kills. They got to aim to win.
This is
they got to end up top 3, and there's a clean wipe for them.
You know, caged, like wounded animal type deal. Gambit know they've got to go big or they've got to go down to the lower bracket. So why not try and fight your damnedest? And they do. I feel like the opening 2 eliminations, this opens it up for Gambit.
Right behind them. Going above and over, though.
Ooh. Up and away.
Ooh. Alliance just skipped a whole step. Get right into the middle of the zone. Are here to fight. Do they have a moment? They get set up. Oh, this is perfect for them. I mean, that's just a beautifully timed rotation. They normally have waited a little bit longer. This time they go sooner. They get into a spot, and they're rewarded for their initiative completely. Suddenly, the power is imbalanced again. Gambit is here outside of the big building that everybody wants to be in. They could try to catch rotations, but they're in jeopardy themselves.
Props to Taishin for getting his team back to 3 players after going down to just being 1.
Oh, true, yeah.
So that's definitely going to set them back.
They're getting chased, though. They're getting chased.
Sure.
Wait a second.
Is this Astralis on there? Yeah, it is. And Taishin, who obviously has the most amount of loot because of the fact that he is the longest standing player, the only member standing from that first fight. But Astralis can't find them.
They can't find them, yeah.
And soon this ult's going to run out. They've just lost their death protection, so they've got to just immediately pull the E-brake. And all the while,
in the zone.
Yeah, but Taishin, he's been called back into the action.
Back. Oh, and now it's Scars defending the zone out towards Astralis.
What
have they done?
RPR, nice damage off of the grenade, all things considered.
Yeah.
It's just a question of whether Mandy and RPR have found enough loot to sustain themselves outside of this zone for as long as they may be stuck here. But in their minds right now, it must be if we kill Astralis, we can take everything that they've gathered. And when you have Taishin on the other side holding them, this is sick. Scars goes from being the hunted to being the hunter. But they need to clear this. Only one team gets out of the situation, I feel.
Yeah.
And it's looking like Taishin's making the difference. Done.
Oh my God, what a play.
Back in this game.
That is crazy. What a comeback story within the last 10 minutes. Taishin having no teammates alive to getting hunted down by the scariest ult. A bunch of totem players ready to take them out and give their lives away. And they have 2 of Scar's members tuck and hide while Taishin comes back on the rotation and they win outside the zone. They get a free loot delivery.
Yep.
And there is no respawns as the totem runs out.
And other than new esports who are still sitting in Fragment, they've got a relatively open route. They can use the Vault Cave to get into Geyser and then use the north side of Lava City as their next place. Like, I see a road where Scars can get back into this action. In the meantime, we've got Succubus, the Rock Rats that almost knocked Scars out of the 6th round back into another team fight. Cripps trying to catch up with his teammate. Will get that trade. Herald will be revived. And they're looking good. Gonna go ahead, Bloodthirst, Kick, losing a player.
They've split them too. Kick have Jakku on the other side, looking for a long rotate out. He's got to find his long-lost teammate, and that player has already had some pressure put on him. Crip will find him. Here's the knock, and now it's just 1 player from Kick left alive as a zone closes in. Scars might be there to interrupt his last rotation as well if he's not careful.
Heads up, check out this way.
Poor Jakku, we saw him last round get stuck. Tried to use his Valkyrie ultimate to get behind the truck as the zone was closing, but then 3 players land on top of him, so it's not the first round. In fact, it's 2 rounds back-to-back that Jakku's been kind of the only player left to hang on.
Listen, I mean, Kick play with, very little information a lot of times, super late rotations. You kind of take what you get if you do that.
And that may keep them bogged down in the lower bracket. They are ranked 15th coming into this final round. They managed a 7th placement in the 5th round, but with 0 kills at that. You can't imagine they'll be getting too much impact in this one, but still some time. I mean, if Scars can recover, I feel like maybe Kick can too.
I guess, yeah. But, we are talking about the champs here. Pretty insane stuff, though. Scars not even getting touched by the zone. The perfectly timed rotation. 3 players alive coming in late, and they're actually in a strong spot. No one ahead of them for about 2 miles.
Yep. It's Jakku who lingers behind. And honestly, Scars have no reason to give up this spot. Check them out. North side of the circle. Last player for Kick. Jakku just trying to hang on to their hopes of not being sent down to the bottom 10. But that's seeming to be more and more real as time goes on. We've got new esports entering Lava City. They will now be the 4th or 5th team to try and take position to where the last game ended.
I think, we've got a new challenger emerging in Scars, and they're not going to be interrupted too much, I think, depending on how they rotate. But maybe coming straight down, there will be someone who wants to fight them. 7, 8, 9 taken to the skies, getting out of their post, going right over Scars. Opens things up for Scars, and actually loosens up the rotations across the map behind him.
Don't want to land.
But now, they'll have to fight, yes.
We saw this exact same play from this team. Oh, but they go right into the Wraith portal. They've got their hands full. It's the shotgun fight. The Caustic hammers out. Melee! The melee. And Caustic comes out on top for just a moment. That's Desu now down back. Thanks to Danze, and we've got them gone. 7, 8, 9. Not a successful entry.
Always risky.
Post-kill, baby.
Yes, yeah, always risky to come through with that Valkyrie ult. You never know when the best time is possible, and you don't have vision of the place you're landing all the time. But 7, 8, 9, they like to take risks.
Oh, Danze just trying to find something that wasn't occupied. He's trying left and right, veering, bobbing, and yet he goes down as well. So that's new esports. Yes, eliminating 7, 8, 9, but falling right thereafter.
Look at Scars. I mean, they are sneaking back into this game in a big way. Not a terribly powerful position considering the teams that are holed up in the buildings, but at the same time, they're getting very close to that zone now.
Gambit were 11 points behind Flavor of the Month coming into this final round. And that's the difference between 17th place and 9th currently in the group. Alliance looking to finish off the basement dwellers of their building, and sure enough, they'll drop Oculix. That's a huge scalp to take.
Yeah, that is a money move. And they're holding on to some good stuff. Jakku has successfully recovered his teammates, and they'll come through with the emergency rotation with the Valkyrie.
Will they?
This is exciting. Let's see where they end up.
Nope.
They're going to beat this zone eventually, but the knock comes through, and just in the last few seconds, 1 player will survive. And that will probably not be enough to be able to score this one. Oh my gosh, it comes down to the last few milliseconds.
The ultimate
That is
sacrifice.
crazy. A single tick.
JackYou
This was
getting back both
Limex.
his teammates, but at what cost?
This was Limex's master plan. He said, "You have time to do this. Revive me." And then it ends up being Limex, the last one alive. JackYou shaking his fist from the grave.
We looked at the teams that
you.
were outside of the top 10, man. It's Alliance and Gambit that really kind of had something to prove in this one. And the door is open. It's absolutely open for both of them to make it. But I think Gambit are going to have one of the best late games possible. And look at this difficult spot that they find themselves in. They've got the Magicians on the other side of the cliff to the northwest. And then, of course, another enemy sitting outside the tunnels on their south. And I thought maybe we'd see a Valkyrie ability coming in from the Magicians, but I don't know if they have that at their disposal to get over top of the cliffs. They may have to go through the caverns, in which case maybe Gambit gets third party and their dreams squashed. We'll see. 12 squads left.
They love this spot. They do love it. We'll see what they can do with it.
Oh, man.
See what kind of rotation they want in. It's going to be similar again to last game.
Gambit are getting sandwiched at the moment.
Yeah, they are. But we know the approach from the south is much harder than it is from the west, and it looks like that fight's going to take place first.
Oh, they're keeping eyes on this.
Oh, nope.
Hostile right here.
They're deciding to avoid it, it looks like. I don't know,
Well, I mean,
actually.
The beauty of this is that they still have this little sanctuary between the middle zone where they have been standing facing both these teams. If they just fall closer to Lava City, A, they're still inside the zone, and B, they get themselves out of that crossroads, that cross section where they would get hit by both the Magicians and the other guys. But it looks like Maliwan is calling for his teammates to come over because they go to Valkyrie, so there will be a Valk ult from Maliwan to get them over top the cliffs. Underrated trying to pull an FOTM and hold on to the high ground, but they're getting hit up with some heavy damage.
Yeah, man. And Scars now enter battle as they start to approach. Mandy going up and above. Taishin to follow. Slowing it down a bit, it looks like. Just waiting to see if any threats will come in. And the consolidation, the amount of names left in this circle. Everybody is illegible.
WLS, who are honestly kind of under the radar. They're currently positioned 13th, so if we talk about Gambit coming all the way up from 17th, there's no reason to write off WLS either.
True.
There's spots for the taking, and right now on the top of the skyscraper, I mean the tippity top, we've got the Magicians. Staring down at the ants beneath them. They're going to go ahead and try to clear the rooftops. And if they successfully push these players back inside, then they could very well take this building top for their own. And that's what they do. They drop the grenades on it, they drop their dome on top, and now it's about collecting the information. What's their next move for the Magicians?
Limac goes down, kicker wiped. And that is just outside the points. I think that's all she wrote here for kick in this game, at least. Things cool off.
There's only two teams outside of the actual city, and that's going to be Gambit still in the caves and WLS still on the high ground.
Yes, the odds are so good for everybody near this circle, of course, but for Gambit, they need this win bad. The expectations are high. Their rotation is not easy, and Hardeki is starting to make his way out.
He's going to make his move within the chaos. His teleport.
They're all going.
The rest of Gambit inwards. The question is, do Underrated try and barrel stuff them as they entry? Gambit have made it at least to the base of this building. Susceptible to a drop, but who's going to take a chance to drop on Gambit?
Yep.
They've got a little corner for themselves, and for now they hold.
Yeah.
Oh, they do more than hold. They want a piece of this real estate. They want to push in. A caustic tank to keep them back. They want to make sure they don't get flanked in the meantime either. But Gambit actually establishing quite a bit of, I would say, safety here. Nobody really looking to get in on them, and now WLS, I feel like, face a similar situation. They don't have the Wraith portal to go, but they will use the jump pad. At least two of them do. Tilt just trying to sprint his way in. Now we're back on with WLS, as just like Gambit, they find a little bit of room to work with at the bottom of the buildings.
Oh, man.
This is chaos.
11 squads left still.
Just 10. Try to keep your eyes on the feed. Scars is getting into the game. It looked like Gambit lost some players. In fact, I think Gambit have completely bled out. 10 squads left over. Down to just the 9. That was the big crunch. Orgless and Hungry still also floating. Think about that. They're 10th position. They are one of the teams trying to deny all of these little comeback stories. And so far, so good. They are secure on the 2nd floor of this building.
Yeah, they're incredibly comfortable. It does look like Gambit is out of the game.
Question will be, do they have enough points to close that gap? And sitting outside of the top 10, they sat in those caves for so long. It's not like they were earning much off KP. Maybe a dire situation for them.
Alliance still in this is going to cause problems for all of these teams trying to fight back in.
Hands down. What an epic tale we'd get if Alliance and Orgless can lock horns as rank 10 and rank 11. But we've got players trying to scramble up the walls as Alliance have to give up a little bit of room still. They've got the defenses because of the caustic. But IPN actually gets tagged up quite a bit. And in the meantime, Hakis, he's up on the rooftops also getting lowered. It's onto Vaves to just try and protect his team for a little bit, but they've seemed to be given a room to breathe.
And do we have Scars? Scars are still here. They've got their own little building to themselves. And again, they are point soakers. All they're going to do is reaffirm the established rankings. If they stay alive, this is a problem for everyone trying to break back in. And they are still on the rotation, staying together, not fighting anybody right now, not losing resources and changing buildings.
Alliance flush the rooftops so that they can hold it down yet again. Doing a very good job of keeping themselves sustained, but here's a push from the other roof. Ozzus gonna be pushed back ever so slightly, a previous match MVP within this group. Alliance keeping them at bay. Just protect the high ground. That's their goal. We still got Morning Stars who were able to rob away a win last round, still down beneath them. Scars in the mix. I can't believe that Scars have managed to keep themselves alive. Rebounding from what was almost an early exit.
Yes.
Almost a last place, but damn, that ultimate hurts.
Yeah, they're taking some damage. Molly1 goes down. Some damage up on the roof as we're dropping off of cover now. Things are getting really testy. That circle is in tight.
Got to keep our eyes on Mox. He absolutely clutched in the last round. We'll see if he can do it again. Gonna continuously just drop those canisters in the corner, create this plume of smoke, throw some outwards as well, and that's gonna prime them for their push. We've got them moving outwards. They're doing a good job of hanging on. They've killed Tilt with the caustic gas, in fact, but Alliance are still up top and looking to hang on. We've got Alliance in the mix, we've got Scars in the mix, and we've got 2 more challengers trying to lock in this final round of Group 1. The ultimate carnage starts to unfold, and Alliance still with eyes above. Zone going to decide who walks away with the majority of the points here, but the chaos, man, it comes to a close. I'm talking domes on domes. Peacekeepers primed, and Vaves just wrecked them. Two Peacekeeper shots to the face. Alliance secure a top 10 finish in round number 6.
What a win for Alliance. That is so well played. That was what Flavor of the Month wanted out of their last game. Playing the God Spot to perfection, letting things close up, and then finding the final duels with all the composure in the world. That was beautiful stuff. And for Flavor of the Month, it was still an exhilarating second place finish with the points involved. But with this situation, it's now starting to open up with them at the bottom of the top 10 and Alliance coming in that hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to say if they'll still be in this top 10 ranking.
Well, let's go ahead, throw this one up to a break, come back with the final placements of Group 1 here for Blast Titans.
It's Dupes o'clock. Go bazoomba, bam bam boop. Fool 'em. got bamboozled. Look at you.
And there they have it, Gaskin. This bubble off was epic.
Oh, Alliance just did everything right in this game and thoroughly deserved their victory. And a lot of it was down to Vibes just hitting every single shot with his Peacekeeper. Bang! Blammo! Bang. Every single noise that you can make. Bang. He just initiated because, oh my goodness gracious, that is prime time Peacekeeper action.
It absolutely is. And you know what? That seems about the right moment. Onset to talk about our MVP brought to us by Razor. You know, Alliance did such an incredible job, to be sure. And of course, their player deserves the MVP. Onset, surprise, surprise, or not at all?
No, no surprise. It was Vibes. I mean, what a play that was at the end with the Peacekeeper. If you sort of still pick up the Eva 8 and you think this is the best shotgun in the game, which, let's be fair, it still is, but the Peacekeeper can still do a huge amount of damage, especially if you're hitting all the to drop in, Alliance being the last team to bubble, which is always the most important thing in that final battle, and then just finding the angles to hit every single player and just chunk away at the health. And it just felt like every time he pulled the trigger, another body fell in front of him, and it was just a graveyard at the feet of Vibes at the end of it. Huge amount of damage, decent amount of assists, only the one, but he didn't need it because he wasn't getting assists. He was just shooting people when they were falling. First place for Alliance, massive performance, and super important for them as well coming into this game. Alliance needed those points on the board.
Absolutely. Speaking of points and the board, we've got those results ready here. And Gaskin, I know GG to our fallen flavor of the month. I know you were very excited about that prospect, but here we are. Let's take a look. Gaskin, thoughts on, wow, that's a double digits for Alliance. They absolutely did an incredible job this last game.
Yeah, Alliance were 1 point off the top 10. August and Hungary were there or thereabouts. Magicians were hovering around 8th or 9th, and all those teams picked up points. So that is not good news for flavor of the month. That almost guarantees they'll be in the bottom 10. Looking at Gambit, I don't think they've done enough either, so we might be looking at the likes of Gambit, the likes of Flavor of the Month, both dropping down to that lower bracket already, which is not really what we would have expected. Aqualix didn't have a great game in match number 6, but they should be okay. Scars Europe, however, what a game they had.
What a game they had indeed. We should be getting those leaderboards here shortly because, of course, it all comes down to the business. Onset, my gosh, and here we are. 7, 8, 9, who started off our day in a dominating fashion. They have made their way into that top 10.
Just about in that top 10. Flavor of the Month just behind them, but that last game cost Flavor of the Month. It was as simple as that. And the difference between 789 and Flavor of the Month was that first game from 789 where they put 25 points on the board. They weren't able to put many more together for the rest of the games that we did see go on, but it was enough. And that's the most important thing. A surprise is you look at Kick, Gambit, Flavor of the Month, all not making it. I'm going to be very disappointed, but just a reminder to everyone who's watching, we have a lower bracket, so they will still have an opportunity to fight back into the finals. But Scars Europe, I mean, what else can we say about them? They had that massive dip in form before ALGS champs. They came back, they won it, and now look how dominant they have been in this lobby.
Absolutely. Speaking of domination, by the way, and we'll start this with Gaskin. Let's take a look at those predictions that our team had put together earlier on. Okay, Gaskin, let's start with you. I see your top pick there.
Well, I see. I have the least amount. I didn't even know how these predictions worked. I thought it was just who would win games. Either way, I am definitely at the bottom. I put my faith in Flavor of the Month. All right, I went for a slightly outsider pick, whereas everyone else went for the boring. Oh, let's predict the best players and best teams. Either way, I took a risk. It didn't work. We'll see what happens as we go into the next few days. I'll pick it up. I'll find the slack.
Well, I'll say this for all of us. With the exception of me. I'm sorry. Gambit. Look at them apples. That does not appear to be, I'm the only one that didn't have Gambit. Oh, hey. Good job, me. Little pat on the back there,
okay, we get it. Like, you've won the Group 1 predictions. I know you're trying to tiptoe around it, but I'll just step in and say, look, you've done it, okay? You won. You beat everybody. Congratulations. But, it is what it is. Scrawny and Launders, we know that they colluded together to make sure that neither of them would ever lose by choosing exactly the same teams. It's fine. I understand it. But, Gambit was the surprise to me, to see him not go through. I thought they'd be one of the first teams through. I thought they'd be top 3 for sure.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you guys, and I feel like them in the lower bracket is now making that lower bracket pretty scary.
Already terrifying. Yeah, it would be a big, big jump if we saw any of those teams eliminated in the first lower bracket matchup. I'm heavily expecting them to get through to the lower bracket final when they have another chance to get to the grand final. Alas, it is going to be difficult for those who do drop down now from Group 2 into that lower bracket. They'll already be thinking, oh God, there's some big boys in this matchup.
They are indeed. Well, you know what? We have just seen Group 1 go through the gauntlet. It's about time for us to head over to Group 2, which means I've got to say goodbye to these lovely gents here on the desk and welcome back Launders and Scrawny, who have been casting us throughout our first games here. But we're going to go ahead and head to a break real quick. But when we come back, Scrowners and Blondie, you know what? I'm going to give you new nicknames. It's going to be fantastic. They're going to join me on the desk, and we're going to see you two gents over in our gameplay. This is Blast Titans. We'll be right back. And just like that, we are back for group number 2. I, of course, am flanked here by Scrawny and Landers, not Scronders or Landy. It's just me. It's my terrible brain at this moment. But guys, thank you so much for joining us. You know, you saw group number 1. You incredibly casted group number 1 through all 6 games. How you feeling now? Landers, let's start with you about going into group number 2.
I feel fantastic. I think I have got a couple of storylines that I'm really curious about. Like, for example, you know, Na'Vi, always the groomsman, never the groom. Like, have a lot of second place finishes, not so clutch. I want to know what that's about. Trying to see if Fire Beavers are going to be, you know, are going to be the gambit of the group, or are they going to continue to destroy? Like, after that, I'm looking for some of the mirrored storylines in group number 2, and there are plenty of them.
They are indeed, actually. You know, and Scrawny, quite frankly, one of the big ones has got to be when we throw that wrench of an Olympus map in the middle of gameplay through the World's Edge. What do you expect in here for group number 2? Same, similar, different?
Yeah, I think it's only safe to say that we'll also see some kind of change-ups and some upsets because of that new map. I mean, you look at Gambit and their performance over the first 2 games, they were looking primed to get, you know, not perfect, but they were looking primed to get themselves through okay. And then they went back-to-back 0 points on Olympus. So that definitely didn't help them in their attempt to get a comeback at the end when we returned to World's Edge. And if Gambit are supposed to be this consistent thing like Fire Beavers, then I'm super curious to see what those guys have to offer us on the second map as well.
For sure. Well, let's take a look at that group. As we mentioned, group number 1, we've been sort of calling the group of death, but let's not get it twisted here. Group 2 is still pretty scary here, Launders. And I know you mentioned Na'Vi. We talked about Fire Beavers, Solo Q Goats. Talk to me about anybody else that you see jumping out at you at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Buff Rev always jump out at me because I'm waiting for this to actually happen in real life. I'm really curious about Buff Rev and if Rev will be buffed, and if Buff Rev just means that they are buff and they're actually going to use Rev and show us why Rev is buff, or if Rev needs a buff. So that's going to answer a lot of questions for me, just that one team alone.
For those keeping track at home, he said buff and red at least 20 times, so good job, NGG. Scrawny, who on here has your heart right now? Who on this group 2 has you see in double?
Yeah, I think Endeavor is somebody that I'm going to keep my eye on. You know, if we're talking about this group being maybe a little bit more open, and maybe, you know, this group 1 being a bit more stacked, then I think there were some comparisons to draw between Endeavor and Alliance. I know those are 2 teams that like have similar starts, I believe. So they're 2 teams that maybe we can draw. Yeah, sorry, Aqualix. So we can draw those comparisons between them, and they don't have each other in the same group, so they're not going to overlap. And I'd love to see those guys succeed.
This will be very interesting. Well, speaking of things we'd love to see succeed, let's take a look at the predictions that got some of us in hot water last time around. Okay, looks like Na'Vi and Solo Q Goats. Fire Beavers seems to be on the mind of all of us. I see also, can I say this? You both have changed up one of your picks.
We didn't confer with each other, actually. It's actually a grand conspiracy that we actually looked at each other's. We sent separate emails, didn't reply all. Like, there was no that we didn't confer with each other. But I will say I'm feeling a little bit cursed because I have the same prediction as Dan, which is always uncomfortable these days. I have a totem esports prediction. I'm just looking at Dan's and thinking, man, I must have made a bad prediction.
Well, Scrawny obviously has the right call. Could not agree more with his predictions. Scrawny,
are they upside down or just 100% correct?
You know, listen, Fire Beavers with that consistency. I've got to cheer for Solo Q Goats. I think that Shiv just has some really sick mechanical skill. He's one of those guys I really love to just watch play the game. He just impresses me on his own, right? Whether that translates into a team success story or whether he is just a Solo Q Goat, I think time will tell. But I'm a little nervous, Kate, to be honest, because you're really upping yourself in that first game prediction, and I'm like, maybe this is what's going to sink our boat here for the second group. You're making me nervous.
You know what? That's completely fair. Let's find out all together here. And to do that, we are going to throw it to Onset and Gaskin for our game number 1 of Group 2 here at Blast Titans. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kate. And it is time to get into Group 2, Dan. And what a day it's been so far. Group 2 for me, a little bit of a different story for what we saw from Group 1. Group 1 kind of contained a lot of the big names, right, that we've seen win championships, put in these huge performances, have those star players on. For me, Group 2 has been kind of the development stage of Apex, where we've seen a lot of these teams start off a little bit lower down the rankings, but they've now established themselves as these top teams, overtaking some of those powerhouse names. And I look across the list of names I've got here, you know, Fire Beavers, Endeavor, Kungana, who did fall off a little bit, obviously didn't make LGS champs, which is a huge disappointment for them, but a little bit like the Alliance story from earlier, a real opportunity for that lineup to bounce back here.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of breakthrough teams here that are featuring in Group 2, but as you say, they've had some big tournaments, some consistent tournaments, which is the key thing during the group stages here. It's just about finishing in that top 10. A team like 4Gang, for example, we saw in the ALGS EMEA Championships, they weren't winning games, but they were consistently 4th, 5th place every single time, and if they can find find that same consistency, then we should see them progress in this winners bracket rather than drop down to the losers bracket. But I just can't wait to get my teeth sunk into some more Apex action. Group 2 should be a little bit more wild, a little bit more unpredictable. I'm expecting a few more drop spots contested, but as we know, we do have teams kind of discuss who's dropping where in the pre-game lobby. I've been keeping an eye on the feed as well and seeing who's been saying what, and there are a few arguments developing, so we'll see whether there's any early skirmishes.
Before we've even dropped into the map, there's contention going down. It's verbal, it's whatever you want to call it. It's wonderful to see competitive gaming at its best. But let's talk a little bit more about some of these teams, because the team that I'm looking out for is Fire Beavers. They kind of surprised a lot of people coming into champs, and with all due respect, you kind of look at the lineup of the players on there, and they are established names. Taskmaster, what a player he is. Sunset as well, really has been an unbelievable slayer for that team, and some of the stats that he put up at the ALGS Championships have really took me back when I took a moment to step away and look at the statistics and kind of put everything together after the dust had settled, so to speak. But, I mean, the Loba pick, for me, is something that I love, and it kind of encapsulates everything about the EMEA region, right? They are always willing to change, to chop, to think about the game moving forward, the counter strategy to the meta strategy, and it's always what makes these things come to the fore. And I think that Fire Beavers picking Loba, especially in a huge game like the ALGS Championships, was a real great indication of how EMEA as a region works.
Yeah, and setting trends, we saw 789 running Loba in the previous Group 1, and they were able to finish in the top 10 after a very successful Game 1. They did drop off a little bit, but alas, they were able to at least achieve what they set out to do. You can see the circle there. It is going to be finishing around Fragment East, a little bit trickling towards Epicenter and Overlook. So Na'Vi in a fantastic spot. They spread themselves out. They take Overlook, but they also go down to No Name. They've just got to be careful that they don't get pushed too quickly from that team residing in Fragment East. But they'll be able to loot up fairly calmly here. They don't have to be thinking about doing it fast. They can just wait, and they can position themselves as to where they think this circle is going to be. Now, there are a few positions it could finish, and they will probably gamble on either No Name or in Fragment East rather than staying over towards Overlook.
Well, we're going to have to see how that circle does pull, but one team that are going to be very happy is Endeavor, who I wanted to talk about a little bit as this game does get underway, and we see a couple of shots being exchanged between a couple of our teams here. But Endeavor love to fast rotate. They kind of build themselves on the classic TSM model, even though that has adjusted a bit over the years, and we use that as an example for maybe some of the newer viewers who are watching. And it's about getting to zone first. It's about getting to Godspot, and they said in the interview as well, they don't like playing against Aqualix because they kind of play the same way. Well, you can see at the moment, Dan, they could make no rotation and they would still be first to where zone is. They're dropping over in Fragment East, the perfect start here for Endeavor.
But as we saw in Group 1, sometimes the circle being right on your drop location doesn't benefit you. It really depends on you as a team. Flavor of the month, they had 3 circles on their drop location on Lava City, and they were not able to actually find success from it. Okay, yes, they were contested, and we understand that Morningstar's made it very difficult for them, so maybe it's going to be slightly different now coming here into Group number 2. But I'm also looking over at the Solo Queue Goats as we transition perfectly. They always play trials. They always pick up the armor here. Very important to get backpacks, etc. Gold backpacks so you can get that res and pick people up with half health. We even saw in Game 1 of Group number 1 that it's really important sometimes to have that backpack. It even won someone a game. So I can understand why Solo Queue Goats are one of these teams that likes to transition this way.
We're talking about buff forever. Buff the Prowlers, man. I feel sorry every time that we jump over that they are just being slayed and put to rest, you know what I mean? Just at least get a tick of damage off on one of these teams, as we see Fire Beavers now making their rotation, but it's not going to be a comfortable one whatsoever here. You can see there's already teams looking over them. Na'Vi is one of those teams from Overlook who's laying down a few shots, and Fire Beavers, who are making that rotation from West Fragment, where they like to drop, are going to have to back up here, and they're coming under a lot of fire here, Dan.
Yeah, this is not easy for them. They were hoping that No Name was going to be free and available. It was not, and at least they were able to get out. Sometimes as a team you need to know when to enter an engagement, but also when to just get out of an engagement, and they've done that just here. But now they've got to hope there's actually still residents in Fragment, otherwise they're going to be stuck in no man's land, not necessarily No Name, and they might be kind of pitter-pattering around, not being able to achieve any sort of safety whatsoever, and Major Pushers might just fancy doing what their name says best, pushing on this and looking for some KP.
Well, they're kind of moving through Fragment East at the moment, and all these teams are desperately trying to get to the eastern side of Fragment before everyone else gets there, because otherwise there's going to be no real estate to play within No Name and the surrounding areas. Everyone's going to be tied up inside of Fragment on top of each other, which means when we get to rounds 2, round 3, all these teams are going to be stacked up upon each other, and they will surrounding areas. Everyone's going to be tied up inside of Fragment on top of each other, which means when we get to rounds 2, round 3, all these teams are going to be stacked up upon each other, and they will essentially cut each other in half, as only one of the 2 teams that fights as they make their way out will be able to progress and make their way towards that end zone. But Fire Beavers at the moment, not looking good, Dan, to say the least. I'm trying to reserve maybe some harsher words to start with, but they tried to make a quick rotation. That didn't work. Now they've lost 9 Impulse. They've lost another player as well, and they find themselves with just 1 man alive.
I think we can call it the Gaskin curse. Any team I seem to be hyping up prior to this tournament just don't seem to be finding the success. Gambit went down early, and it looks like Fire Beavers are going to be struggling a little bit in game 1 here. However, I do think they will be able to come back into things and demonstrate just why we hyped them up. Fenerbahce making a little rotation, as well as several other teams using Valkyrie and the balloons to try and transition across the map to get in the best place as possible. But not too many early engagements. A few, of course, as these teams kind of feel out who's dropping where, but for the majority, people are within the circle now. There's a few late stragglers. You can see Solo Q Goat still transitioning from the top left of the map, Maestro moving into Train Yard as well, and they'll actually be able to take Train Yard, because when you get a circle like this, it's very predictable as to where it's going to finish. It's going to finish in one of 3 places, so people are going to bank on it finishing in Fragment or down in that No Name, and we're going to get a lot of people in those buildings.
Well, Endeavour have managed to find themselves a long-term hotel reservation here inside of this building. They've got the caustic traps down, as I say, just moving a few inches from Fragment East to where they find themselves right now. Solo Q Goats are going to have to make a little bit more of a transition. We're not going to be talking about walking. We're going to be maybe hiring a car or hoping that train will come back to World's Edge to help them on their way. But they're going to have to move right to the northern side of the map. Maybe look to use that redeploy balloon to get a little bit closer to the action. But as we know, they're an edge fighting team, Dan. They love to find those isolated fights, the teams which are getting beamed on the edge of zone and then taking advantage of that themselves.
Yeah, we see a lot of teams who prefer edge fighting, and with the amount of Gibraltars as well, you are able to do so, provide yourself cover even in these open areas, and then you can transition it into a third party if you've got players like Octane, or if you have a legend like Wraith, for example, that can break the gap, as it were. You can just get close to a team, whether it be through the portal, whether it be through the jump pad, but you also need a good in-game leader who is more than happy to call that, and a team who is happy to follow that in-game leader blindly, because sometimes all it takes is one person to call it and one person not to follow it, and it's not going to be a successful team fight.
Well, bad news for fans of anti-theory, meaning anti-Dan Gaskin theory, that he's cursing people today, because Fire Beavers have been eliminated. The last player was taken down. Dan, you're now not allowed to mention any teams pre or post game, and I'm sure that's just for competitive integrity. But we'll take a look at some of these teams now moving in. You can see the Fragment East. I mean, the hotel is looking fully booked at the moment. Not a lot of room to play with there. Teams still making their way, but Na'Vi's a team I actually want to focus on a little bit here, because they have always been on the cusp of brilliance, Dan. Haven't managed to get that championship win under the belt, which, with the amount of talent on the lineup, you feel will happen at some point. For them, I've always felt it's the end game, where they just make one little slip up in decision-making that costs them the difference between the top 6, top 7 place, and that all-important first place, which can really turn into multiple points.
It shows how brutal Apex Legends is, though, when you've got a team with this lineup who have the ability to win things, and as you say, they come so close but haven't quite achieved it yet. But now with the announcement of course, ALGS Season 2, we've got Blast Titans. There is plenty of room to make up for any of those tiny mistakes and put yourself within Apex history here. And maybe this can be the platform which Na'Vi start to step up a little bit and show us what they're really capable of, because we know they are a fantastic team.
Well, there's going to be a third party coming in here. You can see there's a bomb fight that's gone down. One player managed to stay alive from the team inside. And Phoenix Legacy are just kind of overlooking all of this fight that's going down inside of No Name at the moment. And Team Godolphin, well, they're the team who are holding people out. They were the team who arrived latest and managed to clean things up. So now they have control of this central building. They have a couple of armor swaps to work with as well. And Dolphin's a player that we know, we love. He's a wonderful person himself. The coach of TSM, as we are always repeating, but a hell of a player himself. In the EMEA qualifiers for the championships, he was a standout player down with his aggressive play on Octane.
Yeah, also during the GLL finals, really just kind of was a platform for the rest of the team. He's aggressive, he likes to encourage aggression for the rest of the squad, and he will initiate those fights and do a lot of damage. So it's great when we see him on our screens, but at the moment, Fortgang, another team that I was speaking about earlier, which maybe I shouldn't have, because you never know, maybe they'll drop off now. They have been very consistent, and they're holding out the solo queue GOATs right now, who are a scary team to go up against, because solo queue GOATs are fearless. We know that, we saw that during ALGS. I think at one point Shiv ran an entire team to try and stop them winning, and he almost got away with it as well.
If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Shiv, isn't it? If he would have pulled that off, headphone users beware is the only thing to really say. As we now see another fight going down at Trainyard in the outsider zone, it's going to be Top Dogs, the finish lineup, who are going to come out on top here. And interesting to me, Dan, you look at that little legend, and I call him a little legend. He's not a legend in my eyes, but he certainly is in the eyes of Top Dogs here. Revenant in the composition again, as we now jump back over to Fortgang versus the solo queue GOATs as this battle continues just outside Epicenter.
Yeah, most notably looking across compositions, we've got 2 Revenants in the lobby, Top Dogs and Fighter Fancy both running him. 7 Caustics as well, so these end games are going to be very smelly. As now an engagement from solo queue GOATs. I said they are fearless as they soar through the air. They get the damage, they get the knock, and they're going to get the wipe, I'm sure. Fortgang can do very little against this now.
Just trying to find those last final players to get those KPs to wipe the team off of the face of World's Edge here. You can see that we've lost 4 teams now in the kill feed, and solo queue GOATs, and led by Shiv, are going to pick up a couple more KP along the way. And a little bit of a lineup change we should point out as well. You are seeing Querney come into the lineup on the Gibraltar, and so a little bit of a shift there. Not sure if that's full-time, if it's permanent, or if it's just because unfortunately one of the players wasn't available to play, but we'll have to see how it works out for them today. But it seems like the pattern's continuing that we're used to, Dan. Solo queue GOAT, see someone, they run at them, they kill them. It's pretty simple when you put it that way.
It is, and it's always good to see Bangalore utilised as well. That smoke can be so important just to pick up armor, get swaps. It's very difficult to see through that smoke. They thickened the smoke with an update not so long ago to make Bangalore even more of a buff. It was a Shiv buff rather than anything, because we know how much he does play Bang. But again, solo queue GOATs just fearless, aggressive, and showing us why they are one of our favourite teams in this group. And it would be great for them to get a tournament win, wouldn't it? They've managed to have some very successful placements in Apex tournaments, but imagine them winning like a major or minor. It would just be the real story of from kind of solo queue warriors who decided they wanted to play together to suddenly a team who has just bonded, and regardless of changes of whatever that reason might be, it's still the same core team, and that's what I love to see.
We're going to have to see if Xipeth will return to the lineup in time, or if Querney will be more full-time. We'll have to see how the result is at the end of things. It might be made for him, unfortunately, the way that things work sometimes. As you can see, a couple of teams making their way towards the respawn beacon, maybe thinking about bringing a player back in. But as you can see, lurking in the background is the solo queue GOATs, just looking for the opportunity to pounce. But we're seeing now the teams moving in down the bottom left. You can see the Top Dogs have got a pretty free reign there from the western side of World's Edge. Down at the southern side, though, you can see 2 teams kind of facing up against each other. Totem Esports is one of those teams, and neither team wants to move first through that choke because there's the opportunity they get shot in the back.
Yeah, you don't really want to be the first one to kind of blink. Otherwise, you may regret it a little bit later. We're going to see where this next circle goes shortly. If someone is able to get a beacon scan, this is where the cryptos really come in handy. If you don't have a beacon nearby, of course, that drone can just have a little fly on away and tag it. But right now, as we expected, a lot of people banking on these buildings in Fragment, people banking on the buildings in No Name as well, and a few transitioning from the south side of the map. Totem Esports, one of my favorite picks, and Launders. They are a team that have always shown what they're made of. They've performed very well in various different tournaments, and I'm sure that they will do the same here today.
I feel we could say that about so many teams now in Apex Legends in the EMEA region. It's just like every team's like, yeah, they're really good. Yeah, they're really good. They deserve a championship. But it's one thing to think that you deserve it. It's another thing to execute upon it as Na'Vi now start to pop up in the kill feed. You can see Kuya involved there as solo queue GOATs try and finish off a couple of players as well, trying to make a rotation. But they're going to be playing this high ground, and they're in a pretty good spot here because they're going to be overlooking down as we move a little bit further towards the end game. All of the carnage that's going to be going down in Fragment East. Phoenix Legacy, as we just momentarily got to see there, are going to have to make that move from No Name towards Fragment East, as we did see that ring pull slightly away from where a few teams had thought it might be ending. So for Na'Vi now, they've got to make their shift. They've been looking upon everything that's been going down from their drop at Overlook, but now they're going to have to start crossing a little bit of ground and making their way towards zone.
Yeah, they have a decision to make. Do they want to try and win this game, or do they want to try and pick up some extra KP on teams rotating in late? And knowing Na'Vi, they'll probably want to win the game. Unless they feel like they cannot get to any sort of residence within this circle, then that's when they'll say, okay, actually, let's push for KP. Let's try and actually pick up some points where we probably won't pick them if we leave ourselves vulnerable rotating stupidly inside this central circle. As you say, it has pulled slightly away from Fragment towards No Name. Right on those train tracks between Fragment East and the No Name is probably where it's going to be finishing. So you can take residence under those train tracks, but you do find yourself a little bit in a tricky spot because you can be shot from several directions and you're kind of banking on no one spotting you when you do try and transition that way.
I just want to take a moment here to appreciate Strafey, the fact that he's got over 2k damage already in this game with the charge rifle. Anyone who's been moving across open round has ended up getting some burns in places they wouldn't have wanted, because that charge rifle has been hitting hard on multiple members of multiple teams and certainly helping him level up those Evo shields for his team as well to make sure they can make that rotation a little bit more comfortably. But as we overlook No Name at the moment, talking of overlook when Na'Vi have to make their move down, you can survey the surrounding areas and see where everyone is trying to make that move. But at the moment, Na'Vi can see there's multiple teams in front of them. This zipline is what they want to take, but every time that they've tried to kind of put the toe in the water, so to speak, and get across that open ground, they've had a few problems. But I also think that Strafey is aware there's still a player maybe down in that tunnel, so he doesn't want to get shot in the back, wants to make sure they clear their backs here, Na'Vi, to make sure they can be safe as possible when they do take that zipline.
There's a lot of toe references from you today. I'm just going to point that out.
I don't know what's going on there, yeah.
Your head's in a different place.
I think people are going to think I'm weird. Trust me, I'm not one of those people, all right? Just before, all right, I'm just putting that out there. I'm not one of those people.
Well, Desert is trying to rat out. He's one of those people, not one of those people, but he is a rat, and he is going to try and survive here for Team Ahaha, one of my favorite team names throughout this group too. But it's a very difficult situation to be in when you're just trying to rat out to try and get some placement points. Top 15 will be his first target to achieve 1 point, and then if he can get into top 10, that's when you start to achieve a little bit more. Solo Q Goats have spotted maybe some enemies they could actually jump on if they would want to, but they might not want to give up the high ground here.
Well, there was a really important battle going down, actually. Endeavor were involved. You can see where that zone is going to be moving. And speaking of Endeavor, they are going to be eliminated here. And they were trying to make that move towards the train cart, which is most likely where this zone will be ending. They tried to be quick on it, moving from that building. We've seen them in Fragment East for so long, but they were eliminated. And now you can see the team's trying to rotate around. And this is a tough zone to play down. You can see, apart from that train cart, no buildings for teams to reside in. And with 15 squads alive, when we do see this circle close for around 40 seconds, you are going to see that lobby at a minimum get halved.
And you might not see much of what's happening as well, because of the amount of the core sticks, and if people have been able to position themselves in these kind of favorable areas, those tanks are going to be set up, the ultimates are going to be dropped, the vision is going to be impaired, and it is going to be everyone aboard the struggle bus as trying to see what on earth is going on, hear what's going on, communicate what's going on. Luckily, we have Onset, who is very good at following what on earth is going on. I'm usually lost, and I just listen to my co-commentator.
Well, I'll do my best, Dan. I can't promise anything. I've spent most of the day talking about toes and things, so we'll move on from that as Diff is going to be moving in now. The IGL here for Solo Q Goats, trying to see if he can get some damage down, but it looks like that team has lost as they tried to get a little bit aggressive and tried to make that push, and it looks like they're continuing that aggression. Diff now moving up, and he's going to be forced to as well by that ring closing. And speaking of moving up, we're going to be moving skywards now as we jump on board with requests who are making a late rotation over the top of Fragment East, and I kind of like this, to be honest. However, you can see the idea was good, and the idea being good is one thing, Dan, but finding a team already being a step ahead of you has got to be painful when you make that decision.
One of the reasons why some teams don't feel like they have to stretch themselves too far to find loot, because sometimes the loot comes to you. In this situation, Request might be just doing a drop-off delivery here if they do go down. I saw Totem Esports weren't too far from them, but it looks like they might have been able to stabilize ever so slightly. As speaking of stabilization, Solo Q Goats need to find some themselves here. They have got into the next circle, and they have got some armor swaps, and for now, they should be okay.
Well, you're going to be shot from above, though. That smoke could be absolutely huge, though, from Shiv. That's going to completely and utterly deny that line of sight for the team who, without that smoke, Dan, might have just beamed them. If they didn't have a bubble available, that could have been the end of the day here for Solo Q Ghost. But now we're going to see a fight going down inside of that train car that we mentioned just a few moments ago. Solo Q Ghost just overlooking everything that is going down at the moment. And to be honest with you, it seems like they're in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah, Request did give over all of that loot as well for all of the late rotation that they hoped. There was just too many people in this circle, and there are some circles that are better than others for Valkyrie, and now Shiv is going to try and deny that line of sight yet again as Fenerbahce are just kind of waiting. The Turkish squad who have featured in so many EMEA broadcasts, they always crop up, they often win their part of EMEA, and now they are tearing about some of these European teams.
Solo Q Ghost still on the outside of this building. One team to keep an eye on as well as Kungana, who have made it into this top 10 as well. We mentioned what a heartbreaking, heart-wrenching performance they had at ALGS Championships, not moving through to that finals, having been one of the standout performers for so long in EMEA. But as we see now, there's a fight going down. Solo Q Ghost are going to have to back up as they are getting aped right now. The Bangalore ult will go down to create a little bit of space and force that team back, but they've got nowhere to go here. So they're kind of stuck almost in their own ult. It was a defensive play from Solo Q Ghost, and it's worked for now, but the question is, how long can they deny that space on the team trying to move up?
Stuck between a rock and a Bangalore missile, and then there's caustic barrels just buzzing everywhere as well. It's so difficult to keep your bearings here. This is why you really need to have a level head, a focus, and a good IGL, which can communicate everything to you. Kungana in a good spot to really annoy those teams who have rotated early, but they then have to rotate as well. You can see Solo Q Ghost, they've got under these train tracks. This smoke is going to be so important for them to try and win this engagement.
Well, smoke just buys you time. It's simple as that. As Shiv is going to be taking a lot of damage. He's going to be dealing a lot, though. And now the question is, can his team move in and finish off those kills? The answer looks to be yes, but now they have to get Shiv back up to his feet. As you can see, the Diff is trying his best to hold off the pushes that are coming in, the potential third-party vultures trying to think about KP. They've managed to survive for now, and I tell you what, there's a defensive bombardment that's gone off as well from Kearney, which might just buy them the time that they need to get Shiv back up. But here comes Lazarus, as they're going to be moving in as well. Querny trying to get some shots down with the EVA 8. He does some more damage. Shiv back to his feet, and Shiv back in the game once more. Managed to get numerous knocks there, but at the end of the day, it will be Solo Q Goats who do go down. AJS, in my opinion, in the strongest position you can hold right now. All this fighting going down below them. The death boxes paint a prettier picture than I ever could with my words.
We can bring all that back to Trials. That gold backpack, massive there for Solo Q Goats. Shiv being picked up with half health, half armor, was able to just finish off that team, get some more KP. But Kungana now have been able to push in as the last team with all these death boxes, this mass grave where they could just have, hopefully, a lot of shield swaps to work with. But as you say, slightly disadvantaged position to the team that is above them. That's going to be where everyone is aiming. AJS can sit pretty, but they're not one of the Caustic teams. That's the important thing here. If this was a Caustic team, I'd say this is a game-winning position, but they are not a Caustic team, which means they are a little bit vulnerable.
Well, they're just trying to hold out all these teams. The good news for them is that everyone is below them. You can see that they've managed to spot a rat out here, which I think is going to be Dolphin, the last player alive on his squad. An overview of everything that's going down. As you can see, we're only down to a few teams now, having seen all of the carnage unfold in front of our very eyes as the teams had to make that treacherous move from Fragment East towards this open ground. But Kungana, what a great game one this is for them, just to rebuild that confidence that might have been missing. And the story that we've talked about very, very recently for them, they've got into the top 4, but I mean, Steven, he's got 7 kills to his name at the moment. He's the kill leader here, and this lineup here, I have to say, a little bit of an unknown for me, but certainly announcing themselves to the Apex Legends competitive scene.
Yeah, 1 minute 30 before this final round closes, so we will have a little bit of a break in action. You can see Dolphin is just thinking about where he's going to be going with this portal. He just wants to try and survive here, get to top 3 at least for more placement points. Maybe he can actually try and take a position off this team. Actually going to take a 1v3. He's managed to get one. Can he get the KP? No, he can't. Has to back off, but he is still alive. That's the important thing here.
He is alive, but he's finally going to be taken down, but that knock might create an opportunity for another team to move up. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, and AJS will be able to get back to a full complement of players, but now we're down to just 3 squads. You can see that Kungana are one of those teams, and we're seeing our final zone now start to close in, Dan.
Yeah, this is really important that you just get back up to a full pleasure of health. You ensure that you get everyone back up on their feet, as well as now Kungana are going to make this move, get on the high ground, try and take as many shots as possible.
Mady going up to that high ground, like you mentioned, using that Valkyrie Q. Some shots going to go down, but it's not enough, and AJS will come in strong with the EVA 8 to clean things up, and the unknown, the surprise package of game number 1 and lobby number 2. Come to the fore here by taking home a first place. AJS, what a performance from them, Dan.
Yeah, they were just able to get into that train track extremely early. I was a little bit worried, as you heard, because they didn't have that caustic, because it was difficult to hold. Dolphin almost ruined their plan entirely. If he was able to finish off that kill, they might not have won the game, but they were able to stop the Rat from ruining their day. They picked up the kills, they get the victory, a very important one, but also shout out Kungana as well. A big game for them, which they need, obviously with the new announcement with ALGS and not able to have 2 teams under one organization, and we had the North American champions as Kungana. They'll be wanting to put on a show here to try and keep that spot. I know it's a little bit outfield in terms of storylines.
Crazy rumors around. Anyway, let's move on because it's a massive performance from AJS. It's time for us to go to a break now. When we get back, we'll have all the analysis coming your way, and of course, game 2 just around the corner.
It's getting hard now. Oh man, professional player doesn't know.
What? Dude, come on! No way!
Where we're going, we don't need seatbelts.
What?
I think that's Mirage. That sounds pretty troll. I would say that is Mirage.
Octane? Oh, I never played Valk, so that's why.
I'm here to watch your back, brother.
I think that sounds like Gibraltar.
Because Gibraltar's all about watching your back and stuff like that.
That is obviously Gibraltar, brother. Oh, good.
Lock and load, rinse, repeat. It's that simple.
Bangalore.
That sounds like Bangalore. That sounds a lot like Bangalore. It is, okay.
This experiment will sort out the capable from the incompetent.
There's no one else talking like that. It's Caustic.
Caustic.
The experiment and the desire to kill everyone, that's how I knew it's Caustic.
The place between life and death is where I feel most alive.
That sounds like Octane.
That's Caustic.
That's a hard one, I don't know. I say Wraith.
Wait, what? Okay, I thought Caustic was the guy about like life and death and stuff like that.
They call this place secure? We'll see about that.
I guess that's Loba.
I'm not sure. Fuse, maybe?
Sounds like Crypto. Wants to hack everything.
What? I'm a crypto player. How did I not know?
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
I think that was Lifeline. I'm not sure though.
Pathfinder.
Oh, that's Lifeline. We have a job to do. Yep, that's Lifeline.
Oh yeah, I can see that now. Yeah.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. I got pork chops tonight. Love pork chops.
Okay, that's Mirage.
Wait. This is not my final answer, but that must be Pathfinder because of how goofy he is, right?
That is Fuse. That's not.
That's Mirage? Okay, I gotta step it up. I don't even know.
Being human is overrated.
Yeah, that's Pathfinder. I have no clue.
Pathfinder. He's the only non-human, right? What? Dude, come on! No way!
Oh man, professional player doesn't know. What? Can we just cut all of this?
I know all the roads. They all lead to the same place.
It's getting hard now.
So I've said Pathfinder so many times, this has to be Pathfinder, statistically.
Maybe Rampart? That is right.
And welcome back. Okay, Alonders, let's start with you. This has got to be an epic end to an epic game number 1 for Group 2.
I know, it's unreal because we get the, true fairy tale story. AJS coming out of just the qualifiers out of nowhere. No Wikipedia page, no context to these players besides where they're from. I mean, that's extraordinary. They collect a bunch of points off this, and they stand above a very stacked group. Even though Group 1 or Group A would be looked at as the group of death, this group just had a ton of teams with lots of storylines, and none of them were about AJS.
No, and that's what's so fascinating. That's one of the many reasons we love these kind of tournaments, right, Scrawny? I mean, the reality is that, well, we definitely had wild card teams. We had invited teams. Let's be clear, the qualified teams, and in this case, AJS is a qualified team. To get here, they're really throwing a wrench into some of the more established teams, some of the teams we have on our lips throughout our tournament play.
Hands down. And I think a really good example of earlier today, you had the first game of the day, 7-8-9 picked up that win. And even though from there on out, they didn't have much of a showing today, this morning, in the rest of their other 5 games, they still secured that 10th place at the end of the group in order to get into the winner's bracket for tomorrow. So I just want to paint this picture here now of AJS in a similar paint where it's like, hey, we might not get more from them. If we didn't expect anything, and this is all they get in terms of like wins and strong pointing, like strong points, at least it could still be enough to get them all the way.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, 7-8-9, 4 points was what prevented the number 11 slot from being number 10. So it is razor thin margins here, to be sure. You know, Launders, as we take a look at some of our gameplay throughout this match, was it something you were surprised by? I mean, this seemed like people came out swinging way more, I think, than they did in that game 1 of our group number 1.
Yeah, as the Red Hot Chili Pepper said, it all went down under the bridge there. That was where all the action took place, and I thought up until that point it was really cool to watch Solo Q Goats control the tempo of the map, and they made some fantastic plays. There was one I have in mind where they have Lollipop on top of a cliff, and they jump him. They use a jump pad. They get into the dome, Sal, up here in the Jibby. And that's a point where it looks like there's no way anyone would have the gall to infiltrate. He just set up. He has that space. He's going to stay up there. He's not going to be able to shoot back, but he's just going to chill, and you're going to let him be there. And instead, they made that snap decision to get right in his face. And it's 3v1 at the end of the day. Yes, it is a Jibby atop a cliff in a dome, but it's still 3v1. And the fact that Solo Q Goats can snap, make that decision, execute so quickly, first of all, it makes them really exciting to watch, but it also shows you how scary they are.
And they are indeed a nightmare, for sure. Well, let's talk about AJS, specifically our MVP of the match, brought to you by Razor. And listen, I'm going to go ahead and apologize. We think the way you say your name is Saivin, but as we mentioned earlier, there is no Wikipedia page. So you came in, you killed, and Scrawny, I mean, coming in with Gibraltar with that many kills and that much damage, a very impressive dominating form here from Saivin, I think.
Yeah, Saivin. I mean, here's what AJS, they're basically a bunch of bugs underneath the rock, right? Like we came in today, we started flipping rocks over, and this is what we found. We don't know what we found just quite yet, but at least Saivin has given us some kind of a performance to talk about. 7 kills on Gibraltar is beautiful, nearly 2,000 damage, and they get that first place finish. You know, locking down the top of the bridge there, that late game moment was quite exciting. I would have almost, just for the highlight's sake, like to have seen Solo Q Goats go a little bit further, because I thought Shiv's Bangalore smokes were actually making this lobby quite curious. We saw it in multiple instances once they got into Fragment that he was using those smokes to give himself cover, to get around and to move. And then once, this one right here, blocking out the window, like his teammates all taking damage, they're all low shields, he just hits him in the face with the smoke grenade and manages to get away from that. They were able to close the distance, get out underneath the bridge, do more damage there. They had serious impact versus the players that were trying to exit Fragment, also softening them up for the teams who beat them ultimately to close out. And, you know, Dan mentioned it too, that gold backpack definitely helped Shiv when he got revived, came back in with just enough to give this little bit of extra gas when all of the kills were coming through all over the place. It was fun. It was fun to watch. I just think it's so unique that you've got a guy like Shiv who just ignores everything else and plays the character he likes to play. What a statement it is when there's one Bangalore in a server out of 60 people.
Yeah,
And
no pressure at all. I was going to say, yeah.
Position under the bridge, where if they, without smokes, there was actually no way to loot. Once Shiv died and there were like tons of crates underneath the bridge, they couldn't get to them unless they had smokes. An argument for that pick.
Absolutely, and those death boxes just pile on top of each other, and this is one of the many reasons why. AJS, that is a dominating double kill performance. And guys, you know what? You mentioned it moments ago when we talked about Group 1 having our first 7-8-9 team come out swinging with 25 points. Well, AJS said, okay, I see you. Let's give us one more point here, Launders.
This is fantastic. I mean, it feels like a lot of the first place teams are getting tons of kills. And I mean, all you have to do is technically kill the team who comes in second place to get here. But you can see AJS were not just good, they were great. This isn't lucky. This is a fantastic performance. So my expectations are already pretty high for the next match. Also looking at the top performer at 2k damage, that stands above a lot of the performances we've seen in Group 1.
Exactly. Well, you know what? We don't have to wait too long to see more performance like that. We got game number 2, and for that, we're going to throw it back over to the boys of Gaskin and Onset. Guys, take it away.
We're still here, Kate. We're still excited. We're still ready for game number 2 to get underway. Another game on World's Edge before we head over to Olympus as well, Dan. So this is an opportunity for teams who are a little bit more established here to get some more points on the boards, the likes of Kungana. But what a performance that was. Just to throw it back one more time before we move forward from AJS. A team who, as I said, I'll put my hands up. I don't know too much about these players, but to come in and put that many points on the board is absolutely massive from them.
To get that many kills, I mean, they were having a little bit of a field day as everyone was approaching their train cart that they claimed so very early, and they were able to pick up a lot of kills. But sometimes when you're in that position, you kind of just want to hunker down. You don't want to show where you are, but they were not afraid to face a lot of teams. And because of that, that's why they have so many points and a considerable amount of points as well. We saw how in Game 1, in Group 1, how important it was to find that many points from 7, 8, 9. In the end, they only found 9 more points from Games 2 to 6, and it was still enough to secure them that top 10. As a reminder, it was 34 points was the break-off point for top 10, so that can be our benchmark. AGS, they've already found 20-odd.
Well, we're going to start off this one with Maestro, who are going to be making their way into World's Edge as the game number 2 does pop off here. And just a reminder to everyone who might be joining us, we've got 6 games to bring you today. This will be the second of those 6. We head over to Olympus for 2 games after this before returning back home to World's Edge. And we get our beacon already, Dan, straight in front of you, in front of your very, very eyes. We're going down to the very southern tip here of World's Edge. We're going to be going towards launch site, maybe a little bit of sorting factory as well, a little bit of tree in there, but it's looking like it might be finishing just to the north of that launch site finish.
Yeah, you see where Amaz has just landed there. There was a lot of people that would like to take that building or the building just northeast of where he currently is. That's where we're going to see a lot of teams try and set up because we see a lot of finishers around that area. But you're completely right. It could also pull towards Sorting Factory. But either way, this is a good spot for Totem Esports, who were able to get a decent placement in the last game, but they didn't pick up any kills whatsoever. So not as much points as they would have liked to achieve, but at least they were able to feel their way into the game, realize how they're going to rotate and whatnot. Also, not a bad circle for the likes of G Dolphin here, but it does seem like they are in a contesting spot, and they are going to have to try and find some kills early because the ammo situation is not great.
Yes, one thing that always isn't talked about enough. You know, it's fine to get in an early scuffle, but if you pick up a gun, you think, hey, everything's great. But the longer the fight goes down, the less time you have to loot, and the quicker you get through those resources. So it's kind of a toss-up, like, what do I want to play here? Do I want to just try and escape, or do I want to try and claim this drop spot as my own for the games moving forward? Well, it looks like at the moment Dolphin is more than interested in engaging. As we take another look at our map overhead there, you can see the teams rotating from the southern side of the map are going to have a pretty good time. But those from the north, Dan, are going to have a longer way to go. Endeavor, one of those teams already making that rotation, trying to leave as quick as physically possible to beat a lot of those teams from the northern side of the map down to where we think we might be finishing.
This is a chance, though, for those northern teams to get aggressive and look for kills. The likes of Soloku Goats, for example, we might see them try and just kind of beat those other northern teams to the pulp, get to those kind of edge of circle positions, and then gatekeep them and try and pick up as many kills as they can. As Dolphin and the rest of the squad here are looking to try and engage in a fight. They seem to have trapped Maestro. Is it Maestro they're going up against? Either way, they've managed to trap this team inside the building. And if they can all push at the same time, get a considerable amount of damage, that's when we might see them really push on and try and get the wipe.
Well, one team who's going to have to push backwards at the moment is the winners of our game number 1, AJS. They're retreating as there is a team currently set up on top of the building that you can see just in front of them, the station. And now they're going to have to move forward and change their rotation path. And it looks like they're going to be more than happy to do that. And sometimes disengaging is just important as engaging, recognizing when you don't have that advantage, whether it be weaponry, armor, or, of course, the height advantage like we've just seen in front of our very eyes. So a little bit of a cushion for AJS to move forward, like you mentioned after that first game, Dan. And I just feel like when you're a team that isn't expected, with all due respect to them, to perform in the way that they did in that game number 1, having a game 1 like that just takes all the pressure off of your shoulders, as you might have been feeling it just a little bit moving in with the established names in this lobby.
Oh, they'll be looking at it and thinking, actually, this whole competitive Apex Legends thing's not so hard after all. We've qualified and then we've taken down some of the best teams in the world, not just the region, but back over here to this drop spot where Godolphin is really struggling, if I'm completely honest, and the rest of the squad, they really need to be able to try and do something, but it is not going to be happening right now. Need to see big wingman shots here if they're going to win this engagement.
I think this is a long 2v2, and again, the longer this battle goes on, the more likely it is that another team is going to pop around the corner, swoop in and pick up some free KP, but it's going to be Dolphin trying to move in with his teammate here. They do manage to get one knock. You can see that it looks like the other team might have retreated from that as they have, I would say, half won the battle here of staging for now, as Sanya is going to be escaping as the last player alive. So yeah, I'm going to give him the win there, Dan. It's on points. It's not a knockout for sure, but I'm sure that we're going to see round 3 when we come back to World's Edge in a few games.
Yeah, maybe Sanya didn't realize how weak the opponents were, because there was definitely an opportunity there to take the 1v2. I love the positioning, though, from the Gibby, just hiding behind that wall, shoulder peeking as well to try and initiate a few shots, and then he even went for a jump shot around the corner, but Sanya had already bottled it by that point. Didn't fancy taking it whatsoever. I don't like it. I would like to see the engagement.
Call it what it is, Dan. Call it what it is.
It was scared. That's what Sanya was right then. Scared of the engagement, didn't want to throw things away, but you can understand it. Opening 2 games, you don't want to lose out on points because you can still do things as a single solo player.
Well, Fenerbahce Esports are going to have to pick up a player here, and it's going to be their Gibby, Pinky Finky. I'm glad to see him back playing again. As you know, I have a real affiliation with saying those 2 words, one after the other, and at the moment he's going to be taken down to no shields once more as the Thermite will come in, not for the first time, as it was Hierarchy who managed to get the knock initially with the Thermite grenade, but those shots from the G7 Scout are just going to slow things down, allow his teammates to at least get some sort of health back on their side, and Flyer Fancy at the moment, Fancy Feet dancing around the edge of this battle.
Yeah, Fenerbahce have done really well to actually hold this fight off, because they were in a very difficult position, and just those G7 Scouts were enough to force them back. Of course, going up against a Revenant is going to be very difficult, getting silenced and whatnot, and you know Revenant Ultimate could come around the corner at any point too, so you really have to be on your toes on set, your pinky toe,
hey,
to ensure that no one's going to be pushing around the corner.
Everybody watching who was making like weird links between things I've said and what they think they might think of me, it was Dan this time, all right? But we are going to see our first team now eliminated at the hands of Flight and Fancy, and this was the team that was involved just a few moments ago in the battle with Fenerbahce Esports, excuse me, and now they're going to have to escape, and hey, look who it is, firing some shots into the back. It's going to be Fenerbahce, and even though they managed to get those kills, they haven't had the time to loot up here, so Fenerbahce, from what looked like a really tough spot to find themselves in, have managed to not only escape the first fight, get that res off, but now steal the loot from the work that was done by Flight Fancy.
Steal the loot, assert dominance, and keep control of this building. A very important building to be holding as well. The circle is going to be coming their way ever so slightly. Might not finish there, but they are going to be in a comfortable spot for quite some time, as we still have 19 squads. This is certainly a lobby of teams that are desperately trying to survive and get to late game. Again, it does happen when you get a more predictable circle where you can shift yourself and rotate a little bit earlier, but also there's a lot of teams that haven't had the chance to engage because they're coming from so far away. Solo Q Goats being one of them, but it does seem like they are shadowing another team here and they're looking to try and engage.
You know when Solo Q Goats are coming because the smoke just flies through the air and you're like, ah, here comes Shiv, here comes the boys. And you can see at the moment that they are dripping out in gold as well, Dan. All gold
Absolute
armor
bling.
across the board. It was bling central here for Solo Q Goats as they roll their way down towards Harvester here on their rotation. Another team that's making a rotation looks a little bit more uncomfortable as they redeploy to the skies. Is going to be the team that we can see in front of us now, and they're going to have to pop some batteries as they move towards Tree, around with that thermal station, the actual station area itself, but a little bit of a wider wrap coming in from them.
Yeah, wider wrap, they had to retreat because Solo Q Goats were just peppering them in the backside, as now this circle is going to be finishing, and with a scan of the beacon, we'll get a little bit more information, and there you have it. You can see just the faint green lines down towards launch site, moving away from sorting factory. This is where we expected it to go, but you never know. Sometimes it can throw a spanner in the works. So the likes of Totem, who are down there, Fenerbahce, who are already down there as well, they are in the best of spots, and you can also see Taskmaster briefly on your screen. Fire Beavers seem to be set up for a good position after a disappointing 20th place finish in game number 1.
Well, we're heading up to the heavens once more with a Skyward Dive, this time coming in from AJS. Senti is going to be the player who's going to be playing Valk and going to have the responsibility to reposition his team in a safe spot. And you can see that there's bullet traces flying through the skies at the moment, just chipping away at their shields and finding a safe place to play when redeploying is so difficult. Obviously, it does have the passive Valkyrie to give you that information of where teams are, but when you have them all stacked up, finding somewhere to play is very difficult. But you have to say they've done a great job here to find themselves inside of this zone. The problem is, I'm looking across the armors here, and if they get involved in an engagement here, then they could have some problems as Top Dogs are looking to initiate a push here with the Death Totem.
Yeah, elsewhere Top Dogs are doing as much as they can, but it looks like it's not going to be enough to get any sort of kills. Actually, no, I say that. In the kill feed, they have managed to get some kills. They have done the job. That's exactly what you need to do as Revenant, but they need to be careful now that they don't get third-partied. It looks like another team is out for blood and desperately wants to try and take the Top Dogs down and become the Top Dogs themselves.
Well, I think it was the Drip Squad coming behind them, Solo Q Goats. You can see them shimmering in the background. Well, some shots going to be exchanged here in the Vault Tunnel towards Dome. But nothing really connecting at the moment. We are going to have this period of kind of quiet as most teams have found somewhere to play for now. This is going to be one of those games of Apex, which is a little bit of a slow burner to start with. But when you see this next zone move in and the one after that, the teams will be cut in half, much like we saw in the previous game where everything will start to kick off as there's only limited space to play. Some teams will try and force their way in, which is going to create third-party opportunities. All that good stuff is coming your way. Na'Vi playing right on the edge of zone at the moment in Sorting Factory, and another team which is playing at the definition of the edge of zone here is going to be your favorite team name, Dan, so I'm not going to take it away from you. I'm going to give you this moment. It is, of course, Team...
They are the best team because the team name is one of the best team names. So they were actually doing some serious damage, but didn't fancy pushing on that whatsoever because they need to rotate themselves into the next circle. If they stayed too long there, then they might leave themselves too vulnerable when they are rotating into just being shot by teams who have already arrived a little bit earlier than them. And it is difficult to position yourself in this circle. We saw a lot of teams have already got into the launch site area, and you might think those who are in the northern side of launch site are in a better position because it's probably where the circle is going to be pulling. But it means that all the people who are south of launch site and all the people that were outside of launch site at the moment are all going to be coming and meeting you in the middle. You are going to be the sandwich, the meat of the sandwich, and that is not going to be a fun situation to be in.
Well, Sanya, who has been playing pretty much a different game of Apex Legends to everybody else that's been in the lobby so far, as he's had to escape numerous times from that initial battle and then survive, to be honest with you. Is he going to get this medkit off?
Please no.
Pretty tight, but he should be okay. There we go. He just about manages to get it done. A slightly more worrying moment than it had to be, maybe, but Sanya timing it absolutely perfectly. We've already seen that go wrong a little bit earlier today in our first game that we saw from Group 1, where IPN just didn't manage to get that final medkit off, which would have won Alliance the game, but they answered back a little bit later with a very, very strong performance on pretty much the same zone. So Maestro here, surviving for now, Dan. I think that's the only thing that can really be said about what Sanya has to do.
Yeah, not far off where Maestro dropped as well. Now is Sanya just coming all the way back into things, and it's just about ratting out. Doesn't have the banners. There's no chance of getting that team back in, as Fire Beavers are predicting team that we thought were going to be very successful today, had a really tough game one, are laying down some suppressing fire onto the teams arriving a little bit later than them. And of course they have that Loba ult to utilize if we get to the late game. It is very important. It really disrupts other teams, in some shredding damage coming out of Taskmaster here. Forces the bubble, and it's Fighter Fancy who are going to actually fly back at them. Make sure they get that ult down, but are they going to be able to get successful? Yes, Impulse is going to be taken down, so actually they've got a job here.
They had more than a job. They got trapped in a corner, and now they've decided to get aggressive. They decided, instead of playing the defensive game, the best form of defense is attack, and they went forward, and they did so much damage. And speaking of damage, we can see the remnants of a battle between Solo Q Goats and another team that Solo Q Goats will once again come out on top of. So they're picking up some KP, and things are starting to pick up. The pace is starting to elevate here as we move towards our next zone.
I think we might have seen Fire Beavers wiped, you know. They definitely lost too, but that is a difficult situation sometimes of going up against a Revenant team. You try and be aggressive, you put the damage down, as we see another wipe yet again as Team Ahaha come out on top. And they can just successfully wait, bat up here, don't need to get the armor swaps because they have to hide around the corner. As actually there's one member left of Fire Beavers as we rejoin the engagement, but it is not going to be a successful game number 2 for them either.
And it is Fighter Fancy who finish off of Fire Beavers. Your crystal ball was right, you got it a little bit ahead of time, but as I say, the prediction at the end of the day was correct from you, Dan. Fire Beavers eliminated, and that's 2 games in a row now. The teams we've been hyping up, and, well, one of the teams, excuse me, we've been hyping up have pretty much got 0 points on the board. So Fire Beavers with some work to do as they move towards Olympus. But now we can see a little bit closer up where that circle is going to be pulling. And now this is great news for AJS, who have somehow managed to get center zone again. How are they doing this? That's 2 games in a row now where they've managed to make a crazy rotation to find themselves bang in the center of zone. They're going to be sharing it with BCG, who are just to the north of them, and Endeavor, who are just, as you can see, on their drone just to the southwest. But, I mean, this is crazy, to be honest with you. To see a team assert so much dominance on Godspot within the first 2 games, you've got to take your hat off to them.
I would say that they're not in the best of positions. I'd rather be in BCG's spot, if I'm completely honest, because you can get pushed from multiple directions of where AGS currently reside. Those teams who are in the southern side of launch site are going to be trying to push that building, and that's going to be their first point of contact. So it's going to really be a difficult situation as to how they hold out those teams, unless the teams who are approaching from the southern side actually fight each other, and then AGS could be in the god spot, and they could pick up many kill. It entirely depends how the lobby plays out and how aggressive they decide to be on AGS in one of the better positions.
We can see that Na'Vi and Kungana might face off against each other in just a few moments as well. There's a team underneath who's going to be waiting for shots to be exchanged and maybe thinking about popping out and cleaning up the business that does go down. But speaking of popping up, it's going to be a Valkyrie ult once more. You can see desperately trying to, the whole lobby trying to take out the Valkyrie player, which of course does eliminate that Skyward dive. But for now, Na'Vi have managed to survive, and they're making a wide rotation here. They're going to be behind Dolphin. You can see him in front of where they're going to be landing. And Na'Vi, it isn't a comfortable landing for them by any stretch of the imagination here. Taking some damage, but being able to stabilize inside of this truck.
Yeah, they can stabilize for another minute and 30 seconds before they have to move yet again. And one of the problems about being in one of these trucks is you are very vulnerable to grenades, as that's currently happening right now. Arcstar's flying from several different directions. If there were any thermals as well, I'm sure they would be popping in, as it's Team Godolphin who are on the prowl, looking to try and pick up some KP, but also well aware they need to also make a rotation themselves. And they will be going through a choke point here. They could leave themselves in a sticky situation if they don't move quick enough.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough rotation here for Team G Dolphin. You can see in front of them that it's not just a fact it's a choke point, it's such a difference in height and elevation that they have to try and navigate with the two teams that are above them. They're going to be desperately waiting and hoping and crossing their fingers and everything else, no toes, that a fight breaks out in front of them and they can be the team to jump in and third party. That's what they're hoping will happen. Top Dogs, though, they're in a little bit of a difficult spot as well. You can see they're on this low ground, they're trying to do some damage, and 0-0. Well, he managed to get the damage done with that frag grenade, but you can see they've already lost Mimu, and things aren't looking too healthy for them as it stands.
Yeah, they're putting out a lot of damage here onto the solo queue goats, really being a nuisance and making solo queue goats have to move a different way, and they are not able to rotate too comfortably. And sometimes that's what you have to do when you are a team of two. You have to try and play like you're a team of three. Don't play scared, do damage, make the other team think there's three of you. And solo queue goats, because of that damage, have now gone down to just one. DivQ is the last remaining player. Is he able to survive or go clutch? He's trying to get a bat off here, and he cannot. Solo queue goats eliminated in 15th spot. DivQ was the kill leader, but it will not matter anymore.
And it was Na'Vi who did take them out of the lobby. So a big squad wipe there from Na'Vi coming in, as we see Fenerbahce Esports now making their move from the very southern tip of the map towards that circle. You can see Endeavor still in the position they were, and they look like they might be engaging with Totem Esports in just a few more seconds. Kungana, second place team from game number 1 as well, are playing the low ground here, but you would say of the low ground, maybe the first tier of it, as there is another team just below them now. Just peeking over the corner, the Gibby Bubble is going to give them a little bit of time to work with, but there's an Arcstar that goes down, and they're doing a tremendous amount of damage here to this team below them. Not getting quite kill points maybe they would have wanted, as Graceful does manage to take down one, but I tell you what, that Missile Swarm is going to do some damage, and now you're going to see the push come in from Kungana. They will get the wipe, and that'll be KP secured for them.
Yeah, they were just patient. They were making sure they used the zone to their advantage there, because it forced the other team. Fenerbahce are in a good spot as well to try and pick up some KP here. And all the meanwhile, that circle did move even closer to AGS on set. I know I said I'd rather be BCG earlier, but I take my words back. AGS, their positioning was perfect, and they did have that god spot. As long as no teams push them from the south, they can wait, they can watch on, and they may just pick up another victory. I know I'm calling it early, but you never know here. Totem Esports have just lost 2 players. Fenerbahce are doing the damage, and they're going to be able to make sure Pinky Finky goes all the way back up to full armor here. Fenerbahce in a fantastic spot to really disrupt the rest of the lobby.
Eva A-Shot's going to come in. They're not clean, though, and he'll be taken down here. Pinky Finky, Cathryan coming in to try and clean things up and manages to get the kill onto Amaz. Now the question is, can they get that res in, as Endeavor are just looking down on their prey and trying to secure these final KP that they're going to be looking for. They don't want to drop, though, because they know that height advantage is going to be massive for them moving forward. So that Thermite might do the damage that's needed, but no, they just can't quite get their feet over the line and get that last kill point on the board. Draconian is being the biggest pain in the rear for Endeavor here.
It's just armor swap after armor swap. He's doing what he can to stay alive. He gets back to Pinky Finky, and Fenerbahce might just be able to get back up to a 2, if not a full 3. But it's about where they go from this point, because Endeavor going to have eyes on them. They've got some weapons to really make it difficult, but the first longbow shot's missed. So is the second, and it means now that Endeavor might have to back off and think about a rotation of their own here.
Have to be careful about Fenerbahce now being behind them as well, because Fenerbahce will be forced to move into them. And my word, Sanya, I don't know how you've managed to do it. There's some sort of magic spell being cast across World's Edge here, and finally the spell will be put to bed. But to get into the top 10, that's points on the board. And just remember, they were 2 players down after the first battle, first engagement that we saw right at the beginning of this game number 2. So you take anything from that position as we now see Endeavor moving in once more. They're looking for a fight here, and it's BCG who are going to be involved by the looks of things.
Yeah, BCG have just got wiped. I'm also seeing knocks for Fenerbahce. Kungana are doing a lot of damage at the moment. Nice shots coming out from Mady Law. They've been able to pick up a decent amount of KP here, but this is absolute carnage. So many squads just unfolding in one area. This is where you need to clutch up. This is where you need your bubbles. All of your utility is going to be spent now.
Kungana, who were trying to move in to be a third party, just getting denied by these caustic barrels. The gas is really slowing things down for the Mady, trying to whip a few charge rifle shots around the corner, but it's not working for him right now as AJS once again in this kill feed are picking up points along the board. The down player is going to be tried to be finished here by Graceful as he tries to secure that 1 point to their total, but Kungana really in a tough spot here as they're getting shot from all sorts of directions, and here comes Flight of Fancy coming in from behind.
But meanwhile, AGS is still center of that building. They have the big door to work with. They've been watching their back. They've been doing enough damage just to keep everyone at bay, not allowing people to push up on them. And somehow, some way, AGS seem to have been doing it again and may just get back-to-back victories if they play this one right. But it's not going to be easy because there are many teams here that could also do some damage, Flight of Fancy being one of them.
4 squads now remaining. Flight of Fancy going to be backing up from their position they found themselves in, where they eliminated Kungana, or at least 1 or 2 players, because Medilo did get finished off. Kungana still have a couple of players alive. We'll have to double check that as we see these player names pop up in front of us. But Flight of Fancy, who are the team who took down Fire Beavers extremely early in this game, and an extremely aggressive push from the Revenant, might be in position to cause an upset again.
Yeah, they might be in the best position now. They are going to be center circle. They also will have the high ground. They'll be able to hold those teams on ramp, and they're going to push those teams as well. Do the damage now as that final round is closing, and you can really just disrupt everything. And I love this. The Gibby is the anchor. He holds. He doesn't need to push. Instead, he protects that death totem, and now will shred and get the damage, but needs to stay alive.
Can he hit the death totem? That's the question. 1 player going to be returned. Flight of Fancy still with this high ground advantage towards the end game. That push was massive for them to just take away the potential damage that can be done behind them. But speaking of damage being done behind you, a team is going to be jumping up behind them, and it's going to be Kungana who come in. It's Axo trying to do what he can. Hierarchy going to be the last player alive now for Flight of Fancy, but manages to stabilize just for now. He's going to be able to stay behind these knockdown shields. It's a 1v1 to close this out. It's AGS moving in. He gets some shots down. The melee comes in as well. The reload here for Harkin is going to be enough, hopefully, to close this game out. The shots are going to be beaming in, and somehow Flight of Fancy close out your game number 2. It was an intense 1v1 that kept going and going and going, but at the end of the day, the result is in front of your eyes. Dan, what a way to start the day. Only 2 games in.
I think the final member of AGS just ran out of ammo and was just swinging, but there was too many knockdown shields, was not able to get that final kill, but still got top 2. The fact he was able to rat out in those last 4 when a couple of his teammates had gone down, a massive game for AGS again. But Flight of Fancy, after taking down Fire Beavers in the early stages, they were aggressive with that Revenant. They got in the perfect position for that final circle. It did move their way ever so slightly, but they also played it correctly. They took a very good 3v3 when the team pushed from behind them, Kungana. That could have gone south so quickly, but they were very successful, and just a great game of Apex. Love it.
Well, I mean, it's called World's Edge, but I'm renaming it today to Upset City, because that's what's happened. We're going to go for a break now, and if you were thinking about what else could we change, how else could we mix things up, we'll go to Olympus next for a couple of games, so we'll see you in just a few.
that is exactly what we do there. Launder, start me off here with that final brutal circle.
I mean, this is just an unbelievable 1v1. It went on forever, and I can't lie to you, I was hoping for this 2-peat because AJS were so close to it, but it comes down to an empty mag and some reloading, and it's crazy, and it just goes beyond analysis, right? I mean, we know what it's like to be in either end of that situation. You're just hoping that last bullet finally connects. You know, shields are gone, and you just got to clutch us out. But Flight of Fancy, they definitely earned the whole game. They look super great. It is amazing, though, that AJS have had 2 second place and a first and second place finish and still don't have a Liquipedia page.
Exactly. Well, and I know, Scrawny, you and Launders were both yelling in that final moment there for Flight of Fancy.
Yeah. I mean, how can you not, right? That's essentially just like a mosh pit of carnage at the end. And again, on the tip of my tongue was like the AJS 2-peat. Like, somebody has to be making that Liquipedia page at this moment. There's no doubt at this time. I mean, you've gone ahead, you got that first place finish in the first round. You were so close. This Gibraltar was a one shot. Absolute. Keep your eye on the health bar and look for how long. Count it with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh my goodness.
When does it end?
It's
ridiculous. He almost had it, but ultimately, you know, you fall to the end of that one. You can't be upset. Like, we came into the second round saying, like, props to AJS. Maybe just like 7, 8, 9, they'll be able to float their way into a top 10 finish. Now that the pressure's off, they don't matter if they have a, you know, off game or whatever not. Maybe AJS isn't here to get a 10th place and just skate by into the winner's bracket. Maybe AJS is here to top this damn group. And with a first place and a second place finish, I'm excited to see what their kills counted up to.
That's already like better, I think, than anybody else has been able to pull off, right? So hopefully the underdogs, Fire Beavers, can make their way back into this group.
Yeah, I was going to say they definitely had a lot of the votes coming into this. Let's talk about our MVP for our match presented by Razer. And, you know, I'm going to go ahead and apologize in advance. We talked about this earlier. I apologize how to say your name. Uaxco or I don't know, whatever it is, however you say it, Launders, this has to be a dominating performance. 8 kills to his name. And listen, more than 2,500 damage is out of control.
It is beyond the threshold, or it's in the exceptional range. Like everything, around 2K or over is like, whoa, what happened here? He was putting through so many connected shots, lots of downs for KP. No question, MVP of the match. Great game by Uxico.
Well, let's take a look. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, feel free, go nuts.
And then, of course, 3,000 damage combined between Nighties and Hierka as well. So the Revenant, the Wraith, they're putting in their work. No Gibraltar for these guys, but just between all 3 of them, right? 18 kills on the team. That's huge.
Absolutely. And I will say also, Flight of Fancy, one of 2 teams, I believe, that have fielded a Revenant in this group, in this lobby, which, I mean, you talked about them not having a Gibraltar. I feel like one of the things we could have talked about is how important a Gibraltar can be here for this late game in this group. But they said, nah, dog, we're talking Revenant here, Scrawny. Revenant.
Yeah. I think actually that may have been a mishap in the graphic. I saw a Wraith on that kill screen, but now that we're back in game, of course, and that final fight was between the Gibraltar that was holding the top side. So let's walk that one back for a second. Gibby making his appearance. He was the guy that was locking it down in the fist fight in that final hoorah. But still, as you said, Revenant, right? That's the key takeaway, whether it's Wraith or whether it's Gibraltar. It's the fact that Revenant was a piece of that puzzle, and they used it to their success. So props to them. Another example, a la Shiv of an off pick, just finding impact today.
And we see examples of Revenant again, not always making it to the end, but being so disruptive or pushing people to their limits in the middle of the game. And this is the Revtain play for the books, with the ability to use the Death Totem and the jump to just close the distance super quickly in the middle of a reload after putting some pressure on, and then having a chance to just go for the jump again. And this is where they just overtake the space. And a lot of times we're seeing that a Gibraltar will put down a bubble, and then that bubble will specifically be the apple of the eye of the jump padding players, right? Like that'll just be that a Gibraltar will put down a bubble, and then that bubble will specifically be the apple of the eye of the jump padding players, right? Like that'll just be, their way
to add a Gibraltar to their squad, or to have a second bubble, or give themselves a way to not only get the kill but have cover afterwards. So you got to be careful with those bubbles. Sometimes it makes you a target.
Absolutely. The apple of my eye, I gotta say, my goodness, Flight of Fancy did themselves a business. That was 16 kills. I don't know if you saw those numbers moments ago, but here we are after match number 2. Launders, keep it going on this one. I mean, the reality is that HJS and Flight of Fancy, they came out swinging, and they're here to stay.
As far as we need to know, these are the best teams right now, and AJS clearly, again, not a fluke. We saw how many kills they got in the first game, plus their finish. Now they follow up with a second place. And even if this is a situation where this team is good today, and maybe a team like Totem or a team, maybe Buff Rev should be playing a little bit better. Maybe there's some other lineups here. Fire Beavers should be scoring a little bit higher. If they're not playing good today, it's going to affect their seeding permanently. Even if they're the better team in the future, it makes the group of death, what becomes the lower group, a lot more difficult to play through. Now they've got to deal with Gambit and some other teams down there, and so today could mean a lot, right? So it could make AJS's life a lot easier, and they are almost in the clear. I mean, I don't think they even have to worry that much, having 38 points after game 2, just to maintain top 10.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at who's going to maintain top 10 when we go to our next match. Of course, that means it's over to Onset and Gaskin to bring us through. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kate. And we are now changing location as well. Not only the desk to the commentary box, but from World's Edge to Olympus, Dan. Your thoughts on what's going to go down right now? Because if there's anything, in my opinion, that we saw earlier from Group 1, predict the unpredictable. Because we have seen some carnage breaking out in the first few moments, the first few minutes here on Olympus, compared to what we normally do on World's Edge.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more early fights. We're going to see a lot more people just looking for those third parties, trying to pick up as much KP as possible, because it is more difficult to transition into that end game and be successful with your positioning as well. So it's just a matter of actually being confident in your fights, I feel like, on Olympus. So for a team like Flight of Fancy, who are able to pick up that many kills on World's Edge with the aggressive Revenant composition as well, you'd like to think that they can actually find a lot of success here on Olympus. But you never really know. As you say, expect the unexpected. A lot can happen. The circle is going to be moving over towards the likes of Turbine. A little bit of Rift is in there as well, and of course Fight Night. So those teams who have dropped Northern are going to at least be able to reside in the later circle a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, I think we might be ended up around Power Grid with the way that circle has broken out. And this is already going to be early contention going down. And Team Godolphin, well, they're flying towards their opposition already. The bubble's going to be forced though, which is going to slow things down for just a second, even though they did have that initial knock and the initial damage being done. But you can already see from the Vault shots that flesh damage is being indicated, and this is the issue that I always find here. You have those early drops, you have these fights that go on, and if you don't win them, or if they get elongated, there's so many teams with tridents and jump pads around that can close those gaps down, that all of a sudden you find yourself taking a second to loot and you get shot in the back almost immediately.
Yeah, Dolphin chasing this one desperately as well, just trying to find this KP, not allowing the teams to get away. It is AJS who are on the receiving end after a couple of very successful games for them. It seems like game 3 is not going to be as good, but I don't think it's been the wipe just yet. One player, maybe 2 remaining from AGS, just trying to escape with that Trident. And you're completely right. I mean, the Tridents, they kind of changed the game here at Apex Legends. When they were first announced, we didn't know how vehicles were going to be. There was a point where if you jumped in a vehicle, you were already dead for rights because you took so much damage. It took a little bit of a nerf, and now at least you don't take as much damage when you're in that vehicle, but you are still very vulnerable, especially if you don't have a Gibraltar. But as for all those teams who are kind of very far towards the south side of the map, they have a lot of POIs to get through. I'm looking down towards the southwest, though. We've got Solo Q Goats down in Elysium. It does seem like they like places where you can get gold items, because Elysium, of course, you can get gold items right in the central of that, but they're going to be right next to Maestro, and Maestro may decide they want to hold the Elysium team out here. They can push ahead of them, go towards Estates, and just gatekeep. So it's going to be a little bit of a race here, if not already an engagement down in the southwest.
Yeah, it might be interesting to see how that one does develop. Of course, over at Elysium, you do have that balloon to escape if needed, but 3 players going in a straight line up a balloon with a team like Maestro around, usually that ends in disaster with at least one falling, but more fighting going down as we head over to Bonsai Plaza now, and it's going to be Buff Rev, who might be wishing that it's going to be more than a buff to Revenant. It's going to have to be a buff to the last player to try and get out of that one, and it is Dan Gaskin's favorite name team of all time, Ahaha, who managed to win that one out.
It's a very creative team, isn't it? I feel like they've really thought long and hard about that one, so I'm very impressed with it and glad they were able to come up with the best team name in the lobby. And you can see Solo Q Goats are going to be making their way now towards the circle, but it looks like they might be coming up against Jury, who's going to be that last remaining player from AJS, so they might be able to wipe this squad and take the leading team out of the lobby right now.
Yeah, they're going to wish they were back on World's Edge, I think, AJS, after the start that they've had here in game number 3, but they will get the opportunity to return. And Na'Vi, who have had a pretty decent start so far, they've got some decent points on the board. It's all about that top 10 placement. Remember, the qualification is to stay in this upper bracket and move towards that grand final. So they're going to be pretty happy with how things have started. Let's see how they play on Olympus, though, because I feel like Na'Vi are one of those teams, Dan, who are so good at team fighting. I talked about their end game being a little bit shaky in comparison to some other teams as well, but I feel Olympus, having the opportunity to take isolated 3v3 fights around the edge of zone might be something that actually plays into their favor a little bit.
You just have to be very quick to armor swap and expect another team to be on you. It's not necessarily just always 3v3 fights, sometimes it's 3v6 fights or even 3v9 fights. As Fenerbahce's Kath Ryan is going to go almost down there, should be able to pot a bat off. You have to be careful when you are getting in the nitty-gritty and trying to do damage, because if more than one player is shooting at you, you get absolutely shredded and can fall very quickly. It seems like Phoenix Legacy are going to be the team on the other side of things here, but already we're witnessing teams fighting just for the few buildings that are in this area.
Yeah, I mean, there is buildings to play here in Power Grid, but there's not a huge amount. There's certainly not multiple levels to a lot of them, but maybe one level, maybe two, where it doesn't really matter if you've got an Evo 8 in your hand and your name is Lippin, because he is hitting some shots at the moment, breaking shields. The only issue is it's a little bit of a standoff here as both teams kind of fortified their position. One team on the outside here, Phoenix Legacy, who do have the caustic to kind of give them that little bit of protection from being pushed, but the team inside obviously have the more natural cover of that building to poke damage and retreat to. So both teams deciding that it's not worth the fight here, as we if you wanted to know, to define a rat, Dan, where do they live? They live in the pipes, they live in the drains, they live in, I don't know where rats live, but this is what Request are doing, and I've decided the vents are where rats live in Apex Legends.
And you go from pure anxiety and turmoil in one screen to then just relaxation, calm, waiting. And I think that perfectly just sums up Olympus, how it can go from 0 to 100 in the matter of seconds. They could be sitting there in the vents waiting, and then suddenly 4 teams could arrive, and it's absolutely carnage. You've really got to keep your ears to the ground and ensure that you are listening to every single footstep, and you have to decide whether you're going to retreat from those fights or whether you're going to push. Speaking of retreating, Yuri is still going to be that last remaining player for AJS, and he is still surviving and ratting, and will try and get some placement points.
Big shots from the Mastiff here as Top Dogs go into that death protection to try and get some damage done, and it's actually going to be onto Fire Beavers, and they not only got the damage done, they got a knock, so now they're going to re-engage and try and clean up this fight, but it's looking a little bit more difficult as they will lose Ruabe on his way in, and now Mimu and 0-0 have to do the work, have to do the heavy lifting to turn this situation around a little bit, and from what looked like an advantage in their favor, well, things have turned. The tables have turned. And now they're having to bat and just survive for now.
One player still down. Gonna have to be just the two of them working together back to back to ensure they're watching every angle. It's not the easiest of positions to hold here because there are several different positions you can be pushed from. You have to watch the door, but also there's 2 more doors on the same level and doors above them. So very different angles that you can suddenly just be surprised, but that's going to be a nice little grenade to at least do tick damage to the player that was down. Elsewhere in the kill feed, Solo Q Goats have been able to get some kills onto Totem Esports, so at least some more KP for those of you who are fans of Shiv and the rest of the Solo Q Goats, but Top Dogs still being able to push this team back, and at least they haven't gone down here.
17 squads now remaining, as we see, like you say, Top Dogs now retreating after having a semi-successful push. Maybe not the way they wanted it to go, as they did lose 1 player, but at least they managed to secure a couple of KP for their time and for their journey. But look at those shots coming in from Kuyu with the 2 times on the wingman. Absolutely devastating the player that was up on top of that building. I think it was a Fenerbahce player who took the brunt of those shots, and Na'Vi now just navigating around. And I like this position here from Na'Vi, because everyone else has been moving into Power Grid, thinking about these buildings, thinking about taking home real estate, setting up, as we know that people like to do. But on the other side of this wall, you have all of this playable area that you can move in on late towards Power Grid as those teams start to engage, as they start to fight towards the end game, and you really can take advantage of fights breaking out.
The best teams in Apex Legends are those who are confident enough to hold open areas. And I mean that they don't feel like they have to get into a building, hunker down, play caustic, yada, 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 Watson, whatever. They can just hold areas by initiating fights and doing enough damage to keep teams away from them and just asserting dominance, like scare teams off from trying to push on their position. Yes, you leave yourself vulnerable if you start getting shot from various directions, but what you do is you position yourself so you have minimal cover, but at least some cover to work with.
We have a little bit of a replay from a fight that broke out early when our first team was eliminated, and it's from the point of view of Example from Ahaha, and it was the G7 Scout, which was the final damage dealer, to get that knock and finally eliminate the team who was challenging them. So as we move back into our game now, we can see that Power Grid is going to be the focus, like we mentioned, of everybody's attention for where they need to move to, but you can see there's not a lot of elevation to be played with here, Dan. It's kind of like the flat land. It's a little bit like where I live, to be honest with you. No hills to be seen for a long way around.
Yeah, and that does mean that as soon as you win a fight, it can be very quick for another team to jump on you. You can't kind of hide upstairs and take any sort of high ground and keep teams back. Instead, you have to watch usually 2 to 3 different entry points as to where you can be pushed from. And if the push is coordinated successfully, often you have to watch all 3 of those angles at the same time because they will all push from each door. And if you are even slightly or remotely weak, then you are going to probably lose that engagement. Na'Vi, though, more than happy to sit on the outskirts in the moment and watch on. As Flight of Fancy, the team that did so much damage, go for the ambush, and it's Maestro who walks straight into it. Rugby goes down, the Death Totem is popped, as well as the jump pad, and he's going over. Does he make it? No, so close.
The leg's just a little bit too short, but I mean, all of the Apex plays that you hate to be on the receiving end of coming in from Flight of Fancy there. Well, first one, crouching down on those steps and getting that first kill, and then immediately being hit by the Revenant ultimate as well. The team did a pretty good job to get out of dodge, to be honest with you, for the situation they found themselves in, and now Flight of Fancy have to use those silences and that caustic just to slow down a couple of teams. It's not actually the caustic, excuse me, that's another team's barrels who are trying to approach them, but Maestro have been a little bit quiet so far in this game. Some shots being taken down onto Sanyu, who did such a good job of surviving for a long time on World's Edge in our previous game. Is now going to have to survive once more with Ron, who is going to be on the caustic, but they've lost their ability to rotate now, losing the Valkyrie player down. So it's going to have to be a step-by-step process for them to work their way inside the ring.
Request are having a good game, though. They're enjoying themselves. This is patience at its very best.
Gamers.
They're just hoping that someone's going to walk in and they can just roll up on them, get some free KP, but I guess that shows that they're a little bit scared, I would say, of the rest of the lobby. We're seeing sheer aggression from other teams throughout. Talking of aggression, we jump on board with one of our most aggressive teams in the lobby.
You're just staring at a death box.
It just shows like how differently you can play this game, right? And how differently you can play when you know how many points you require to get into that top 10.
Oh, I agree with you. I think there's different ways to approach it. We've seen, you know, how compositions can change things. We're also seeing positioning can change things. And now we have the most cinematic view. It's almost like they're about to step forward and break out into a boy band song. But for now, they're just going to be quiet inside the drains for a little bit longer as we see this zone start to close. And teams from that northeastern side of the circle are going to have to make their move. And you can see you've got Fenerbahce Esports, you've got Endeavor there as well, you've got Na'Vi all in close quarters here, Dan, and they're all going to be forced in the next couple of minutes.
Solo Q Goats are just playing ranked, by the way. They're just running at everything. You can see there's another engagement there in the southeast side next to Energy Depot. They want kills. They want KP. They want to assert their dominance, and I'm all for it. Elsewhere, Major Pushers also going to be involved in the scuffle. You can see smokes on the ground, so you know full well that's going to be the Solo Q Goats there and looking to try and push up on it. It's one thing that's being targeted in a lobby, right? When you play like a Loba and they see you and they're like, oh, this is X, Y, or Z team, but you just know where Shiv is at all times because he's just followed by emitting smoke. He's not doing very much for the environment, that's for sure.
This is true. Shiv's carbon footprint isn't the best in Apex Legends. However, he's doing a lot of damage along the way. Diff going to be forced to battery here as he got that initial damage down with the 3 times on that R301. He's looking to do some more as well, but not being able to do as much damage as maybe he would have wanted, and this fight is going to be elongated. And as we know, the longer a fight goes on, especially with 16 teams alive, the more likely there is a team to fancy their chances of popping around that corner and being the third party to take away the KP. But here comes the push now. 56 with the Peacekeeper will do some initial damage, and you have to say Ranches is doing a fantastic job here, not only to take out 1 and 2, but the whole of Solo Q Goats will fall, and Major Pushers will survive the push from Shiv and Co.
Yeah, so Lukugo's just not able to hit those shots as quickly as they would have liked. And the Peacekeeper hit hard again. That's the second time today we've seen it really clutch up, and Major Pushers will be wiping the sweat from their brow as they saw the smoke in the distance. They knew what was about to happen, but they survive it for now. And 15 squads, so they'll be able to pick up that placement point as well as those kills, as Team Godolphin are somewhat central of this circle here in Fight Night, but they might be transitioning over towards where they think the final circle is going to be finishing. As there is going to also be a fight here. Phoenix Legacy, who we saw earlier, who were just desperately surviving, and the shots I've just seen, the Flatline doing work.
The Flatline managing to avoid the Arcstar, however, as I say Arcstar, I say, and I meant Knockdown Shield initially, the Arcstar is going to come in from Blast from Endeavor, who now move up to pick up those KP, and this is the battle that I was talking about. We'll be developing over these open fields just to the side, where we've seen a lot of activity going down around Power Grid. You had the likes of Na'Vi and Endeavor surrounding this area, and now Na'Vi, they're looking to be aggressive here as Kuya's lining things up with that 2 times once again on the wingman.
Yeah, if he can hit shots like he did earlier, then Na'Vi will be in a good spot, but they know they have to retreat here. Too much open ground, bubble going to come down, and now it's do or die. You decide whether you're going to take this fight or not, and oh my, what is this 2 times I'm seeing on the wingman? This is different gravy from Kuya.
Wonderful shots coming in from Kuya again. I've always said he's the best 2 times wingman player in the game, and he's showing it right now, just cracking shields. But not getting the knocks at the moment. You can see Top Dogs in the kill feed as well. They managed to pick up a knock, and finally, Strafey is going to combine with Kuya to get this knock onto Emerson's, who will go down. But Na'Vi now controlling this area for another minute and a half or so. They're going to have to move once more, but getting that knock is going to give them an opportunity to move into some more space.
I'd say this is one of the better circles we could have had for Olympus as well. A lot of buildings that people can get into, a lot of early rotations that were able to be utilized here, and it does mean we've got at least 12 squads here, which is probably more than I would expect at this stage on your average Olympus game. But that 12 could go down very quickly as this fourth circle closes, as Kuya again just popping heads, but unfortunately will get struck out of the air.
I mean, it's one thing to stand there and admire your own shots, but it's another one to admire a bullet flying towards your face, and that will be, unfortunately, Kuya taken down. We'll have to see if he can be revived, but it looks like Ruabe had actually managed to move in and finish off Kuya, so for all of the big damage that he was doing with the wingman in his hands, it looks like Na'Vi might have been reduced to just 2 players due to the movement coming in from Top Dogs. But as we see now, the lineups and how they're moving in, Kangana have got a heck of a rotation to make, and you feel like maybe there's going to be a Valkyrie going to be used very soon. Flyer Fancy once again coming into an engagement, using that Death Totem protection to try and get the damage done. If they can get a knock here, it'll be a job done. And just with that final EVA 8 shot, 90 manages to get that knock, which is now going to allow them to once again move up and try and capitalize on that damage. But Uaxo's going to go down, and now the pressure is going to be once again on this man's shoulders. He won a 1v1 a few moments ago. That's light work here for Hayaka.
I mean, it's perfect Revenant execution. I know a lot will say it's not really that difficult, but the fact that the bubble was there as well to stop the bombardment that had come out from the enemy team, it just all added up to what was a very successful push. There's Na'Vi down to just 1. Strafey now will jet up into the sky and see if he can find any sort of real estate, but this could be a Titanic moment.
Well, there's going to be another bubble fight going down here between Maestro Gaming, as one player will fall. Once again, the EVA 8 inside that bubble is so dangerous, and the defensive bombardment is going to be doing damage as well. That will be the end here for Maestro, as Nags moves in to pick up that kill once more, doing such a good job here. Endeavor of just scrapping away and picking up 1 or 2 KP on their way towards zone. The sad song will finish here for Na'Vi as they're eliminated. We're down now just to 7 squads.
Top Dog, Top Diggity Dog, they're still alive. 0-0 is going to get picked back up here. 7 squads, as you say, and they are in a fantastic spot if they can actually heal up. They can't get shot from behind. They do have a little bit of an object to work with. This little forklift is going to be enough to cover them for now. Elsewhere, Godolphin and the rest of the squad are being peppered by Kangana. Doesn't look like they're going to be survived because they're going to get pushed from the other side as well. And who else but Flight of Fancy, who will back off, but it looks like they've done enough just to make Godolphin and the rest of the team have to just cower in the corner.
Yeah, poor old G-Dolphin here. He's trying to survive. He's trying to do what he can, but unfortunately, there's too many teams around him to really have a moment's peace here and just being able to get those meds off without being able to fire some shots back himself. 1 thermite to the left, another one to the right, and at the moment, it's Barbecued Dolphin, as he is taking damage, but to be honest with you, not as much as I thought he might for a second, as he manages to get back up to a full complement of health, and it's the first time I've ever seen a fireproof Dolphin, Dan. We learn something new every day.
Very impressive, and not only just back up to full health, but red armor as well. That means that even as a 2, they could do some real damage, but here comes Flight of Fancy again. They fancy themselves here with the Revenant push, and now Dolphins team have to hold off. Nags has done the job. Dolphins down to half health, but are they going to actually re-engage and re-push this? It looks like Flight of Fancy really fancy this KP.
Nags, finally, looks like his game will be ended by Graceful. Kangana now up on this high ground, doing such a good job of commanding the area and making this late rotation. We have to take ourselves back just a few more seconds, and a few seconds ago, I should say. And Kangana were not in a good spot. They were one of the last teams to arrive in the circle, but maybe being the last to arrive is fashionably late because they are picking up KP left, right, and center as the kill feed once again has Endeavor in it. 5 squads now remaining. Kangana going to be redeploying as JMW is moving in here with the Eva A and the Flatline, but it'll be Uaxo who gets the initial knock.
Yeah, JMW has gone down here, and now Mady Law, well, he has given up on the rest of his team. He said, you know what, you boys enjoy that one, I am out of here, and let's see if I can rat out and get us at least a top 3 placement. As Top Dogs center circle, they're noticing all the teams moving on into this next little zone, and they're actually doing a lot of damage to those as well, being a real nuisance, not allowing anyone to easily transition their way in. And did Flight of Fancy survive? I think they might have. We'll have a little look a little bit later, but at least they were doing damage. But for now, it's Top Dogs who seem to have the top position.
Well, Kangana have been eliminated. Fortunately for Mady Law, we didn't get too far, having hit the ground from that skyward dive. Now we're going to see a few teams standing off of each other. You get the feeling that Ruabo wants people to pay attention to his left there as that ping is being frantically shown, or maybe he's pointing at that lamppost to play late game. That might be a play here to come in from them. Octane onto that lamppost, look down upon everyone else, get those silences out, and we're going to have Flight of Fancy versus Top Dogs here inside of our top 4. Both teams playing Revenant here, Dan, and we could see a clash of the Titans, or a clash of the Shadows, I should say.
2 Revenant teams in the last 4 of Olympus game. Who'd have thought it? It's just like my rank lobbies, to be honest. But here comes Top Dogs. They're going to be the first one to pop that ult and get involved in a fight. 0-0 will lead with the Kraber and with an Arc Star in hand. Does he get the stick? He gets sent back before he can even actually throw it. I think that was a fantastic hold here from Endeavor, just watching this doorway and not allowing the push to come through.
It's a really good hold, but I love the idea as well from Top Dogs. You might be thinking, why are they just throwing themselves at this team? Well, if they do damage there, that makes their rotation out so much more difficult. Endeavor, but Endeavor, I tell you what, they are just going in here. Blast, last player alive, somehow still managing to survive for a few moments here, but Flight of Fancy once again clutch up. 90's last player alive here. We're down to our last 3, and 0-0 has also found himself a Kraber.
They're not going to survive though, Top Dogs. They've seen this, they've seen a weakness, and they're going to jump straight on the other Revenant team, and we're down to 2. Top Dogs take the advantage, they take the KP, and now there's only one other team to worry about.
Ruabe is trying to do what he can to hold off the push. Not only holding off the push, but what a play this is as well. And now it's 4Gang trying to survive, but surviving against Top Dogs in this lobby has been easier said than done. They'll move in and clean the floor with their opponents, and Top Dogs will take home game number 3 here at Blast Titans. Olympus, it's full of fights now. That's all I can say, it's full of fights.
It all started from Top Dogs inting onto Endeavor. They said, we're going to jump on Endeavor. I don't know if Endeavor thought that actually it was Flight of Fancy that did it because they saw the Revenant side on the other. They then decided, actually, we're going to ruin Flight of Fancy's game. They jump on them, and then Top Dogs, they noticed the weakness. They saw they were able to get some free KP. Perfectly played from them. Just Revenants here, there, and everywhere, which is going to upset some people, but also I'm sure there'll be some people watching at home with a delightful smile on their face.
Well, I mean, what can you say? It got the job done here for Top Dogs by name, by nature, and by placement in our 3rd game of the day. It's time for us to jump onto a break. When we get back, straight to the desk, and then more Olympus coming your way.
Oh, I keep falling down! Ah! I can't!
The enemy, dude.
Oh.
Don't pull me down, dude.
Oh. Oh. I kind of felt, I'm gonna lie.
Oh no,
Oh,
Shiv!
no, not like this.
Shiv.
No.
I'm far ahead of you right now, you know that, right?
Oh man. Yeah, I gotta make up for a little bit here.
You see me?
Yeah, I gotta make up for a little bit here.
Shiv, come on, don't be nervous.
No.
Oh no!
Oh no, here comes a climb! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, you put me down! Oh no! Oh no, we're falling down!
Dude,
Oh
Shiv.
Oh!
I'm far ahead of you right now.
No! I keep falling down! Ah! I can't! Ah! I keep falling!
No shot,
Ah!
dude, come on.
Man, listen, okay, it was over from the beginning, you know, when the first fall,
Oh,
that one
no.
ended it for me, that one ended it for me. No! Oh, man. Alright, that's it, that's it, I guess. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I almost hit off, dude.
Oh my gosh. Bunker.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Oh, at 19 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Oh,
god, Shiv.
no.
Well, welcome back to Blast Titans here. Ronnie, bring me through what we just witnessed.
Well, we just witnessed another attempt for Khnarga to get themselves into a top 3, but consistency for them. And unfortunately, you know, I want to take us to the bottom of the leaderboard straight out the bat before we talked about what went well. I'm still sat here kind of worried because we now have a third game where Fire Beavers have absolutely flopped.
Wow. That's, you know what? I mean, the reality is that the leaderboards don't lie. And it's very interesting because I think we saw so much in that last game, right? We saw Dolphins getting barbecued. We saw teams camping for their lives. And yet at the end of the day, we also saw 4Gang bring it out on top here. Landers, let's talk about this. I mean, Flight of Fancy, holy goodness. Like, you know, they may not have gotten the W on this round, but let's be clear, those points are out of control.
They've been fantastic in terms of the pacing. They basically always fight when they have a totem, and it always feels like they are controlling the pace of the engagement. They have to worry about where their totem is. It feels like they basically just always have it up, which is the most impressive part. And they get away with just having a high scoring game without the #1 placing. And they even get ahead of AJS because they were, you know, on their tail the whole time, plus that first place finish in the second game. Kungarna, a fantastic game from them overall, and Top Dogs get into 4th place because of it. You know, all these teams have been relatively consistent overall, and the teams that are below them have been terribly inconsistent. I mean, Na'Vi, Solo Q Ghosts, Totem, it's just not enough. You know, it's not enough from them.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know what, Scrawny, I gotta ask, at this point, is it safe to say that Revenant, the team comp that includes Revenant, is one that works on not just World's Edge, but here on Olympus?
Yeah, that Revtane combo, right? The Revenant totem into Octane jump pad. You know, it seems like a bit of, like, I'd say at first, like a bit of like a pub gimmick, right? Like, it's not something you've seen more so of in competitive than you have seen elsewhere, and yet I like it. I think it's just such a good ability to close. We saw it at one point sitting outside of Fight Night when I believe it was Top Dogs or Flight of Fancy got an immediate down. They were piled on top of one another. They got that opening kill, and it's not as though they had expected to use their death totem, but then the moment they got one down, you have that moment where you have to make a decision as to whether you want to disengage or if you want to double down and try to go for a clear. And the beauty of the Rev Ultimate is that it's such a closer. As much as it is an initiator, it can be a closer. And I think we got a really good example of that this game during that Fight Night battle, because it's just such an easy way to sweep a team away if you can establish an edge before ever having to use it. So yeah, I'd say it's legitimate. Whether or not it's combined with Octane even, just Revenant right now it's super strong, his Death Totem.
Deadly Death Totem, to be sure. Well, let's, as we mentioned, huge congratulations to 4Gang for coming out on top of that last game. But we got to talk about our MVP of the match presented by Razor. And you know what? That's from Flight of Fancy. You know him,
Again.
you've seen him twice in a row here, Launders.
Oh,
is
man.
that a surprise to you at all? This guy feels like he might be up for MVP of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it is a surprise, but next time it won't be. Like the next time, I'm expecting to see this guy happen. 2,500 damage basically with 9 kills. He's beating his own records. Yeah, this guy's only competition is himself at this point. This is some beautiful gameplay. The output is ridiculous. It's obviously these aggressive plays that are enabling him to get more damage off. And, you know, we're counting the damage that's done with the totems. And it makes sense. And the best part of all is that they have a Gibraltar as well. So not only can they turn it up to 100, but as soon as they need to play defensive or just chill for a second, or they're done a fight and they're not jumping into another bubble, they can throw one up themselves.
Well, and I will also say, and as far as this was for you, I mean, obviously, let's call a spade a spade. We are on Olympus right now, and normally what we have seen when we go from one map to the other is we see some teams fall and some teams completely do incredibly well. And we've seen some, basically a big, huge chasm between those two types of teams. This time, some of our top teams have just come in and said, we're going to keep this momentum going. We don't care which map it is.
Yeah, I think Flight of Fancy are currently in a groove that just kind of supersedes the map that they're playing on. They're the first team today to find themselves earning the most amount of points back-to-back games. They didn't even have to come in first this time, obviously. We had earlier today Magician steal the top point spot in round 2 of Group 1, but that was with a 2nd place and a bunch of kills. Flight of Fancy did it with a 3rd place and a bunch of kills. So there's nothing right now that we're seeing from Flight of Fancy that tells us this is going to taper off when we switch back to World's Edge or anything else. It just seems like Flight of Fancy are here to absolutely wreck face, and they're doing it substantially, round after round at this point.
I mean, that is absolutely true. I wonder if we can take a look at those leaderboards here one more time, because I think ultimately, as we know, we're coming into a game number 4. We're going to 6 matches, y'all. And as you can see, that's a chasm, Launders. That is right between Flight of Fancy and AJS, who, as we know, still don't have a Liquipedia, but they are, however, putting points on the board.
Hopefully by the end of this event, or the day even, AJS will have a Liquipedia. We'll find out what the acronym stands for. You know, Awesome Jumper Squad, all-time Jerry Springers. I don't know what you'd call them. Something. It's got to be something good, hopefully.
I like both those
it.
options.
Yeah.
They do indeed. Well, you know what? We deserve to go to a game number 4. And to do that, we're going to give it over to Mark and Dan. And I will say, I'm pretty sure, Mark, you and I just realized, are probably wearing the same shirt. Not weird at all. But let's take a look at our game number 4. Over to you, boys.
Thank you, Kate. It's certainly not the weirdest thing I've said on broadcast so far today. The shirt is looking very similar, I have to say. We'll have to see. I don't know. Dan, your shirt looks really nice, mate. I've got to say, it's good to see you in a shirt. See you all dressed up, got the good beard going, the nice hair. Such a handsome man. I just had to throw that out once more, just to make you feel as awkward as physically possible. But let's talk about the games coming up, because we're now at that halfway point, Dan. We have got our first game of Olympus done and dusted. Now we're heading into our second one now, but we have to start looking at leaderboards now. We have to start looking at that top 10 a little bit more, because there's a couple of teams and one notable team outside of the top 10 who are struggling a little bit. Fire Beavers, 20th place, and I'm pretty sure they don't have a single point on the board.
I think they might have one, and it's a very sad breadstick.
I always said, Dan,
have.
that maths is never my thing, all right? Fair enough. All right.
There is a difference between 0 and 1, but not much of a difference, to be fair. Fire Beavers need to turn things around considerably if they are going to be moving on in the winner's bracket. Otherwise, our favourite team might be dropping down to the lower bracket. Also, I just want to say, and I want to ruin Launders Day as well, AJS, he was wondering about the acronym. It's just their names. Ascenti, Yuri, and Sivan. Combine them all, it becomes AJS, not Awesome Jumper Squad. Sorry.
I'm actually really happy because you know me better than most people, Dan. You know how my brain works. As soon as there was talk of acronyms, weird things started happening. Luckily, some of them not broadcastable. So I'm happy that you pointed that out because it's kind of put it in the back of my mind now. And I can concentrate on the game that is in front of us. And that is, of course, game 4 here, where some teams do need to step up. We're going to see where that zone is going to be popping as well. And it looks like it's going to be down at the southern side of Olympus now. We're going to be heading a little bit more towards Solar Array, a little bit of orbital cannon sort of just poking in there. But it looks like Solar Array and maybe that kind of, what do you want to call it? A little chasm, little hole in the middle of the beacon that's popping up right now might be where this circle is going to be ending. So look for teams to maybe control that phase gateway central between where the two portals kind of connect in the middle. That's going to be a really strong choke point to try and hold down.
You've seen 100, right? Where you kick him down the death hole. That's basically what I think this is in Olympus, is sometimes you just have to get someone on the edge of it and absolutely punch him down the hole, and it's a way to assert dominance and show that you are the superior human being. Maybe we'll see it if it is going to be that circle.
Yeah, we could see Gibby boot someone off and scream, this is Sparta. If that doesn't happen now, void the game. Anyway, we're going to see a little bit of looting going on, not too much fighting going on right now as teams are starting to establish their drop spots across the map. We're going to see a little bit of loot being dropped by our good friend as well, as always good to see. And yeah, not too much to report on right now, but Fenerbahce, pretty good spot right now. I think they're in a pretty good position heading into these last 3 games, Dan. And it's a kind of a team who we've seen a lot, like we've mentioned previously, and kind of representing a region and representing a nation that are getting better and better, it feels like, every single time that we see them in play.
Yeah, they are the benchmark at the moment in 10th position on 14 points. Just to remind everyone, at the end of Group 1, 34 points was the cutoff. So that gives us an idea of how many you should be aiming for. We've already got 3 teams above that in Flight of Fancy, AJS and Kungana. TD are just behind that on 30. But then apart from that, from 5th downwards, it is all extremely tight. And that is a good thing for those teams like Fire Beavers, who are right at the bottom of the leaderboard. 1 game on set is all you need. A 20-point game and you're suddenly right back into things, and it might even do enough to secure you your spot in the next round of the winners bracket. So even though it's been miserable so far, it's not the end of the world.
Well, we're going to see Na'Vi using that skyward dive to cover a little bit of ground towards where they want to be heading towards that end game. We'll see that map overhead as well. We'll see where these teams are starting to line up. We can see that Solo Q Goats once again taking their time. It looks like they might be thinking about taking the phase gateway towards that central area between the 2 portals and making a very quick rotation, but so risky when you go through there, Dan. If you have that little bit of protection as soon as you land so that you can't get beamed immediately, and it kind of stops people camping there quite as much. But it is also risky. Like you say, you go through, you might take a little bit of an engagement, and then you can't get away again. So it's going to be interesting to see how Solo Q Goats do play it. But as we know, Dan, 3 players who love to take risks.
Yeah, and I think they demonstrated that in the previous game as well. They weren't afraid to take those fights, especially on the edge, where you feel like you can take a more solid 3v3 fight without actually being third-partied. Unfortunately, it didn't go right for them. They were the losers of their fight, which isn't something that we're used to saying. Usually when it's a straight 3v3, Solo Q Goats come out on top. However, going up against Major Pushers, another team who are very good in 3v3 fights, just meant that they had to actually bow their heads and say, you know what, respect, we didn't win it this time, but we go again, and they will go again. And that is what is scary, because Solo Q Goats, when they have that fire lit underneath them, they suddenly turn into a different beast.
Well, Commander, they're on the Rainbow Road right now. They're taking their way on the Trident, and it's going to be Totem Esports, so we're going to be moving towards the edge of the match here, edge of the map, excuse me, as I replace my teeth for a second, towards Orbital Cannon, and they can see there's a little bit of fight going down already here. The Gibraltar Dome in front of them is going to give an indication there's going to be life in the area that they're going to want to extinguish for now, and damage already being done by the looks of things. 42 from Amaz is going to start the fires burning, and not only that, there's going to be big numbers following that up. Breaking 2 shields here, Amaz, all on his own. He's doing so much damage for his squad.
Yeah, Emerson's going to be portaling out, but that is going to be a chase from Amaz, and that will be the wipe as well. First team eliminated from the lobby here on Olympus, and a little bit of momentum maybe for Totem Esports, who also need to find their footing here in this as we go into match number 4. 3 games is a lot of games to work with as well. There is plenty of points to pick up, which is why I said earlier, it isn't necessarily all doom and gloom if you're in the bottom 10 right now, but you certainly need to find some form of momentum now. Otherwise, you are going to start to just lose your confidence and start to trickle away from the rest of the lobby.
Na'Vi in a really nice spot here. You can see that they've got their backs cleared. They're going to feel very comfortable about anyone rotating behind them, and they've got a pretty decent spot to play around this little outpost just outside of Solar Array. Another team who we just seen win our previous game. Top Dogs we're going to have a quick look at as well. Some shots going to be fired from the barrel of the Wingman. Nothing connecting as yet. But the scan from the Bloodhound is going to come in as they're going to have to deal with this pesky drone going around. They're not going to deal with it, and they're going to get EMP'd as well, which might force a team to think about pushing onto them, and that's what's going to happen.
It is going to happen. They just need to hold off. They do have the Death Totem if they want to use it. Oh, nice shots just to take out the Crypto drone there. Sometimes that is more difficult to hit than you would have thought, so at least he's able to keep his eye on the ball, or the eye on the drone. But Forever going to be on the back foot. BCG very much wanting to take them down. They notice the white armors, and when you do see the white armors, you're definitely pushing on that team. That is a very much easy KP to pick up, and they managed to get one, and it could be two if Noob Hunter doesn't get this battle off, but it looks like he'll survive for now.
Well, Fenerbahce, and they're riding dirty right now. 3 of them on the Trident.
Tunes
about how they want to rotate. Twin Turbo, Photon Jets, 6 consoles. It's got it all, the Trident down, and it's one of the best tools in the game to make rotations on Olympus, especially if you get that jump pad down. You can do some really crazy stuff.
VTEC double engine rims on, everything is there, custom modded. All the different car engine enthusiasts, I'm sure, will tell us how good the Trident is.
Pumps, I don't know anything about cars, I'm going to be honest with you, but they're
hydraulics.
Yeah, that'll do. Wheels. It doesn't. Someone think it doesn't have. Anyway, we're moving our way around Olympus on the Rainbow Road once more, just on the outside of things. This is the M25 for some of our UK users. This is a lot clearer, and they're going to be running into a little bit of trouble as they do move through the zone. It's not as cheeky as maybe as they would have thought, taking that little bit of zone damage because of the huge audio cue that does come out. They're going to have to save that boost and use it to get away, and now they're going to have to find somewhere to drop that Trident off, put the parking ticket in, and get those shields back up to full complement.
Yeah, Dynamic Motorway slowed them down from 60 to 40, so they decide to get off and go to the services for a little snack, and quite rightly so. The shield cells will be popped, and now they can have a look at trying to move into the circle, or looking outward at teams that potentially might be shadowing them for some free KP. You can see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, Totem Esports in a little bit of an engagement right now. That is not going to be the best position for them. Solo Q Goats also trying to maybe take down a team. I don't know if they've sniffed someone out here or whether they are just looting, but they certainly seem to be on the move.
Well, Fenerbahce are right on the edge of zone here, and you can see they're kind of feeling extremely uncomfortable at the moment. There's numerous teams trying to hold them out, and the rotation they made might have seemed smart at the time, but it's just kind of landed them in a little bit of bother. And I tell you what, Fire Beavers, who desperately need kills, who desperately need points here, are kind of caught between two minds here. They can see that they want to push, and that initial knock now from Taskmaster is going to allow them to close that space. This should be a clean wipe here as they enter the bubble. Either 8 will land, and this should be the final kill going down, as finally Fire Beavers will return to the party.
But Fire Beavers have now just pushed into prime real estate where everyone was watching. There was many eyes on the team that they just took out. So yes, they got the KP, but they put themselves in a very disadvantaged position. Have to go back into the red, and that's going to be one going down. And Taskmaster and Nineimps now are going to have to do their best to try and survive, and maybe think about getting a res here. It depends whether any of these teams want to push, and they will. They want this KP. Fire Beavers cannot catch a break.
Portal coming in as well to try and get some angles, maybe try and take away that body, and maybe just secure the KP. So Fire Beavers, who decided, you know what, let's get aggressive, let's push, let's change things up a little bit. Well, now they're on the back foot once more down, and they are going to manage to get this resin somehow.
Can you get the Phoenix kit off as well? It looks like, yes, you can, but the player went through the portal, crawled back again, and Fire Beavers are somehow still alive, but the end of their troubles has not arrived just yet. Nineimps down to a slither of health, has to heal up its team. G Dolphin on the other side of the thing saying, this is our KP, we should be able to pick up these kills. There's the first knock, and you'd imagine knock 2 and 3 is going to follow shortly. Nugs gets one on Nineimps, and maybe Fire Beavers having an early exit once again here.
It's really surprising. I think it's you know, you're looking at a real shock here happening. Fire Beavers, who were one of the standout teams, the ALGS Championships, EMEA, struggling at the moment, and now it all falls down to Taskmaster to try and pull off some sort of miracle run. The good thing is he has KP, and Fire Beavers do have some KP secured, so he can rat out and get some placement points on the board, which is certainly going to boost their total tally up to something a little bit more, you know, a little bit more reasonable and recognizable as far as the leaderboards is concerned, to push them up. But you can see it's so difficult for teams at the moment, because where do you rotate to? You want to be a quick rotating team right now? You look at where there is to play. There is no buildings. There is barely anywhere to play at the moment for for teams to try and locate. So nobody knows what they want to do. They don't know if they want to rotate quickly. They don't know if they want to play edge. I think everyone's just kind of waiting for each other to make a move here.
You're lucky if you get a blade of grass in that final circle, if I'm completely honest. It looks disgusting. If it was me, I'd probably just jump off the map if I was on the edge of the circle, just not give anyone else some KP. So this was the push that we saw coming in through from Fire Beavers. And yes, it did seem like the push was encouraged by the position they're in. They didn't have any kills, they don't have any points, and they were like, wait, we can pick up some points here. Let's get aggressive. But maybe they didn't think about the kind of complications that they put themselves in if they did push there, as now we will see another Rev team pushing in on Totem Esports, and Sharp will get drilled out of the sky, and it's all going to be down to J Savage W here to try and survive and hold off potentially a full 3.
Xaxo is mental. See what he's done. He's MVP, back-to-back games, if I'm not mistaken. He flew through the air, he didn't miss a bullet, and he managed to take down 2 of Totem Esports pretty much on his own there. Huge play coming in from him, and he's lining himself up for the trifecta of MVP performances if his team can back him up here and really secure some more points. But for Totem Esports and J Savage W, the man with the greatest moustache in competitive Apex, this is looking like a long rotation, and again, just hoping to rat away to a few placement points now.
There certainly is something to be said for both Fire Beavers and I guess Totem Esports as well. When you're in a lobby like this, where there are a lot of wild cards, a lot of teams that maybe you haven't played against before, as G Dolphins team also gets wiped, you are going to be playing against teams that play a little bit off the cuff. They're not going to be playing normal. They're not necessarily going to be playing for that late game, and it makes it very difficult to play the way you want.
Hood Desert is going to have to retreat here.
Wait a second.
Fire Beavers are on his back, and all of a sudden, it's not just Fire Beavers on his back, it's Fire Beavers are back from what looked like a desolate position they found themselves in a few moments ago. Taskmaster, 9 Impulse, and Sunset have returned to the fore, picking up some KP, and also, of course, picking up some placement points.
Maybe this could be the game that just revitalizes their chances of getting into that top 10. Being able to go from 1 player being up and 2 getting knocked, and actually all 3 of them, is insane. So they've done extremely well to find themselves in this position, but now they need to make the most of it, get to this end game, get some placement points. They've already got a decent amount of KP. Now just try and enhance your position on that leaderboards, as Na'Vi also from a distance, again, Kuya with the 2 times in the wingman, just doesn't miss, it would seem. And when he does miss, I think he does it on purpose, just to prove to us that he is legitimate.
Well, speaking of not missing, AMD4 just absolutely beamed someone to get that finish, and the damage is going to be done once again in the distance. It's time 42, add them all up. It's too quick for me and my small brain, but it's going to be a lot of damage. Almost managed to get that break there, but they're on the quick side of the ring here, Dan, so it's going to be a tough rotation for them to make through the 13 squads who still find themselves alive.
And one of those teams being AJS, after a very successful first 2 games, didn't quite have the 3rd game they would have wanted, but they've at least got themselves into the top 13 now, and a lot of KP to work with. They've done pretty well, and they certainly will be able to position themselves in a spot that's actually going to be quite sought after. It's one of the few buildings that currently is within the circle. Otherwise, you're just looking at maybe a little tree, a bush, a little railing to hide behind if you are in a fight. And this is where the Gibraltars are going to be very important. And sometimes Tridents, you can position a Trident and use it as a little bit of cover.
Well, there's a perfect example of it. You can see the missile swarm came in, and Flight of Fancy managed to duck behind that Trident that they had positioned, as we now see Fire Beavers involved in a fight once more, and it's going to be Endeavor who are trying to hold them off. It's an interesting angle to try and take, as Noise is now going to retreat, as Bryn is going to be there to try and give him some cover. Fire Beavers just holding forward, though. This has been a real step on the accelerator for them, surviving from the moment they found themselves in earlier in this game to where they are now has to be commended, as Na'Vi, now they're going to move in and now having to deal with the Revenant push themselves.
Yeah, holding off the Revenant push. They sent 1 back, sent 2 back, sent 3 back, I think, and also now actually get the knocks as the Revenant team look to try and just push on it without having knocks of their own, maybe feeling like it was their only chance to get through. And Xaxo, he might be mental, but he's not mental enough to get over that wall, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is going to be tough now. 2 teammates have fallen, and it's going to be Kuya moving up to try and secure this final KP. Can't hit the shots, which is always strange to see from him, but it doesn't matter when you've got a teammate, Max Strafey, who's going to be sliding out to finish off with the flatline. So Na'Vi picking up important KP on a team that's really been disrupting end lobbies as well, and kind of dominating those fights, as we have a cheeky look at an Octane by the name of Bryn for Endeavor, making friends with a wall and a pill.
Yeah, Endeavor, who I'm fairly certain drop Solar Array if their coach EMEF is anything to go by anyway. I played a few games and he didn't drop me anywhere else on Olympus. It was Solar Array every single game, so you'd imagine the team he's coaching probably are in residence there. So the final circle is in that spot as we can watch Flight of Fancy initiate their push. It was quite a spectacular one, starting with the Trident in the air.
Flight. Dan, you get it?
Yeah, yep.
It's a
yeah, that
play
one. Yep. Good
play
one.
on their name. Play on their name. Back to the game then, as we see the circle starting to close now. Kangana holding things down on the outside of this building. They're on the quicker side of zone as well, and they're looking for any opportunity they can find to third party and try and move forward. They don't have a jump pad to work with. They do have Valkyrie though, so they might be thinking about a late redeploy here as the teams do start to engage. But as we enter our final 10 now, you can see Na'Vi moving up. This is a position they've held for the majority of the game, Dan. And they're looking to really establish space as well. It's one thing to hold, as we always say, it's another one to dominate the space. And now Kuya, having lost Strafey, is going to leave it all down to Nesh. And this push really just fell apart before it even got started. Na'Vi eliminated.
Yeah, major pushers again, just holding off a team, trying to engage in a 3v3 with them. And both major pushers and Na'Vi are really one game away from securing themselves in top 10, in my opinion. Another 10 points should be enough, really, to have them solid in that top 10. As look where this circle is moving, a tiny little green circle you saw on your screen there. Bearclaw Gaming actually in a pretty good spot. And Bryn, I was going to say if he doesn't get spotted out, but he does. The Sniffer Dogs come through, and Bryn gets eliminated.
He got eliminated, but he just absolutely ruined Aski.
He went out with the back, didn't he?
He managed to turn that one around, but luckily Aski's teammates were there. That could have been a little bit embarrassing, but Fire Beavers, they are inside the top 8. They're also back in the front of our minds as a team who really are one of the stronger teams in the lobby. It's been weak so far from them, but there's one way to put the story right, and that's with the first place finish and a lot of kills to go alongside. There's an opportunity for them to beam now on the cross as Nineimps is going to be trying to do so with the Havoc, has the turbocharger on that as well, has to scarper away to make sure he can get that battery, but Taskmaster did get a knock onto Sanya as well, and that's going to allow them now to push up on a very, very weak-looking Maestro.
Yeah, Maestro just didn't have any room to work with. They had their backs against the red, and Fire Beavers will take full advantage of that, get the full 3 KP, but also need to watch their back now. BCG were certainly trying to pepper them in the backside, but it seems like they aren't going to push out of this area. Instead, Fire Beavers now can look to try and transition their way into this next circle. They do find themselves on the edge, but at least they're in the top 6. At least this is a game where they can start to consider themselves one of the best teams.
Let's take a second here. When in Apex Legends have you seen a circle appear and no team is in it apart from one? When we get down to our 6th circle. I think that sums up what we're seeing here on Olympus. It really is throwing the rulebook out in every single way possible. But for Fire Beavers, they're one of those teams who are kind of tiptoeing on the edge of it. And they have an opportunity now to really put a big point game together. They must have been listening to the broadcast, me reminding them that they only had 0 and it was actually 1 point on the board. What a way to turn things around here, Dan.
I'm going to be honest, like, take teams out of their comfort zone. I love that Blast have thrown Olympus into the mix here. Some teams weren't able to practice it, some teams tried to practice it, and in future events, we might see teams actually saying, hey, maybe we do need to practice it. Maybe we do need a better idea of how these lobbies are going to pan out, how these final circles are going to come through. But here comes the EMP. Kangana on one side, and of course, we've got Fire Beavers on the other. Plenty of arc stars being thrown left, right, and center. And at the moment, the aim of the game is just survival as round 5 closing in 33 seconds.
Yeah, the teams inside are going to have to move outside in just a few moments' time. It's going to be a tough move to make, especially when you're being met by the flatline of Graceful. They haven't got much room to play with here, but Kangana look like they might be safe in just a few moments. Maney's moving out to create some space. Fire Beavers now getting involved in the bubble, and they will pick up yet another squad wipe. They will have to get Sunset back up, though, but they should have the time to do so. Down to just 5 squads now, as more beams are going to be coming in from Nineimps here. He's been having a standout game.
Well, Fire Beavers have a minimum of 10 kills, as you can see on the screen for Nineimps. Unfortunately, they're not able to get Sunset back up, so it's just the 2 of them. So they might slow things down here, try and play for a little bit of placement, trying to engage a little bit later on. Unless, of course, they have a respawn beacon, they might go for the banner and try and pick up Sunset, which could happen. Respawn beacons are often being carried by teams, so you never really know.
Another fight going down. Kangana involved in this. Major pushes, and it's going to be Fitu who's going to be last player alive, and he's going to be met by the EVA 8 here of Graceful who's going to be taking him down. Excuse me, it was JMW with those final shots. Kangana did lose one. However, you can see the space they have. They should be able to get that res off quite comfortably. And now Kangana going to be staring at all the other teams. We're going to have to be quick, though, because that zone is starting to move in now, Dan, in around 20 seconds' time. And the last thing you want to be doing is going down to that damage.
Yeah, definitely. You just need to kind of reposition now, evaluate where you want to be trying to push. Where are the other teams in the lobby? You know there's 3 other teams. You need to call out which position is going to be the area you need to focus on. Where can you pick up KP? How do you actually win this game? If you do think you can win the game, then you need to be thinking about your push. If you don't think you can win the game, then you need to be thinking about KP. As Kangana, well, it looks like they are just shredding at the moment. They really are asserting their dominance. Jay Savage is down to just a little slither of health. There's Fire Beavers. They get in, and they will reset and revive Sunset.
Sunset, welcome back. Will he have the time to get the loot on board? That's the question now for Fire Beavers at Kangana. Well, it's just a firing range for them at the moment. Every single team seems to have one exit, one ramp that they have to move down. And if they can force those teams to fight, then Kangana are going to be in position to win this as Mady manages to beam one player there and take him down. Mady, though, the last player alive, his teammates did push up. So now 3 squads remain. Mady, the last player alive for his squad. The question is, who's it going to be? Because it looks like Sunset managed to pick one up. He gets the armor swap off as well. And he's trying to turn a 3rd place into a 2nd place at least.
But AGS is still alive. They are the 3rd squad who are doing the damage. Nice shots coming out from Sunset, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Yuri and Ascenti will pick up the kills, and it's all down to Mady to try and secure the bag here.
Oh, I tell you what, that movement in the bubble was absolutely sublime as he tried to pick up that reload, but it's not enough. AJS, for the 3rd time today, Dan, announced themselves to the world of Apex Legends competitive gaming with another win. I mean, what else can you say about these 3 players? We're going to have to keep our eyes on them moving forward.
Well, if it wasn't enough, the amount of points they've been able to accumulate in the first few games to already solidify their spot in Winners Bracket Round 2, they are just taking points away from their competitors now and making it very difficult. But for me, it's about Fire Beavers. It's about the resurgence of them. They were in last place, and they were able to pick up a heck of a lot of kills as well as a top 3 placement. So they'll be shooting up that leaderboard.
Well, AJS once again securing the win, securing that 1st place spot. But as Dan said, plenty of stories to follow, and we will do so when we get back from this quick break. We'll go to the desk, and then we move back over to World's Edge.
Okay, well, the correct answer is B.
Nice.
No! What? What is the first game I ever played? Option A is Ratchet & Clank 3 on the PS2. Option B is Left 4 Dead at my cousin's house. And option C is GTA Vice City, but my mom stopped me playing it when she saw me run over some random dude on the street.
Option C sounds way more believable. He has a story.
Yeah, but that's what he wants us to think, you know? I think Ratchet & Clank, because that's like before all the games.
I'm gonna think C. I think C. I think C.
Hey,
I'm going for C.
Alright, option C is true, but option A is actually the first game I played.
Hey, yeah, right?
That was my favorite game, dude. I played all of the Ratchet & Clanks. Where I got my nickname from. Option A is that I read it off Danish Serial. Option B is that I heard someone say it at a comedy show I was watching. Option C is that I thought about it during a LAN party.
I think Serial, man.
Hey, I think it is Serial.
Ask is a Serial name.
Final answer, though?
Yeah, final answer, final answer.
It's actually option C.
That's dude.
The first game console I owned was A, the Xbox 360, B, the PC, C, the PS3.
I think Dallas gonna pick an Xbox over a PS3.
PC.
The answer is Xbox. Maskey's right.
Oh, nice,
Xbox.
nice.
I knew it.
A legend I think needs nerfing is A, Wraith, B, Watson, or C, Bloodhound.
Must be Bloodhound, I think. I think option C, Bloodhound.
I think option C, Bloodhound as well. He's quite powerful at the moment.
It's C.
The best top-up from any season is A, Hammer Point rounds, B, Turbocharger, C, Andal Receiver.
B, Turbo, final answer, done.
Yeah, I think Turbo as well. There's no shot at anything else. Turbocharger.
B is the correct answer, Turbocharger, you're right, yeah. My favorite arena map is A, Skulltown, B, Thermal Station, C, Phase Runner.
It's definitely not Skulltown because Yuki doesn't like Skulltown. He's like specifically said he doesn't like Skulltown.
I think it's Thermal.
My final answer is C, Face Runner.
B is way more close range. Thermal is close range. And Yuki likes close range, right? I'm locking at B.
Okay, well, the correct answer is B, Thermal Station, baby.
Nice.
Oh! What?
We've always said we like Thermal, dude. We kill on that map.
And this is how AJS did it. Launders, I know you guys, you and Scruddy were both yelling at the end of this. Talk me through.
AJS. Yes, they are not a fluke. I hate that Dan actually told us that their acronym is just the first letter of each of their names. That really killed my creativity, and I really wanted to know, not a fluke. I hate that Dan actually told us that their acronym is just the first letter of each of their names. That really killed my creativity, and I really wanted to know where Onset would bring it, you know, what his ideas were for what it could be. But all we know is that we need Liquipedia for AJS. I mean, is there, I can't think of any more evidence, any more damning evidence against Liquipedia and the speed at which they work, which they do work fast. Shout out to Liquipedia.
Very fast.
That we need to get them a page. I mean, what the hell? They're insane.
Well, I was going to say AJS has definitely put a fire under that option for sure. Scrawny, speaking of fires, let's talk about what Dan was mentioning, which was the resurgence of Fire Beavers. Of course, we will talk AJS, but you got to mention Fire Beavers throughout this game number 4.
Yep, I think that the fact that Fire Beavers picked up so many kills alongside it, it wasn't just one of these grindy games where they were, say, hiding behind loot containers or maybe hiding in the pipe next to the center of the map. No, Fire Beavers were in the thick of it from start to finish. They knew, I think, that after 3 flat performances, they had to come in with something momentous, and so they did that. I was going to be worried, actually, that, you know, we'd get towards round 5 or round 6 and try to hype up Fire Beavers like we did Gambit as this potential for a comeback, but if they didn't show us any sign of life here in round 4, I don't think we could have had that conversation, and we would have just had to relegate them to the bottom 10. In this case, after this second map of Olympus, Fire Beavers have absolutely put themselves back on the radar to at least crack into top 10.
They have indeed, and actually this gives me a chance. Launders, let's talk about our MVP, our match MVP presented by Razor, and that is actually going to one of the Fire Beavers themselves, Taskmaster. You know him, you love him, and he obviously made our ops team very impressed.
Holy.
Launders, I mean, come on, look at that. More than 3,000 damage, what?
Dude, these guys were zombies this game. I mean, they got like nearly wiped. They were pretty much dead. I mean, Dan framed it perfectly when they were like having to go back into the zone after coming out. It looked like they were making a couple bad decisions that got punished for it. And then like zombies came back from the dead, crawled out of the grounds, and then stayed alive all the way to the end. And I guess it's no surprise for me that they have, you know, such high numbers because they were engaging in so many fights throughout the entire round. It was actually a miracle that they were able to make it so far, but that's the kind of resilience you'd expect from Fire Beavers, even though it didn't show earlier today.
And I want to say also a note here for our MVP segment. We've seen Octane as a legend in this MVP graphic quite a bit, and obviously we've had 2 of the same MVP, so I'll give it that. But is there anything to that? I mean, is Octane you know, even though we've had some incredible team comps, you know, Scrawny, is Octane our MVP legend?
I think he has the potential to be one of them, right? I think the beauty of Octane is his ability to engage and disengage. He can get out of frantic situations. He can engage and create those frantic situations. He can chase down players if they're trying to escape from him. Octane is just, you know, he's both an opener and a closer. And I think that's why it couples so nicely with Revenant, because I kind of consider those guys similar in that regard. Sometimes they initiate and sometimes they end it. And in this case, I mean, Taskmaster, absolute boss.
First line and last line of defense for sure. Well, let's take a look at those results here as we come down, Launders. And that is what they do. Whoa, that is 3 double digits.
That's crazy. Yep. I mean, and honestly, Kangarna, they're not stealing the spotlight because it's just AJS. And then there's a Flight of Fancy 2 wins. I mean, but they have been hell of consistent. I mean, they have been always there, right nearby. I'm not surprised they have so many kills. They're overdue for a win, but they are just proving that they're a very good team and a very consistent team and a very smart team, even on Olympus. where things can get a little bit random, they're finding some normalcy. So the standings, we got AJS back in first place, and I love this top 3 because they're clearly the best, most consistent teams right now.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, this top 3 has solidified their abilities through 4 different games. Scrawny, I mean, I'm taking a look though. Solo Q Goats, number 10. Man. I know that's one of those teams that everybody had their eye on going into this. Is that a surprise?
Well, they're kind of riding off of the high of their first round's placement. Those Shiv smokes that allowed for them to exit from Fragment and get underneath the bridge, that gave them a 6th place finish. Their kills have tapered off since that as well. That was a 6th place with 8 kills. They've since placed 15th, 16th, and now this most recent round as well wasn't like too notable for them. So it's not like they're popping off in terms of kills. They're kind of sliding down in terms of their placements. But if they can learn anything from Fire Beavers off of this 4th round going into the final 2 as we switch back to World's Edge, it's that, you know, it takes one great game to just reignite yourself and throw yourself back up the leaderboard. So luckily for Solo Q, they are still sitting within that top 10, and one strong go, even 2 mediocre goes, will just at least solidify them and keep them in there. But I'm right here with Mohan. I think we've got to give that praise to Kungarna. They haven't won a game yet, but they also have not come out of top 5. It's a 2nd, a 3rd, a 5th, and then a top 3 here on this one. AJS, they get the big crown because they have picked up 2 wins, the first team to do that all day. But they have that, you know, asterisk of a 19th place in round 3. And if it wasn't for that, then maybe we're all singing AJS's praise even more so. Like, they deserve credit, but they've also had that one hiccup that kind of holds them back a bit.
Well, let's find out who's going to be hiccuping and who's going to be flying through this next and second to final match, I should say. And that, of course, means we're heading over to Gaskin and Onset for game number 5, right on World's Edge. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. It feels like this day is flying by, to be honest with you. We've already had Group 1 done and dusted. We know the top 10 teams through for now. Now we've only got 2 games, I should say, left, Dan. And we have to find our 10 teams that are going to go through. And I've just taken a look at that leaderboard and a little bit of a closer look if you look at points. 4th place at the moment has 31 points. Which is just crazy, because we have 2 games left in this lobby. You can get 31 points in a game and a bit. You can easily put yourself in 4th position just with 2 pretty solid games. The top 3 really have kind of been the point sponges so far in the lobby we've seen.
One good game. That's all you need. We said that was going to be the situation. That's what happened in group number 1, and it's going to be the same here in group number 2. So focus up. You're back on your home turf of World's Edge, and this is where you show how good you are at Apex Legends. One note on Fire Beavers, I think that game was not only hugely important for their success going into games 5 and 6, but also the fact now they can play their own game on World's Edge. The reason why they were so successful throughout the ALGS Championships was because they rotated early, they played end circle perfectly, and that Loba was just a nuisance to the rest of the lobby. However, if they were behind, if they were chasing points, they'd have to be a little bit more aggressive. They maybe wouldn't be as calm and wouldn't be able to focus on the way they like to play Apex Legends. So it was just so important that they had that one game just to get them back in form and back believing they are one of the best teams.
Well, there's some fighting going down that I saw in our kill feed. It's going on around staging as Dolphin managed to get the first kill onto a player from Maestro. So Maestro versus G Dolphin's team continues. The battle rages on. I said that we might be returning for a 4th chapter, and it looks like we will be doing exactly that as G Dolphin actually exchanging knocks by the looks of things, as they're going to be exchanging revives. Dolphin's going to be trying to do what he can to hold at the moment, but you can see in the kill feed he's going to be forced to use a battery now, so it looks like it might be a full reset on both sides.
Yeah, and I've had this fight like quite a lot, and you really want to take advantage of the high ground as the beams come out. And Maestro are going to be wiped. The R99 doing its job. And the high ground is so important, and that's why both teams were trying to drop on the bridge, trying to get the high ground from the other, and hoping that the other team would be dropping down below at the pills. Alas, they both dropped up top. G Dolphin and the rest of the squad, they come out on top, and Maestro will be looking back at that and saying, well, maybe we should have dropped a little bit differently, but both teams still continuing to contest one another.
I just feel like with only a few games left as well, yes, we do have a lower bracket that the likes of, you know, Maestro are going to have an opportunity to fight back from if they find themselves in that bottom 10, but with two games to go, what's the point in contesting? You know what I mean? Like, you're limiting yourself, even if you're slowing down your rotation, even with the fight, and then this kind of thing can happen. Major pushers can come in, they can smell blood, and that isn't a pun on Bloodhound because They're going to be moving forward looking for those scans, and if they can find a weakened G Dolphins team, then all of a sudden, even though you've had a great start, you've had your KP on the board, you can find yourself falling victim to another team moving in.
Yeah, Bloodhound's nose to the ground, and he's going to be sniffing out G Dolphin's squad, but it looks like G Dolphin and the rest of the boys, they went down lower. As you can see on your mini-map, they are going to be towards the pills, towards the bottom of it, and they're at staging. It is a nice place to reside in this circle, but it can be the area where there's just fight after fight after fight. And if they're lucky, Major Pushers will run right on by and go for, ideally, the God spot here next to that beacon, as you see on your screen, right on the western side of the map, or one of those buildings.
Major Pushers making their move as well towards the area that you were just describing. 45 with the wingman. He's going to get a little bit of damage done, a little bit more done with the second 45. Manages to get that shield break onto Desert. The defensive bombardment will come in from the Gibraltar just to allow them to reset here to get those heals off. But both teams are going to be taking residence in these two buildings facing each other. Not friendly neighbors, though, by the looks of things, Dan. It looks like there's going to be a few words exchanged over the garden fence, so to speak.
Yeah, what was it Lunders and Scorny were saying earlier about dropping dandelion seeds on one another's lawns or throwing dog poo over? To be fair, I didn't really know where they were going with it. I've always had nice neighbors, but I guess you do sometimes get neighbors that just dislike you, or maybe I'm just a nice person. I've never had a neighbor dislike me, I don't know. Or maybe they just don't tell me.
I could tell you an awful story about a neighbor we used to have, but I'll save that for off-broadcast, but it's quite something. Anyway, Fenerbahce Esports moving through from the area where they dropped and looking to move past Thermal Station here into this choke where we see a lot of games finish. This is what I call the NRG spot, where they have won a lot of games in North American Apex Legends, but this choke isn't going to be where we're ending up here, as Top Dogs will be trying to hold out Fenerbahce Esports. The only problem here for for Mimu, excuse me, and for Uabe is that they've lost one player. The Arcstar will go down, and that will allow the rest of Fenerbahce Esports to move up here, but the question is, can they finish up Top Dogs? They managed to get one. One player is still alive, but they should have the numbers advantage enough, especially with the shield swap coming in to finish that off. And Top Dogs, one of our winners from a game on Olympus, will not have the same sort of success back on World's Edge.
Fenerbahce perfectly navigating that bubble. Pinky Finky doing his job as the Gibraltar. You've got to know how to be fighting in or outside of the bubble, as all of the teams are trying to get to this area where Request are currently in residence. We've seen Request quite a lot today, actually. Just find a spot and sit there. They don't seem the most confident team in terms of fights, but they certainly know how and where they want to play. And there will be a lot of teams wanting to take that building off them, or at least take the scanning area just from above them to try and look down and wreak havoc, as 4Gang also maneuvering their way into center circle here as well.
Yeah, Phoenix is redeployment there from the Valkyrie is going to allow them to come down alongside his teammate Rowie up. Nags now having a little point, a little peek, a little shimmy, a little shake with the 301, and manages to exchange the Mozambique for a Peacekeeper, which I think we can all agree at this point is certainly a big upgrade, especially with what we saw from Vifes in the endgame a little bit earlier on. 4Gang in a pretty good spot here, as far as where endgame might be, but taking this early is risky, Dan, because you can see there's so many lines of sight you leave yourself vulnerable to. And speaking of vulnerable, Fenerbahce Esports have had one player go down.
Yeah, G Dolphin and the rest of the crew are going in, but Nags will fall. And he's going to have to back off. There's some amazing shots coming out from Draconian, but now Totem Esports on the prowl. They hear all of this, and this is one of the worst choke points to get yourself caught in, because it just seems like there's wave after wave of teams arriving to try and pick up the pieces, and you want to be the last team to arrive, of course. Sharp just trying to take an angle so that he can do as much damage as possible without being railed in the backside. But as this circle moves in, look how quickly all of these teams have found themselves within that green circle, bearing what? Maybe 1-2 teams, one of them being Solo Q Goats, I think, coming in from Skyhook a little bit late.
The difference that we've seen, I mean, this is the difference, right? So much playable area here in World's Edge in comparison to Olympus, where you're forced to take those early fights, you're forced to look for KP. That picture that we saw at the end of our previous game, where we saw the circle and we saw no teams, I think it was one team, just about inside it. It's a completely stark different playstyle here on World's Edge. You can be a little bit more methodical. You can make different rotations and find different ways to play. And you can see that from our map overhead here. A perfect display of all the teams finding playable area. Kungana, their drop spot over at Lava Fissure, are going to be feeling very, very comfortable as well. And for Team G Dolphin, they've done a really good job so far of holding this choke. Totem Esports did manage to eliminate all of the final players from Fenerbahce Esports, so that'll be the last that we see from them in this game. But for the amount of damage and the amount of force that has been put upon G-Dolphins team. They've done a pretty good job to stay alive, and not only that, Dan, managed to pick up KP and deal out damage as well.
One team that I also saw on the map overhead was AGS. Again, they're in the northwestern side of the circle, right on the edge of the green, and they've got a beacon to work with, so they'll get full knowledge of where that next circle is going to be. You'd imagine it's going to transition down to that kind of no-named location just south of Lava Fissure, and looking across to my mini-map, it is, and we can show that a little bit later. Those who have put themselves in those buildings and put themselves on that beacon are going to be in a fantastic spot. For Commander A, at the moment, they are going to have to move ever so slightly, but they're in a very solid position to pick up some kills right now.
Well, Emerson's doing some good job here with the charge rifle. For people who remember Middlesbrough Football Club, back in a long time ago, it feels like now, Emerson, what a midfielder he was, but I'm pretty sure it's not the same man, I have to be honest with you.
Doubtful.
Although he might have changed career, you never know. He might be a competitive Apex player now, but and we'll take a look at where that zone is pulling, and just to give you the indication of what Dan was mentioning just a few moments ago, we are going south of Lava Fissure, and the likes of G-Dolphins team, who have been holding down that choke, which another team is trying to move through now, are going to be in a pretty good position. Totem Esports look like they're being held out by a team. They're very aware, I should say, not so much being held out, but they're aware of a team behind them. So they're trying to get some damage done and try and pick up KP as that team is sandwiched. But they're going to have to move through that choke once more. And we might see a little bit of a re-engagement. And this is where most of the battles have gone down so far, Dan. This was Fenerbahce Esports moving in on top dogs earlier.
Yeah, Fenerbahce just with a very successful engagement, as I said earlier, knowing how to maneuver their way around the bubble. Request, who are center circle right now in one of the most sought-after positions, are able to hold off a team at the same time. So very important they were able to do so, otherwise they might have given up that position.
This was the move from Totem Esports as well, the replay that we're seeing once again coming in to show the end of Fenerbahce Esports. And now we have a look back at our map overhead where these teams are moving. And AJS, like you say, in a pretty good position. Flight of Fancy, also one of our standout teams so far from today, looking to find some prey on the edge of zone here, look to use that Revenant Totem to the maximum capacity that they can. However, they're going to have to deal with a charge rifle and some shots in the back, and Knight is almost put to sleep there.
The teams really that we are going to be focusing on in terms of trying to get points. Solo Q Goats, they're in 10th place at the moment. They finished in 18th position in the last game, and that made them drop down in terms of points. They're on 18 points as well. Closely chased by Totem Esports. They're in 11th place on 16 points. Ahaha and Phoenix and Fenerbahce only 1 point behind them as well. So that 10th spot is so easily up for grabs. You don't even need an impressive game. You need a very bum average game, and you will still be able to push yourself into the top 10 here in match number 5. But of course, you want to put yourself in a situation where actually you can get the job done before match number 6 arrives.
It never looks good when you're caught on your drone. That's all I'm going to say, especially when a player announces himself with an EVA 8 at about chin level. It never feels good. It never looks good. And that'll be 15 squads now remaining in the lobby. I think that might have been the last player from Endeavor that was just taken out there. As Totem Esports still trying to work their way around this choke, and they're going to have to move up inch by inch here and use every single piece of rock in front of them as cover. Amaz is going to have to pop a Phoenix kit, as he will now have given away his team's position trying to move through this choke, although I'm sure that G-Dolphins team would have been more than aware that Totem Esports have been surrounding that area for quite some time now. But another team that's still in this lobby down, Fire Beavers, who have really stepped up the pace in what we've seen in our last couple of games.
Yeah, and they had to step up the pace in match number 4, but now they can slow things down a little bit in match number 5, but it depends entirely on where you reside. With a circle like this, it's very difficult to try and get into one of the god spots, so you have to up the ante a little bit just to try and go for a little bit of KP, try and hold out everyone who's on the edge of circle, and Solo Q Goats are probably going to be doing just that, looking to see who hasn't pushed into the center circle, who they can actually take down and take the loot off them, get those resources, ensure that you have enough to work with when it comes to that final circle. And Kungana might be a team that they come across.
Well, Na'Vi now set up in train yard, and they're making a very, very low rotation here. And it looks like Strafey might have actually spotted out a player, or thinks he's sniffed out a player. And Kuya's trying to move up with him, but looks like he's going to be moving ahead of the pack here just to try and scout out what their next move is going to be here. Not sure if that player was actually alive or if it was more of a little bit of a spook behind them, as he got a little bit scared, a little bit unnerved, that player, or some noises behind them. But it looks like Na'Vi have got that under control with the 2 players up in those train carts now, Dan, and Kuya just looking to move up, looking to find that next safe place to play for them.
And the circle is actually moving into a pretty disgusting spot. It's moving away from Hot Springs, east of Hot Springs, just by the massive rock that you can see on your screen there. A lot of open area, very little buildings to work with, aside from that building in Hot Springs that is still there. But it's whether that building is going to be safe enough once the circle moves again. As Bearclaw Gaming doing some damage, the Caustic Ultimate is really ticking away, but now the Revenant ult will come in, and it's whether the Revenant ult can succeed in finding a knock. They get 2 knocks, so now Aski is going to have to do a big job here to hold back the 3 players pushing. It looks like he's going to have to try and retreat. Does get 1 knock with the ult, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
I'd love to try and give you some hope here, but unfortunately for Aski, I get the feeling this is going to be game over in just a few moments' time for Bearclaw Gaming. Again, the Revenant push just so strong in those close quarter situations. There's not much you can really do. You know, with the talent that we have on some of these players, it's difficult enough to kill a player with, you know, 50, 75 HP, let alone have them come back again a few moments later, as finally Aski will be eliminated by the hands of Strafey from Na'Vi. So Na'Vi picking up a KP there, which is important for them to solidify that top 10 place they're obviously looking for. But this is the circle you were talking about, Dan, and it's those shipping containers which we saw a little bit earlier on that 4Gang were holding down that are going to be the focal point, you would imagine, of where this zone is going to end.
I think the difficulty as well, just going back to the Revenant, is that you don't have the chance to reset, even if you manage to send back 2 of the 3 where only 1 of your players has been knocked, or even if none of your players have been knocked. It's how quickly you get pushed and you're not able to just pop any batteries or anything like that. It makes it so tough, and that's why we see relentless pushes coming through from the Revenant squads. But regarding the circle, yep, those shipping containers and the pills that are center of the circle that we've just seen, there is a team, legit Lolly, and the rest of the team are already in residence there, but it's not an easy area to hold, that's for sure.
What a time to switch away there. The beams coming in from the flatline from Graceful, take down Diff from Solo Q Goats, and that's massive if Solo Q Goats don't manage to make it inside of this zone. 12 squads remaining, all who will pick up more points, you would imagine. Then Solo Q Goats, if they get eliminated here, JMW will finish off the kill as well. So Solo Q Goats now down to just 2 players. And you can see the team that's playing Gatekeeper is Kungana, and they're doing so much work.
Yeah, Medilo has lost all of his armor and is going to be taking chunks from the red as well, but it's the amount of damage he was able to put out, as also Na'Vi are looking on and seeing if they can pick up KP, but they will decide to retreat because of the Gibby bombardment. A sensible decision, that's for sure, and now they will get the knowledge of where this next circle is going to be. So they can kind of hold this big rock. They're not in a bad spot, Na'Vi. They've got a lot of cover to work with.
To move in late as well. If they deal with the teams that are on these tracks, then they might be in a pretty good place. And Strafey's going to be trying to be aggressive. Kuya's going to get the first knock as well, and that's going to be Fire Beavers who are taking the damage. Emerson's chipping in from another team, and Kuya with the 2 times. Once again, making it work as Sunset will be taken down. And I mean, it's just a pleasure to watch this man with a gun in his hands.
That's Fire Beavers wiped, so after their successful Game 4, Game 5, they do not finish in the top 10, so that still has them teetering on the edge of the top 10 within this group, and they're going to have to look to Game 6 to try and solidify their spot in the next winners bracket round. As Kungana, though, they'll be more than happy with that engagement. They were able to survive, they were able to put down damage, and they were able to position themselves within a chance of pushing into this next circle. Solo Q Goats, however, things not going so well. The smoke can only keep you alive for so long, in my opinion.
Yeah, uncomfortable is the only way you could really put this. Shiv is going to have the opportunity now with the bubble going down to get the battery popped. And the issue here for Solo Q Goats, it's not just the fact that they've lost Diff, it's the fact they've lost their IGL and their rotational ability now with the Octane going down. So decisions going to have to be made and shared between Shiv and Querney. We're going to get these cells off and Shiv will go down, and unfortunately for Querney, it's not looking like good news. That will be the end of Solo Q Goats, and we're down now to our top 10. Kungana, once again, the damage dealers in the lobby.
So Solo Q Goats, who are in 10th, have just been taken out in 11th position. They had a little bit of KP, but not much. Fire Beavers, who were in 8th, they got taken down in 12th position, and they had 21 points. So for the likes of Totem, Phoenix Legacy, Fenerbahce, if they're still alive, they can try and pinch these spots within the top 10 off of those teams. And there's another look towards that circle.
AJS.
So AGS are still there. You know what they did is they launched themselves with a balloon into this circle, and they ensured that they took that prime position off of Request. They just asserted dominance. Totem Esports need to take a leaf out of their book, or a page out of their book, should I say.
Well, Totem Esports making their rotation, making their play, which could change how many points they put on the board. As we take a look to the
they've done the
absolute peaks of the mountain, and Totem Esports are actually going to take the outside of these buildings here. They're going to be covered by this line of sights from the high ground. And they're going to have to be very, very careful with that red closing behind them, but they will be able to get back to full health, and they might be able to just sneak around this corner and see if anyone is inside of the building and do a little bit of damage. But when you're in these kind of situations now with so many teams in close proximity to each other, it's not just that one fight that goes down, it's the knock-on effect. The dominoes start falling as the third parties come in.
Wait, how many teams are currently in this building? There was 3 teams there for a second. Now it's down to just 2, as I think 1 was wiped out of the building. Unfortunately, there's only 2 floors. There isn't 3, so you can't all reside together. Total Esports do engage on that fight, and I think it was AGS they're going up against, and it is. They get 2 down. I'm not sure whether they got the 3rd or not. No, Yuri is still there doing damage. Can Yuri go huge here as Amaz manages to get the shots with a flat line, and it is going to be enough, but is there a 3rd party?
Yes, there is. It's G Dolphins team who appear from nowhere as Amaz now. I think this might be the end of your game, my friend, as he will be taken out. And that's what we mean about the domino effect. If you want to engage and there's teams in the proximity, you better get that fight done quickly so you can get those armor swaps down. If not, the third party will swoop in and quite happily pick up those KP as we jump now back over to the point of view of Kungana, who have been holding this high ground of these tracks for so long now, Dan.
Yeah, I wonder whether Totem needed to engage in that fight. Of course, we joined it mid-fight. Were they forced? Was their hand forced there? Were they maybe getting shot in the back by G Dolphin, so they tried to go inside? Then they met AGS, they took the fight, and of course then G Dolphin and the rest of the team, it worked perfectly for them. They almost herded the cattle into prime position so that they could then get the kills. And now with that circle, again, legit Lolly and the boys, they're in such a good position, and they seem to be doing it quietly, but Kungana might just be rolling up on them right now.
And they are doing that indeed. Kungana looking for some angles here, looking to do a little bit of damage. The scout isn't going to hit too hard, just a little tickle on the back. As the 26 will force a little bit of healing to be done. Na'Vi now, I mean, this is the definition of high ground. It's full Anakin Skywalker at this point as Strafey is firing down and managing to pick up one of 4 gang, and that's going to give them the opening that they've been looking for. That's the area where we're going to see our final battle go down. If you can clear that, you put yourself in a great position, and here comes a push down from Na'Vi. They're looking to take down Kungana, I believe this is, as they will find the first knock onto Mady, but there's the defensive bombardment, and it is ripping the shields apart.
Yeah, I'm not sure Nesh had his bubble as well, so they weren't able to defend themselves. Kungana, it's a 2 versus 2. JMW and Graceful doing really well to keep alive in this fight and also do damage. Na'Vi, they dropped confidently, but it looks like that confidence might be ripped away from them here by Graceful and his EVA 8.
Mady didn't get finished either, so they can potentially get this res back up. Na'Vi trying to do what they can to survive. There's a self-res going down behind, and then we'll be finished. So now we're down to 3 squads. JMW going to be looting a little bit here as his teammates are going to be able to get back up to full health. And it's so quiet, Dan. So strange to see. There's so much open ground to play. There's only 3 squads alive. But even with a battle breaking out, nobody wants to take advantage of that. And this is why Flight of Fancy, one of the 3 squads alive. Na'Vi, one of the 3 squads alive. It's a 1v1v3. And if they want to get some success here and take down Kungana, well, then maybe they're going to have to work together.
Yeah, I don't know whether they realize that. And sometimes when you are just a solo player, you want to rat out and just get yourself into the top 2. So perhaps Flight of Fancy are going to be on the receiving end, and now it's all down to Strafey to attempt the 1v3. Can he pull out some magic here?
If he does it,
no.
I didn't even have to finish my sentence, because Kungana finished it for me. They will take home game number 5. They will be the kings of game 5. Kungana closing things out, and it was just complete control for the majority of that game, Dan. You have to say they landed over a lava fissure, they managed to rotate very strongly, and they just held off so many different teams who were trying to contest them on that high ground. It was, again, a great example of taking advantage of height, but also showing so much presence across the map.
Just to point out what happened at the end, just in case any of you missed it as well, Strafey basically killed himself. He ran into the red just to not give any KP to the final team, Kungana. And it's understandable in most situations, but right then it didn't really matter. Kungana, they're second in the leaderboard anyway. But I guess at the time he probably wasn't thinking about that. He just wants to restrict points or just wants to have a laugh, which I'm also okay with.
Well, Kungana get the job done in our game number 5. We've only got 1 more game to come today, so we're going to go and take our final break. And when we get back, of course, we'll have all the analysis coming your way before we head back over to World's Edge for our final game. And then we'll have our top 10 teams who will move through to our winners bracket.
When it comes to managing the economy, I'm kind of at the approach that you need to win every round in arenas. So I pretty much spend all my economy every round. My role within my team is the IGL.
I'm the one getting info a lot and tell it to my teammates, so I'm the first guy.
I'm a very methodical player, but once we get the entry damage, I'm a very aggressive player. So we probably prefer close range mostly. Like, we don't really go for snipers at all. We mostly play like assault rifles or shotguns, and we force the close range fights where we feel like we're better than most teams.
My favorite category of weapons are like close range shotguns and SMGs and pistols. I'm usually the first guy in the fight and getting openers and stuff like that, so close range is best for me.
I definitely prefer assault rifles, even in arenas as well. I prefer the flatline mostly, and I usually only go for like level 1 to 2 flatline and then having an evade by the side. It's my preferred choice for sure. In the opening round, I would purchase the flatline since I feel like it's very strong for the first round and it suits my playstyle more than, say, the wingman, for example.
I usually just go for a wingman and upgrade the Mozambique ones, so that's usually my round 1.
Personally, I don't feel like you can really get anything out of the last 50, so I usually just save them. I don't feel like buying a syringe is worth it, for instance.
I mean, it's just like extra 50 I have left, so why not?
The main reason I wouldn't go for something cheaper is because you only have such a low amount of economy in the first round. So I feel like focusing on your primary weapon is more important, since you start with a Mozambique or a P2020 anyways. And then you can always go for the materials like the shield batteries that are already in the match, instead of focusing on buying that in the first round.
I will say wingman is like one of the best weapons, so I usually use wingman every time. If I would have infinite money in arenas, I will buy a purple wingman and a purple bolt Eva, and then all the heals I can get.
I would have a fully kitted flatline and a fully kitted evade, and then maybe a couple shield batteries, frag grenades, arc stars.
I will buy all the batteries and shield cells and 3 arc stars and everything.
I'd probably buy all of them if money was no object. I'd probably have zipline and grapple, or like 5 jump pads, I guess, if it was no object.
And let's watch that dome again and again and say what is up to, of course, Kungarna. Launders, you talked about sort of always the what you call them, not the prize, but always the groomsmen.
Never the groom, yeah.
That's right.
But
got excited when they actually ended up pulling it out on top here for game number 5.
Yes, it's insane the consistency in this group. Not what the teams you'd expect, but like it's so strange, right? Because it's not like one-offs for the surprising teams. It's just pure consistency. And Kungarna just waiting for that win for so long. And like Scrawny said, they don't have an asterisk placing. They've only been top 5, and now they have a win as well. So they might even take the title of most consistent team in the group. Is that possible? They're going up against teams that have 2 wins.
It's completely possible. I will say that we've always talked about it at the ALGS as sort of the consistency is the silver bullet. It's not necessarily the sexiest thing ever, but man, if you can keep up in that top 5 all the time, you are going to find yourself at the top of the leaderboards regardless. Okay, that's just math, right? So let's talk a little bit about Kungarna, particularly their MVP and our MVP of the match, presented by Razer. Scrawny, JMW, Cullinan with a Gibraltar. That damage, those kills, that legend, it's a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I think this one is the epitome of support, right? If our previous MVP on the Octane was all about engaging and disengaging, then this one's just about being that rock, that pillar for Kungarna to work around. If you have only 4 kills, 3 assists, but you're pumping out 2,500 damage, then you're just having a hell of a game. You're shooting at everything that moves. And I think that's what JMW really did this game. Was he a key piece to the victory in the end, or was it the other players of Kungarna that kind of pushed them over the edge to finally get that gold medal in at least one round? I don't know. But if he hasn't been the MVP until now, I'm very curious to know what his damage was round after round, because with Kungarna always finishing inside of the top 5, I think that has to be coming off of the back of their support at some point.
100%. And, you know, as we take a look at these stats right here, you know, obviously he's coming up here with 4 kills next to Graceful's 3. But, Launders, I got to ask, you know, I brought this up in this last break, and now I'm going to bring it up one more time. The 2 legends we have seen in our MVPs are Octane and Gibraltar.
Yeah.
Is that... What do we think?
Well, with Gibraltar, he's a really great 1v1 hero. He's got this. He's got the shield that makes it so that you can do a lot of damage. Yeah, he's not looked at as the guy who's supposed to be like an entry or like he's not the Wraith of the team, not the natural kind of top fragger, you know, type. But he has a lot of tools that help to deal damage and to withstand a lot of damage as well. And the shield is one of them. So I'm not surprised that he can be at the top. And I think that is the beauty of the game, that a lot of the characters are not limited, you know, in specific ways, that they can all be versatile if you're good enough with them or their tools. That's JMW, Humongous win.
Yes. Well, and I got to ask, okay, Scrawny, like, we can't not talk about Na'Vi. We cannot not talk about some of those shots, I believe. And I wrote this down while I was listening to you guys chatting in our green room, our Discord green room. Na'Vi's cheating. That's rude. And I loved it because it was hilarious and it was totally true.
Yeah, see, you're getting an experience, Kate. We're pretty unfiltered in the green room. We might not be casting,
we're just casting,
but we're still casting, you know? Yeah, listen, Na'Vi hasn't had one of those days where we see them in the top 5 at all, really. They've been floating within, you know, 10 to 5th position, but we've been getting these, like, glimmers of really promising moments, and I think that this was one of them. The reposition to the top of the cliffside, just getting into all of these fights towards a late circle. It's like, it's very clear to me that they're making moves and making an attempt at both getting KP but also wiping teams. This was an unfortunate little close, I think, and if they were playing versus anybody other than Kungarna at this moment, I think maybe Na'Vi go on to get a top 3 finish finally. But they drop down off of this cliffside, they get stuck in this defensive bombardment. They took a player from KNG down with them, but they got stuck in the Gibraltar ultimate, that same Gibraltar, of course, that ends up taking MVP of the round, so that's impact both with weapons and utility. But yeah, Na'Vi, we're not going to talk about them too much today. They're still doing a great job. They're still very much cemented in the middle of the pack.
Small shout out.
Let's talk. I was good. Oh, small shout out. Go for it.
Yeah, to Godolphin. That was hard to say.
G Dolphin.
Small shout out to that because they've been crawling through. They're actually top 6 in the total leaderboard before this match, and now have racked up 8 kills and kind of a high placing. They're actually just like in a very strong spot, even though we haven't really talked about them a lot. Big Dolphin. It always looks like when we're spectating him that he's about to die or he doesn't have much armor. His teammates have already got knocked. And then he's like, nope, wingman headshot, revive my teammates, I'm still in the round. And they've just kind of kept firmly in this spot halfway down the list.
They did, and I will say one last thing before we head over to our casters. As you can see, Solo Q Goats now slipped down to number 11. We'll see how it goes. We've got one more game, one more chance for these teams to pull it out, to find themselves in the top 10, or potentially to find themselves going to our lower bracket. And to do all of that, we are, for the last time, going to send it over to Dan and Mark, Onset and Gaskin for the last time today. Enjoy us some game number 6. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Game 6 is on its way. It's been a long, long day, Dan, but it certainly has been an exciting one that has thrown up a lot of surprises. And one of the surprises for me is still seeing some of these teams outside of the top 10. You've got Solo Q Goats in 11th. You've got 4Gang just behind them in 12th. 2 names who really have performed well in recent times in the Apex Legends Global Series. And even Maestro down in 19th is somewhat of a surprise to me with the talent that's on that lineup. So this is a big game here, but for all of the teams that I've just mentioned, they can still turn it around with a game here.
All it takes is one game, and maybe it's just going to be match number 6, which is when you do turn things around. But not everyone can have a big game. And as you say, you've just mentioned 2 or 3 teams who would require a big game to be able to push into the top 10, and they're not all going to be able to do so. I'm expecting Solo Q Goats just to edge their way in. They maybe need to play with a little bit more safety in match number 6, let's put it that way. They have been kind of relentlessly pushing teams, but sometimes that's how they find their success. Like,
exactly. Be more aggressive. That's what they need to do.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it, but you know, sometimes it can go against you, but they are only 1 point off of Endeavor, another aggressive team at times. Totem Esports, Fire Beavers, they're not out of the woods just yet either. 23 points, only 3 clear of 10th place, so this is going to be very much a tight game.
I'm just looking across now, and I'm just trying to remember who my predictions were. It was Endeavor, Fire Beavers, and Na'Vi. All right, we're looking good. Everything's okay. For you, Dan, maybe not so good at the moment, but, you know, we know that that's not been your forte today, but, I mean, what a zone to finish off with, Dan. We are going bang center of World's Edge. Match 6 of 6. Everybody is going to be on their way into the middle of this zone, and this is going to be a very interesting one indeed, trying to work out where this one's going to be finishing up, Dan. It could be moving towards Fragment West. We might see it there. We could see a pull towards Fragment East. This is going to be an interesting one to see how teams stack up. But the fact that there is room for teams to stack up is something that always gets the juices flowing.
There's one thing I'm going to say on predictions, right? Because I don't think I'm going to get a chance to defend myself for inevitably losing today. But I was assuming that we were predicting who was going to win games today, right? And if we go across that, I'm not doing so bad. I think I've had 2 wins and maybe everyone else has had 3, and I don't look as far behind. I didn't realize it was how many points everyone was going to get. I didn't know the rules. God, at least I know for tomorrow.
All I can take away from this, Dan, to be honest with you, is like someone doesn't read their emails properly. But, you know, it's fine. We can
it definitely wasn't in the emails.
You can learn from it. 0-0 gets the first kill in the game, and it's going to be Top Dogs getting aggressive immediately here. And it's not only going to be contention that we see between our 2 normal teams here, Maestro and G Dolphins team. Top Dogs have decided, hey, we know this is going down. We're going to get across the map as quick as physically possible. And within the first few moments, Dan, we're down to 18 squads with Top Dogs running through the lobby.
Yeah, G Dolphins team wiped. They were on 36 points. Now, if we go with what we saw in Group 1, that should be enough just about to keep you in top 10. So they should be safe, but they're going to have to watch on nervously, biting their nails. There's the view of that circle again that you mentioned earlier. So those teams who are in Fragment and Fly Fancy, they're going to do it again. The sneakiness, the ambush is going to come through potentially here. But it looks like Uzako actually needs to join the rest of the squad. I thought he was going to have the squad with him, but he's on his own.
He's got the L-Star in hand, and poor old Aski. Oh, Aski's managed to stay alive with 1 HP. And now Bambino's going to feel the L-Star. Everyone feeling the pain of Uxaxo, but he's not able to get the knock that really would have changed things around now. Both teams are going to be able to slow things down, get the reset, but all this noise going off, Dan, is just allowing teams in the area to think, do we want to get involved with this? Do we want to move towards the edge of circle? And we're going to see a couple of ultimate accelerants being dropped as well to the Revenant player, and that only means one thing. Death Totem is about to be used, and Bear Claw Gaming, well, they're going to have to hold on for dear life.
Well, Flight of Fancy know that they've already guaranteed their spot in tomorrow's action, so they're playing with no fear whatsoever. To be fair, they weren't ever playing with any fear, ever since Game 1. The ultimate is popped, the aggression will now be pushed upon Bear Claw Gaming, and the real question is going to be, can they get a knock so they can actually capitalize on this ultimate? It doesn't look like they will, but it doesn't really look like they're going to give up on this one either. They know there is a couple of white armors waiting in this building. They'll want this KP.
Flight of Fancy. Iarko taking a little bit of an off angle here, and the battle will commence once more. And it looks like BCG are going to hold off for now. Bear Claw Gaming, Paradise is going to have to pop this cell to give himself just a little bit more time, as there's players down on both sides here. And it looks like it's going to be a 1v1. The Eve Raid's going to be in hand. It's Gibby on Gibby, and it's going to be a 2v1 that turns into the hands of Bear Claw Gaming. They'll hold off the push. And you have to say, Dan, that was a really, really solid defensive play from them.
A very solid defensive play, especially when it was a very important defense for them. Bear Claw Gaming down in 17th place, 9 points off 10th position, so they had to win that fight to keep their chances of winner's bracket alive. For Flight of Fancy, as I mentioned, it didn't really matter. They kind of threw everything towards it without any sort of fear of dying. They can now kick their feet up and think about tomorrow with winner's bracket round 2. They'll be through because they were already on 72 points. But the teams who will be worried, Totem Esports, Fire Beavers, Endeavor, Soloq Goats, Ford Gang, the list goes on. But all of those teams can solidify their spot in the next day, if they're able to actually just have one good game. That's all it takes, just one.
Fire Beavers, who have really reminded us of how good they are in the last couple of games, are going to have to do the same again here, just to lock things down. Sometimes you just got to make sure, you know, put a little bow on top of the performance to make sure that you're going to be in that upper bracket tomorrow. Na'Vi going to be right in the middle on the broken building of Fragment East, going to be putting some shots out as well. And just thinking about this zone a little bit more, Dan, I'm having flashbacks to North American ALGS Championship winning game, when we saw that zone pull to the south of Fragment in that open area just below the choke. And I wonder if that's where we might be heading in just a few moments' time.
Well, it was Kungana North America that were able to win that one. I wonder whether Kungana EU, if it is the same circle, can take anything from their teammates from across the pond. Teammates for now, anyway. Totem Esports flying through the sky, and it's whether they can actually survive here. This is important for Totem Esports. If they go down, this could be their chances of top 10 just completely wiped off the face of World's Edge.
JMW is going to be working with his teammates here, Mady and Graceful, to control this second and first floor, and it looks like Totem Esports have not had a good time here. They've had to back out, but the fact that they've been able to back out because of that other team being in the vicinity and looking down on things might mean they can get a res off, because Kungana are going to be more than wary of actually pushing that and giving away a third-party opportunity. Na'Vi still trying to look across and do some damage. No surprise to see Kuya with the 2x wingman in his hands again, but this time the shot's not quite connecting, just out of distance. But I tell you what, Sunset is going to be counting down from 5 to 0 here and hoping that he sees some knocks and some big numbers pop up. No knocks. The numbers were good, but just not good enough to get that down that they were desperately looking for.
Fire Beavers and Totem kind of fighting one another, both on 23 points. This is not where you want to be if you're Totem Esports. This could be your winner's bracket right on the line if they're not able to get the res, but they do patiently wait to see if Fire Beavers are going to initiate. But I guess it's quite lucky that Fire Beavers are the team that's above them, because Fire Beavers have a lot to lose right now as well, so they aren't going to be unnecessarily aggressive. Instead, they are going to be more than happy just residing in this building. They're going to be patient, just try and pick up KP from afar.
Yeah, Fire Beavers not playing Loba as well. Something to pick up on there. Just changing the composition a little bit for this last game. Didn't quite catch if they played Loba in the last game as well. But just being flexible, being able to play different legends, such an important thing, depending on how the lobby's playing as well, Dan.
Yeah.
We always have to take into account, you know, how different teams rotate. There might be a couple of teams who get a little bit over-aggressive and can kind of throw off your game plan to what you're used to. So that adaptation there, showing a little bit of good experience coming in from Fire Beavers.
Yeah, I think you've just got to recognize what the rest of the lobby's doing. Fire Beavers haven't really been able to get to much endgame situations where it's kind of a standstill. There's been teams really just duking it out in the second to last circle, and there's only been a few teams left in that final circle. Very different to what we've seen in the ALGS. We expected it from this group because there's a few more wild cards, there's a few more teams that maybe haven't been a part of kind of pro-competitive scrims for that long, or if at all, if I'm completely honest, they throw a spanner in the works and their aggression can really change how the lobby is, as Kuya, it seems every time we go aboard this young man, he just is popping off with a 2x wingman.
Doing some damage, but once again for Na'Vi, not getting the downs, which are going to really change the way they might approach these next few moments. But 17 squads now remaining, only those initial scuffles that we saw go down, really the action to report so far. As Solo Q Go, it's a massive game for them. Just to give some context once again, they're currently in 11th place. They are 1 point behind Endeavor, who are currently in 10th place, and just behind Solo Q Goats. There's a 1 point difference between them and Ford Gang. Just behind them, 2 teams on 17. So you can see how tight it is. It's literally just like, you could throw a blanket essentially over teams 7 to 16. Even further down, Bear Claw Gaming. It really is coming down to this final game, to who's going to be in these winner bracket lobbies and who's going to be falling down to the lower.
I'll be completely honest, you can go all the way down to 20th. Buff Rev, Maestro, Request, one big game and they're up there. We've seen 20+ point games from several teams throughout today, and okay, it's probably not going to happen looking at the placements they've been able to achieve, but you never know. We have thrown the script away several times already today, and it might happen again. DivQ under a little bit of fire, as you see on the western side by the tracks there. Solo Q Goats trying to rotate in, but they're being held by the likes of Kungana and, of course, the team in residence above them. So this is not going to be an easy rotation for them.
I mean, you're just looking at the only teams that haven't made their way in so far. Top Dogs, who are probably looking on the edge for some fights, some isolated fights, playing Revenant, but everyone's in the circle. Bear Claw Gaming were the other team I was going to point out over at Sorting Factory, because they did have a team in front of them. And Bear Claw Gaming, who are currently in 17th spot with 11 points, if they win this fight against Buff Rev, they can propel themselves up those leaderboards towards that top 10 placement. They did get some good damage done, and that Arcstar might chip away as well, unless Aspect can just manage to scarper down those stairs. The Death Totem is going to be popped here, and I wonder if it's going to be more of a defensive play or an aggressive one. coming in from the team that Bear Claw Gaming are looking to push on now. The push is coming in. This is it here for Bear Claw Gaming. Dan, if they don't win this fight, they'll be falling down to the lower bracket, but there's already one knock coming in for them.
Also, the same can be said for Buff Rev. They are in 20th position. If they don't win this, they are confirmed being into the lower bracket. They've already lost one. Also, finally playing Revenant, by the way. A team called Buff Rev, you'd think they'd be playing Revenant from the get-go, but they were not playing Revenant earlier on today. But Noob Hunter and Aspect are able to get away for now, but will it be enough to get them into the winners bracket round 2? Probably not. Even if you survive as a 2, the likelihood of you picking up the kills you need to get into the top 10 is not really there. Bear Claw Gaming, however, they can smell the possibility of some extra KP here that they so desperately need.
Yeah, they've got the armor advantage, they've got the weaponry advantage, they've got every advantage you can want. They've got the numbers advantage, which is the biggest tick on the list that you look for about engaging in a team fight. There's the bubble on the door, there's the kick, and here comes the push now from Bear Claw Gaming. 63 with the Eva 8 is going to break some shields, but they still can't get these knocks, and this is going to be really frustrating for them, especially with shots being missed like that by Paradise. Assi should be able to finish things off, but I'll tell you what, they made that look quite hard work there, BCG Gaming, and kind of synonymous with how the games have gone for them today.
Yeah, it's not been a great day for them. 19th place with 0 kills, 9th place with 0 kills, 6th place with 0 kills. Then they started to turn up a little bit in Game 4, 6th place with 2 kills, and then 15th place with 0 kills. So they really had to change things, and we can already see they've got, what, about 6 kills on the board, maybe even 7, if my math is correct from what I've seen. So this is a decent start to what is potentially their real chance of getting into winners bracket round 2. As Top Dogs elsewhere may be able to really be a nuisance for them coming into the circle.
Well, we can see where that circle is going to be pulling as well. If you can pull up the map overhead at some point, just to give everyone at home a real indication of how the zone's going to be moving. That'd be absolutely fantastic. Top Dogs now going to be making their move, and they think they're a little bit paranoid. There's more than one team in the area, but they've actually got the entirety, I think, of this choke to themselves. They can kind of hold things out. They can play nice and slow. They haven't got too much to worry about. The same cannot be said about the multi-story building construction here, which is housing numerous teams at the moment. You can see that Kungana are down at the bottom. It's still Fire Beavers up on top. Totem Esports in the distance there as well. You can see just across from them, just to the north of the construction building, which is who Fire Beavers are currently trying to land a few shots on and level up those Evo shields. But this is what I love about these finishes, Dan. We have this slow burn, and then all of a sudden, when the teams are forced in and around, I'd say another ring time, 1 minute 30, team should be safe for now. Then that lit touch paper will be lit, and all of a sudden the fireworks start to kick off.
Yeah, it just explodes into action, doesn't it? And the teams that are successful are those who can manage the chaos and kind of look through what is usually a very difficult situation to actually navigate and pick up kills and also find yourself in prime position in terms of positioning. Speaking of Solo Q Goats, positioning-wise, they were struggling a little bit because they were being held out by the likes of Fire Beavers and Kungana, but at least they are within the circle. At least they are in the chance, or within the chance here, to push into the top 10. If they were to get wiped in this situation, their hopes of getting into winners bracket round 2 will be denied. However, the teams that are above them, they're all still alive at the moment as well. Endeavor, Totem, Fire Beavers, Top Dogs, they all still are within this lobby. The only team really eliminated that could drop out, but highly unlikely, is Team G Dolphin. 36 points, for me, should be enough to keep them alive.
You get the feeling that Endeavor are feeling pretty confident as they're emoting inside the building that they've been holding down for the majority of this game as they moved from Fragment East to West, and they haven't got to do too much for now, as most of the teams who are already inside of the circle that you can see won't have to either. We have moved away from Fragment East a little bit towards the western side, and you'd imagine that would carry on a little bit. Solo Q Goats have got to be very aware of Top Dogs across from them, though, who are trying to make that move up. And it's not just a case of being aware of a team, it's knowing that they're running Revenant as well, knowing they have the opportunity to jump pad on you, do that damage. And that's why it looks like Solo Q Goats are looking to be the aggressors here. And I like this. A lot of times you'll see teams being aggressed on by the Revenant lineup, but Shiv is holding W. He's going forward with the rest of his team, and they are looking to extinguish the Revenant from the lobby.
Corny's taking a considerable amount of damage, and that might be enough for Shiv just to, instead of pressing the W key, D will just be pressing the S key and moving a little bit backwards and saying, okay, let's just hold fire here. We don't want to give up our chance of top 10. Top Dogs have lost one player, though, and to be fair, Top Dogs are a team that could drop out of the top 10 if they're quite unlucky. They're on 31 points, and Solo Q Goats would love to take them out because, of course, they're ahead of them.
The beam's coming in from Shiv, and now he's trying to capitalize on that damage that's been done as well. Difty managed to get the first knock. Here's the Revenant Q though, and Shiv's going to have to do so much damage. He's got a Gibraltar in front of him, and he's managed to actually avoid the shots coming in. Querney and Diff are trying to move up to give him that assistance that he's desperately looking for. 0-0 will be downed here by Diff as well. So it looks like Solo Q Goats are actually going to get the advantage over Top Dogs. They've been pushing this advantage for some time. This fight is going on longer and longer, and you can see these smokes are going to be vital once again, just to give them a little bit of cover to retreat and pop those batteries.
Yeah, they got the wipe on Top Dogs, so they'll be more than happy with that. The push was successful. Elsewhere, though, there's a little bit of a scuffle going down here on the stairs. The Incin at least will push back that team and not allow them to press the slight advantage they had in terms of damage, in terms of armor. Instead, another team who has the high ground might look to try and push on this and pick up some KP. But a lot of teams playing very nervously now, and we knew that this was going to be happening in match number 6.
Fenerbahce moving on the edge as well. This is going to be Solo Q Goats in front of them. You can see they're just trying to scrap up what they can find from the death boxes of Top Dogs, who got eliminated at the hands of Solo Q Goats. And here comes the push inside of the building as well. 2 players have been downed. AJS involved once more. Center zone. As players are falling left, right, and center at the moment. This is where we start to see the action start to pick up a little bit. It's when we get to that next zone, Dan, things are really going to kick off. Speaking of which, 13 squads now remaining as AJS once again are the Giga Chads of this lobby. They managed to pick up these kills and once again continue what has been an amazing day for them.
Oh, so the Q Goats though, trouble in paradise. The team that was in 11th position, hovering around the edge of 10th. Have they done enough? Did they get enough KP? It's going to be, we're going to have to wait and see. Because honestly, they were only 1 point behind Endeavor. There is still a possibility they could just scrape their way through, but it's going to entirely depend on how the teams that were above them do now.
Well, Top Dogs were in 7th. They were on 31 points. They were eliminated by Solo Q Goats. So they're not going to pick up any more points. We'll have to keep our eyes on the rest of our top 10 teams to see if they're still involved in this lobby. Bearclaw Gaming, who have picked up KP, they were down in 17th, but they were on 11 points. They were only 9 points behind Endeavor in 10th place. So that's how tight the lobby has been outside of those top 3 teams. But it really is a case of who's alive inside of the top 10. Are they going to be able to deny points? And is there going to be a benchmark being set as Na'Vi just making sure there isn't any late rotations on that zip line behind them as things start to close in here on Fragment East, and the bridge is looking like where we're going to be ended up here.
Fenerbahce, another team who are trying to push their way into the top 10, are still alive. Elsewhere, Brinda's just picked up some kills, so that's going to be big for Endeavor. And Na'Vi, well, they're a team who have already solidified their spot in the next round, but they can stop other teams who they might think is a threat from being in the winner's bracket as well. So nades will come out now. Cracks also with the wingman. AJS still alive as we get down to the last 11. Pinky Finky's gone down, and I wonder whether Fenerbahce might drop here, and that might be their chances of top 10 down and out if they do. Draconian falls as well. Just one more member of Fenerbahce is alive.
Burning as well. This should be the end of things here for Fenerbahce Esports, and Pinky Finky will be finished here by Kuya. There's still one player alive by the looks of things. You can see that Kath Ryan is there. He's out of the line of sight here of Kuya. Looks like Na'Vi aren't quite sure of the location of that final player from Fenerbahce. So 10 squads now remaining. That's Kath Ryan with a wing and a prayer.
Sometimes you could have stopped there and I would have finished it. It's just like finishing your sandwiches, but that is going to be a huge responsibility now for him to try and stay alive.
Never finish my food. Don't try to start that one.
Maybe not the old Dan Gaskin, but the new one. Kath Ryan does get Draconian back up, so Fenerbahce, their hopes of top 10 are still alive here, and I mean top 10 in the overall groups, not just top 10 in this game, because of course they've already managed to succeed in that part. Taskmaster is picking up kills, and we're seeing a lot of scuffles going down. AJS looks like they will fall, but Fire Beavers are still pressing on here, still doing damage, and they're in a really good spot when you look at that circle.
Here comes the Skyward Dive here, and I'm pretty sure that AJS might have actually won that battle. We'll have to get confirmation of that as the lobby starts to progress a little bit, but Kungana now making their move from west to east, trying to scan out where they can play using that Valkyrie passive to spot out every single team. And at the moment, it looks like there isn't many places for them to play, but they found some sort of cover. What a rotation that is from Madylol. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders for finding them somewhere to play. Kath Ryan, though, unfortunately for him, it looks like this might be the end of the road.
It might just be the end of the road. Kungana, of course, 76 points at the moment. They were leading the lobby. They don't really need to survive, but again, it's good practice. It's fantastic to try and Also, just kind of drink in the tears of your opposition if you can knock them out or knock them down to the lower bracket. Fire Beavers, Taskmaster has been downed, but they should be able to get the res if they play this one successfully. They just have to be well aware of who's trying to push them. And it is Totem Esports that is still alive near them, as well as Major Pushers also doing some damage right now.
You can see the Major Pushers want to finish off Catherine. They know he's there. They're looking for any sort of gap in this shipping crate, whatever you want to call it. They get the break. And the most frustrating thing here is if you do all the work. And oh, speaking of doing all the work, here is Sunset with the wingman in hand, finishing off some kills for his team and managing to stay alive in the corner. However, here come Bear Claw Gaming as Sunset takes to the skies now with the Valkyrie Q. Manages to stay alive for now. That will be Fire Beavers out. But the real story here, Dan, is our 17th place team, Bear Claw Gaming. They are putting together one hell of a game here to get into that top 10.
Yeah, they'll have Endeavor kind of quaking in their boots, I think. The team that were in 10th place. Totem were eliminated in 8th, Fire Beavers in 7th, and those were the two teams in 9th and 8th as well. So Bear Claw Gaming putting themselves in a fantastic chance of actually somehow breaking into the top 10. They have managed to achieve quite a lot of KP, but now they just need the placement. But there is a lot of big teams still alive that is going to make it very difficult for them. And again, Fenerbahce, this is huge from Catherine. If he can make his way to the top 3, top 10 overall in the group is still achievable for them.
Kaz Ryan's like a cockroach. You cannot kill him. He's been in so many positions where he should have been dead, but he's managed to rat his way to a top 6 position. Now, Askew will fall here for Bear Claw Gaming, so will Bambino, excuse me, as JMW gets involved as well. Major Pushers have made their move inside of the bridge here. They might be the team to watch who can make a late climb up. Na'Vi still controlling the ultimate high ground, though. You can see the team below them. You can see Catherine still alive as well. Na'Vi with the ultimate high ground and also managing to get everybody back to life as well.
Bear Claw Gaming have lost 2, so maybe the dream of coming back is not necessarily going to work out. They finish in 6th. We'll have to wait and see as Na'Vi and the devotion from Strafey comes through. Kuya's going to be the last remaining player, and unless he goes nuts, which he doesn't, that's going to be them out in 5th place. Major Pushers picking up some KP. And the devotion from Strafey comes through. Kuya's going to be the last remaining player, and unless he goes nuts, which he doesn't, that's going to be them out in 5th place. Major Pushers picking up some KP.
Major Pushers being forced to use that bubble is going to buy them time here. So vital to do in these final moments of games, but they're going to be held out by multiple players here.
Okay.
Phoenix is going to be trying to do that work, but he's going to get pushed. He's going to take to the skies as well. The only problem is, here's Kungana. They say hello. They put him on his back as we fall down to 2. Kungana making the push back up into the portal. Major Pushers forcing the team back. Can they take the high ground in time to really capitalize on the damage that's been done here?
They managed to get the armor swap and they've done the damage already, but Kungana, they get up to full health as well, and here comes the push, and Kungana should have the high ground, should have the advantage. They get 2, and surely this is going to be an easy sweep now. It's just delaying the inevitable if you try and play this situation, but you've got a Wraith. He can go down, he can finish off the kill, and it's going to be Kungana, you'd imagine, getting the dub, and there it is. Kungana do the job, they get the victory, and that's exactly what you want to see from the team who was in 1st place coming into this.
Kungana top of the pile after Group 2 is done and dusted. They finish off with a win in our final game here on World's Edge, but the story isn't going to end there, Dan. We still have to work out who our top 10 teams, who will be going through, of course, to the winners bracket. A quick reminder to everyone who's watching as well, this isn't the end of the road for those teams that didn't get into the top 10 as well, because they will fall down to our lower bracket, where they'll have another opportunity to keep fighting through lobbies to get towards our grand final. But, I mean, what a performance once again from Kungana, Dan. Questions asked after LGS Championships, for sure, by a lot of people. Where are Kungana? Where are Nessie? Whatever you wanted to call them at the time. Well, they're back, and that's the most important thing, I think.
They are back, and it was an incredible game, an incredible match 6, but we do still have to find out where these teams are going to finish, who's going to be in the top 10, and we'll find that out after this break.
It's Dupes o'clock. Go bazoomba, bam bam boop. Fool 'em. You got bamboozled. Look at you.
And that is how you do it if you are Kungarna. Launders, I mean, come on. The two of you just got so excited off camera, and it was so much fun to listen to and to watch.
Yes, King Kungarna. They did it. They officially are the most consistent team in the group. These are Scars level numbers. They were never outside of the top 5, I think, in terms of finishes. No asterisk performances, 2-time winner. These guys are the back-to-back.
Awesome.
To back. All 6 top 5s.
All 6 top 5s for sure. Well, hey, you know what? We actually have an MVP for this match as well, presented and brought to you by Razer. Let's take a look. Aski, you know him, you love him, and guess what? Kungarna, and guess what, gang? He is also a Gibraltar. Did I not just call it?
There is some
Did I not just call it, Launders? I just called it.
We're on a hot streak with predictions, and this is also one of them. Yeah, so there's something going on. Octanes and Gibraltars, they are conspiring to steal all of the damage, and it's working.
It is. It's definitely working. And of course, we will a little bit later talk about those predictions. I'm crossing my fingers now. I don't think I've actually gone a little bit. I don't know how I'm going to do. It'll be great to see either way. So yes, a huge congratulations to Kungarna. And you know, Scrawny, I mean, at this point, we saw some incredible teams, incredible gameplay. That wasn't just Kungarna, who obviously has been doing some incredible work, but talk to me about some other teams that may have, you know, piqued your fancy here in this match number 6.
Yeah, in match number 6 specifically, I feel like, you know, Flight of Fancy, AJS again was kind of like trying to hang on there, but to me it's just Kungarna. Like that's the thing. I've got to keep the focus on them because they were the guys that were sitting outside of those top 1 finishes, not quite getting the wins, but always being close. And it felt like was the spotlight going to be stolen from them by this upset of AJS's performance? And then we go into round 5 and round 6, KNG back-to-back victories. There's only 2 teams today that won 2 games. And that's you know, Kungarna and AJS, and both of them happen to be in this group, and neither of them were predicted to be this dominant by anybody coming into the day.
Exactly. I think Launders, I think you've put it out on social that I think you started the hashtag Liquipedia for AJS, and hopefully we'll be able to get some answers for you actually a little bit later here in this show for sure. But now that we've looked at Group 1, we've seen Group 2 and what they can do. Let's talk real quick about that lower bracket, because I know some people have made it into the upper bracket, which is scary enough, but this lower bracket has some faces we weren't expecting to see, Gambit being one of them.
Angry old men in the lower brackets. Okay, they might be pissed off, but they are basically geriatric. Or they basically have got no strength in their arms. So whatever the reputation that they had preceding them at this tournament means almost nothing. All right, even though we might be scared of Gambit, we might be scared of some of the Group 2 teams that have gone out. You know, we might be scared of Buff Rev. Unfortunately, I don't think we should be. You know, maybe we should be thinking about the upper bracket teams because these guys are fresh and they've been very consistent.
Very consistent. And hey, you know what's interesting? Looking down here, our MVP came from Bearclaw, and guess what? Let's talk about it. 12 double-digit kills, and yet here they are down at number 6. Scrawny, I mean, it's such an interesting thing, and I love that we put together, you know, placement and kills. But what kind of story does that tell you about Bearclaw? It feels like they've done an incredible job in the early game, but that late game is not where they found their stride.
Yeah, a little bit awkward for Bearclaw, I think, through the earlier rounds of today. I do think that, you know, the beauty of this 6-match format is that when push comes to shove, like when the pressure's really cranked for this 6th game, Bearclaw knew that they had to do something spectacular. They knew that just surviving with 2 or 3 kills to get to a top 5 finish wouldn't have been enough. They needed to go big, and they pushed that envelope by getting themselves 12 kills. Look at the payoff. They just slip in to the top 10. I mean, we've got 4 teams sitting on 26 points. Bearclaw and Ford Gang sitting in 9th and 10th. Totem Endeavor pushed out of it. Solo Q Goats as well. They had that tough game. that round 6 was a tough pill to swallow, and well, they falter. You know, there was a lot of teams I think on the fringe, because when you had the likes of Kungarna, AJS, Flight of Fancy just robbing all of these points, siphoning them, vacuuming that power to the top of this scoreboard, it was really difficult for anybody else to kind of get space to groove. And yet here in Game 6, Bear Claw were the name that definitely showed more improvement across the board than anybody else in the 6th game specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and I think, Launders, you said it right. You know, we talked about that lower bracket because it's where everybody doesn't want to be, right? Well, let's talk about that upper bracket. As you mentioned, these are teams that are, that upper bracket is the scariest thing because they've been tested, they've come out on top, and they've come out on top of lobbies that are already difficult for so many reasons, not the least of which are some of those wild card teams.
You have Kungarna just got 95 points. Scars are supposed to be the scariest team here, and they only got 75 overall. I mean, that speaks to how insane Kungarna's run is in this group. But you know, some of the teams in this second group still got through, the ones we expected. Fire Beavers are still here, even though honestly it looked like disappointing from the outside. They were still there in like 7th place or something. So as long as they made top 10, they're fine. But it was really brutal there for the 11th through 14th teams that were only getting 26 points or tied for 26 points. That's not a fun way to end up in the lower bracket. But again, it is double elimination. So if you are the better team, you have another chance to get out.
They do indeed. But one of the best teams, obviously, Kungarna, 95 points speaks for itself. And something else that speaks for them is some great former Nessie players that have done an incredible job. But you know what? As we mentioned, GG to them, but you have to mention it. But we've also been talking about AJS this entire day, I believe. As we mentioned, Launders, you've got a great hashtag going, Wikipedia for AJS, and we cannot wait to see that go up, and I'm certain it will soon. But before that happens, we actually have the A from AJS. That's right. The name is from the 3 players and their first names. Ascenti, which I'm hoping I say Ascenti's name correctly, so apologies.
Yeah, that's
but we've
right.
got a nice interview with him right now. Oh, do we have him? Do we?
Hello,
Did
hello?
I get it right? Ascenti!
Hello, hello. How are you?
Hello. First, I'm great, but you know, Gigi, well done. Huge congratulations to your performance today. I mean, you got to know that we are putting that, the Launders put that hashtag together for a reason. You guys absolutely did an incredible job. First off, I would love the opportunity for you to introduce yourself and your team and really talk to us a little bit about what AJS, you know, how AJS enters the world of Apex.
I don't know, actually. Like, we just find each other like a few weeks ago, and yeah, we just started competing, and I think it did really well. We played really confident, and
yeah,
that's what's great. I don't know what
well,
to
you've
say.
got some incredible chemistry already. No, this is remarkable. You've got some incredible chemistry already, and the proof is in the pudding. So well done. I'll hand it over to Scrawny right now if you've got a question there for Ascenti here.
Yeah, sure. First of all, man, just congratulations. I think coming in and exceeding everybody's expectations is something to be really proud about. One of the things that we thought was going to happen was maybe you guys would come out, kick some ass in round 1, take a big bunch of points, and then maybe, you know, slow down a little bit. But we saw you in the consistent top 5 finishes. You had that one little bit of a hiccup on Olympus. Did you feel like the pressure was off of you once you had that first place finish in round 1 and then second place finish in round 2?
No, we did, like, we went really well. Like, we were really confident to the fights. Like, I don't know. We were really confident every game. We didn't, like, I don't know what to say. I think we were really confident every game. And yeah, we did. I don't know what to say, sorry.
No, it's all good,
I'm
man.
just
Listen,
nervous.
you know, I'd be speechless as well if I walked into today and smashed all expectations. The second question, then, just let's completely switch up the subject. Today was the first day that we saw Olympus being played with such a talent-stacked group and event. Your first Olympus game, 19th place, 0 kills. Your second Olympus game, you guys end up winning. So tell me, just in general, you know, what was it like playing Olympus today? What are your thoughts on it? Was it better than you expected? You know, what's going on?
I think Olympus is very different to play to World's Edge because it's so much more open than World's Edge. And yeah, it depends on what side you're going to pick. And yeah, that's, I don't know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's a flat map, and there's not too much cover, which is one of the main, obviously, criticisms and reasons. Some people like it, some people don't, but did well. But I actually want to know what previous experience you guys have in other games. Like, did you play other games before Apex, or how long have you been playing Apex?
I've been playing Apex for like 1.5 years. I hit multiple times spread, and I think I'm really confident at the game. Like, my mates are also really good. They have really much comp experience, and I like to learn from them. And yeah, I think that's because it's working so well for us, because they just introduced me into their team, and yeah.
And what were you playing before Apex?
I'm playing some PUBG, Fortnite, and yeah, that's it, actually.
Oh, nice, the Battle Royale circuit. So also, one last question. So just to talk more about the confidence, like, usually the confidence comes from somewhere. Like, you practice a lot together, you like grinded a lot together. Did you guys spend a lot of time talking about each map and really attacking it like a competitive thing? Or were you just ranked demons and just really owned and ranked without discussing?
We actually did not practice that much. I don't know. We went like, I don't know. We just thought we are confident and we can do this if we just like call each other like what we're gonna do, and that's it. I don't know. Just play together, and yeah, then it's gonna work well.
Well, cool, man. Congrats.
Wow, absolutely. Yes. Huge congrats. Ascenti, like, remarkable gameplay, remarkable. I mean, your name is AJS, and we will remember it certainly going forward, because you have definitely made a name for yourself here today. Thank you again, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I don't know.
Oh my goodness. I'll tell you what, like, I just love how, like, straightforward. He's like, you know what? We got together. We knew what we wanted to do. We got into the lobby, and they dominated.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you ask for? That's like, they've just got the perfect chemistry. They said they didn't even talk too much about, like, specifically practicing for this. They've just kind of like the solo queue goats thing, I guess, you know, like they're just a team that's just come together, just destined to be best friends, I guess.
Destined to be best friends and doing some incredibly scary things in this lobby. That's awesome. Well, speaking of scary, let's find out what the predictions have in store. We said it. We saw it for game number one. Excuse me, group number one. Let's take a look at group number two predictions. Okay, well, you know, you can't win them all, everybody, and and we you know, we did okay. If we're talking about top 10 here, Scrawny, I mean, we, you know, got Na'Vi, Firebeavers made it. There you go again.
Oh man.
I feel like this group.
Well, at least none of us are Dan.
Yeah, exactly. Right. He's still trying to recover from the Group 1 Preds. I think that this predictions page is just a reminder to us that the second group didn't go nearly as anybody would have expected it in comparison to the first group, where yes, okay, Gambit were like this one offset surprise. That was just the only surprise. And what I like is that, you know, Group 1 was a tale of a negative surprise in the sense that Gambit fell off and weren't able to perform as everybody would have expected. The second group was a pleasant surprise. We got this awesome story coming out of AGS. You know, Kungarna were so consistent that the teams that we would have expected to have really dominated, let's say like Na'Vi, yes, they accomplished what they had to today. They finished in the middle of the pack. They had some decent placements, but the story of this first day is not about them. It's about the underdogs. It's about the qualified teams. It's about the no-namers who now, by the end of the day, as you said, Kate, have made a name for themselves.
They have indeed, and Wikipedia some moment. Let's take a look at some of those standouts, by the way. We've got some great stats, a little way for us to take a look at just two of our top. And once again, gang, I'm just going to say it one last time. I see a Gibraltar and I see an Octane. Landers, is that a coincidence? I think not.
I mean, the conspiracy is becoming real. Otherwise, there's a lot of people in on this big joke, and they're just trying to corner the desk right now to make this the focus of the conversation. But I mean, first of all, this is kind of crazy because you got, on the one hand, you got 10,000 damage in a day from Mandy, and then on the other hand, you have 22 kills
And I mean, 22 kills is 22 points, right? Like even that alone was just sending you way up the leaderboard. The damage is impressive in a different way. The points actually are just pretty insane. So either way, they both were two of the members who are a huge reason why their team was so high up on the leaderboard. And we remember Uaxo Kill, however you pronounce his name.
Yeah, we never did quite figure that one out, did we, Scrawny? I think the and Launders. I mean, yeah, I'm with you on the name. Scrawny, talk about this Flight of Fancy. I mean, you know, ultimately, damage is damage, and kills are kills, and you know, you're trying to do your best, and I don't even know what to say. I feel bad. Well, I have lost the gift of talk.
Well, we have to remember, okay, what makes this so impressive, yes, 10,000 damage on the Gibraltar for Scars is fantastic, but we need to put this Octane performance into perspective. There are 2 rounds in this second group where Flight of Fancy drop out in 18th position. And so really we're talking about 4 out of 6 rounds being properly played, and within those 4 rounds, 7,000 damage, 22 kills, and they still finish 3rd.
I mean, this is going to make for a very interesting day 2, 3, and onwards. I will say they've done an incredible job of putting together not just the invitees, those wild cards, getting those teams together for the qualifiers to get themselves in here. I mean, 40,000 euros is nothing to shake a stick at, but I got to say they've done Blast has done an incredible job of putting together some absolutely outstanding competitors here, Launders. Don't you agree?
I mean, yeah, I've definitely been, my appetite's been satiated, and the fact that there's all these new storylines in the upper bracket to lead into tomorrow, along with some of the teams that will have to earn it back, and you hope everyone gets through. Of course, it's not going to happen, but we're still going to get to see a second chance for a deadly lower bracket. It feels like it happens too often in esports anyways, where like the lower bracket can end up being harder than the upper bracket, but everyone deserves their place today.
They do. And you all deserve a high five. You've been with us the whole day. We appreciate you very, very much. But guess what? You're going to come right back here tomorrow. Don't even worry about it, because we're going to have absolutely more Apex, perhaps some more maps on Olympus. We'll see what people do. And, of course, more competition here on the road to this Blast Titans Grand Final next weekend. So for the cast and crew here at Blast Titans, thank you so much for sticking around, for enjoying us, for enjoying you, and for showcasing some great Apex gameplay. So until tomorrow, we'll see you later.